The storms have passed, the sun is out, and we have liftoff. Welcome to the first annual Running Lane Kansas City Relays presented by Koros and Nike. We're here in Blue Springs, Missouri on the campus of Blue Springs South High School with a full day of track and field coverage ahead of us. I'm Corey Mall here with Running Lane, and in time we're also going to have Matt Bogle of Koros, and we're ready to bring you wraparound coverage of the best new meet in the heart of the Midwest. Over the course of Saturday's action, we'll have over 2,000 athletes from 13 states represented here at the Kansas City Relays, bringing the best of the best in track and field. Now we have a big day ahead, starting at 9 a.m. sharp with the girls' 3,200 meter heats. Field events have already got underway at 8:30 a.m. and we will endeavor to bring you what we can over the course of the day. Our focus here is really on the track in terms of our commentary, but we're really expected to see some bright athletes from all around shine today. Now at some point, the showcases on the track will be on the Jim Ryan miles. In fact, we even have Jim Ryan himself here at the Kansas City Relays, and he will be meeting with fans, selling books, talking about a variety of the camps he does. I know a lot has changed over the years, but Jim Ryan is a one of one in the track and field universe. In 1964, he became the first high schooler in history to break 4 minutes in the mile, a seemingly impossible performance at the time. Jim went on to the Olympics and has a whole host of accomplishments to his name. He's truly one of the most accomplished track athletes in our nation's history, and he has graciously provided his time here at the Kansas City Relays, so we are grateful for that. Now, could we have a sub-4 mile here at the Relays later tonight? We might get that answer, but it is within the possibility here. So we'll bring all the coverage. First up is the girls' 3,200 meter races, which are up next, and we will be back with you shortly to start those.
right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are just moments away from the start of the track events here. If we could please take a pause in the action. Gentlemen, remove your caps and please stand for the playing of our national anthem.
Okay, we are getting ready to start the first race of the day here at the Kansas City Relays. That's the girls 3,200 meters. Those athletes are heading out to the track as we stand. Take some time to call out the runners before we start here. It looks like we have Callie Smith of Cleveland, Skylar Knight of Warrensburg, Brinley Grinnell of Forsyth, Tyler Stanibarski of Putnam County, Brady Massel of Shawnee Mission East, Blakely Billings of Shawnee Christian, Sierra Schneck of Frontenac, Lane Michaels of Warrensburg, Harley Baker of Platte County, Fallon Hudson of Warrensburg, Katie Schleimer of Christ Presbyterian Academy, Pitt Coronado, Lillian Benben, St. Teresa's Academy, Madison Bullock, St. Archangel, Samantha Moen of Casey Metro Academy, Lauren Keena of Summit Christian Academy, Smith Morris of Elizabethtown, and Anna Tamka of Elizabeth, and Brooke Shaven of Elizabeth as well. A lot of names. We got two waterfalls start. We got waterfall start here, 3,200 meters. We are about to get underway. First race of the day at the Kansas City Relays. It's about a crisp 50 degrees or so here. We had storms last night in the Kansas City region. A lot of rain. A lot of wind, just altogether Midwest weather, but the clouds parted and the sky opened up, and today we have a beautiful day full of sun. And now the distance athletes are out there looking to compete. Looks like two athletes are setting the pace early on. Find our rhythm here, 3,200 meters. We by two down the straightaway. A smooth running from the top four. This first pack. We get across. First 400 meter split at about 80 seconds. Madison Bullock of St. Michael's the Archangel is leading the way so far at 1:21, but as I said, there's about a group of four girls right there all together moving past Platt, Skylar Knight, and Brinley Yarnell. Kind of already pulling away from the rest in lap 2. It's midway through the high school season for a lot of states. This is time to really, tighten down the bolts and get precise before the postseason enters all of our calendars. We look to finish off the seasons. It's a good opportunity for athletes to find their rhythm and really get some PRs on the board ahead of those state championships. Leaders here now in 32. That might be at some Platt Coronado. That 800-meter split about 2:52. Platt's coming all the way from Colorado Springs, where she trains at elevation every day. Platt and Skylar Knight, Warrensburg, are now kind of in a 2x2 battle in this race. Now, Platt is a high school junior, so in her season. Couple performances so far with PR of 5:37 in the 1600 meters. She's run 2:39, 800.
Opposite direction. For those that are unaware,
A year ago, her best was 12:36 in the 32. So we'll look to improve on that. She gets her first performance down as a junior here in Kansas City. Looks really calm and collected 3 laps in, as her and Knight have shined. Continue to press in this 4th lap, heading into that first 1600-meter split. Yarnell's kind of found herself in that middle ground, run by herself, where the chase pack isn't necessarily close by just yet. Platt really looking strong here in 32. See leaders squaring off as we go into this first split here. Just under 6 minutes, 5:54 for both Platt and Knight. We're going to stay on this camera for a little bit as we see the rest of the group coming down the line. Good so far. Really, Platt and Knight are giving themselves no breathing room, really riding side by side. And Knight makes a move on the backstretch on Platt. Kind of see this right now on our Backstretch camera. A little over 3 laps to go. Platt finding some extra energy here on the home stretch.
All right, this is still Addison Platt of Coronado. The junior comes in with the best of 12 pins. Right there with her is Skylar Knight.
Facing off.
From Warrensburg comes in with the 12-16 best. He still flips into those lights. Get up.
And here we go. So the rest of the field trying to keep up. Platt and Knight finding another gear in this first heat of the 3,200 meters.
Skylar Knight and Addison
Doesn't
Platt.
look like Knight's going to give her any sort of space here, just operating off the shoulder, putting pressure on Platt throughout this race. And in a lot of ways, that's good for both of them because they're working off each other and with finding each other's paces. Closing the gap a little bit, I think, in third and fourth.
12:04 on those lights.
Into
They're running in reverse direction.
line.
Addison
Pass.
Platt
Another
starting to
runner.
open up a little bit here. Skylar.
Going back to the leaders here now. Platt starting to pull away from Knight on the backstretch. You know, she's kind of done this on the straightaways, you know, opening up her stride to gain some ground and put some space between her and Knight. But it does seem like third and fourth are slowly but surely kind of pulled them in just a bit here. That's third and fourth.
5 meters behind now, coming up on the bell lap.
Platt here continuing to open up the stride. Got coaches there on the infield instructing their athletes to use their arms. Red 10:34. That is the bell for Platt. She's got 1 lap to go. And Knight has kind of fallen off the pace. Got third and fourth on their last lap as well. And they feel behind, but here comes Platt trying to break 12 minutes here in the 3,200 meters. She might get close.
Let's go. Let's open it up. Let's go. We got 800. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, Callie.
200 meters to go now.
She's got 200 meters to go.
She crossed over the line. And 200 to go, right on for 12:04.
That's the field. We're going to focus on Platt. Around the curve from Coronado. Colorado. Asserted herself early on in this race. Really began to get a lot of confidence as it went along, and just coming down the straightaway now, looking really smooth. And it looks like she's on the path toward breaking 12 minutes on the clock. Oof, it will be just off. We'll work to get that final time for you. But it looks like just after 12 minutes there on the clock for Addison Platt.
Please don't come in and out of the skate.
Still waiting on official results here from the first seeded girls 3,200 meters. Another runner still on the track, couple finishing.
Next up on the track, we have section 2 of the girls 3,200 meter run. Fastest seat time coming into this section is 11:22, held by Eileen Nichols from Christ Preparatory School.
Next up on the track is the second heat of the girls 3,200 meters. Long list of efforts, so I'll read through the starting list. That's Eileen Nicole of Christ Preparatory Academy, Mia McFarland of Lamel Charter, Ellie McRory of Northern Heights, Isabel Wood of Christ Preparatory Academy, Jada Bailey of Blue Springs South, Ileana Eckert of Cabot, Chloe Swan of Shawnee Mission East, Lucy Wright, Liberty North, Molly Hayes of Blue Springs South, Annie Goebel of Blue Springs, Annie Sundberg of Blue Springs South, Zoe Fluck of Park Hill South, Brooke Stevenson of Raymore Peculiar, Chloe Heckman of North Platte, Caroline Linderman of Lutheran, Kansas City, Emerson Albright of Frontenac, Paige Paulson of Lee Summit, and Allison Kleinhagen of Blue Springs South. So we are at Blue Springs South, so we have a couple of the homegrowns here on the starting line. And yet again, we got 2 rally start. And we're underway here. Kansas City Relays, Heat 2 of the girls, 3,200 meters. It's like that bright lime uniform are athletes from Blue Springs South. As I was coming up here to Kansas City, I was kind of getting a little history lesson on Blue Springs South. The girls cross country team, really, really strong. Won some state championships recently, so really big distance program here. And as you can see, they got a lot of competent runners in these heats.
Emerson Albright, Paige Paulson, and Allison Kleinhagen.
Off to a little bit of a faster start here in the second heat. Building some of that rhythm early on, going through that 400 split in about 78 seconds. Isabel Wood of Christ Preparatory Academy, 1:18.29 for that first split. Not a ton of separation at first, but Mia McFarland and Lucy Wright are closest to Wood, kind of holding on to that pace. Field strung out in a straight line here on the backstretch. Pretty good here is Wood out front, but making a little bit of a push is that competitor behind her wearing the gloves. It's a little chilly out here, as I said, 50 or so degrees, but for distance running, that's kind of your sweet spot. That's where you really where you want to be, 50, 60 degrees. 2:44.91 for Isabella Wood over 800 meters. So looking strong, pull the field along. Try not to keep rhyming there. You got Mia McFarland third, and Chloe Swan now kind of in the mix of Shawnee Mission East. And Blue Springs South, still the mix here too. Anna Sundberg is their top runner in this field so far. She's right about fourth right now.
The girls crawl through the 200-meter mark there, just ahead of the pace light. They're not pacing them, obviously.
Field slowing just a little bit and find our tempo.
Still Isabel Wood. All the girls are still in this race.
2 lanes across.
Moving really well.
Girls still trying to sort of assert themselves. Feels like a cross-country meet, running together, separated by maybe 3-4 meters from first to last. 4:14 on that 1200 meter split. Wood still leading overall. But you get the sense that a couple girls here really want to make a move. Looks like one is doing that right now on the backstretch. Kind of pulling this field now. They're all trying to go the second half of this race. That is as bunched up as you'll see at 3,200 meters, nearly halfway through. No one quite wants to put their foot on the gas just yet. I mean, running out there in lane 2, you know, you add a little bit of distance to your race, but you know, sometimes it's peace of mind to have some room to operate. As we go into the halfway mark, 1,600 meters, 5:38. We have a new leader who's just breaking away. Mia McFarland of Ramel Charter. It almost feels like that is her time when her coach said, make your move. From Arkansas, class of 2029, so that puts her, I think, as a freshman, shown a pretty good deal of promise already in this season. 11:26 for 3,200 meters, 5:14 for 1,600 meters, which is 9 meters away from the full mile, and 2:28 for 800. At 5:14, she ran out at the Texas Distance Festival out there in South Lake Carroll. Really big meet with a lot of great runners. But Mia McFarland has decided to open up this race and see if the decision proves wise.
All right, this is Mia McFarland.
She looks strong at this point.
Now opened up the gap on the rest of the
Just get a sense of the field behind her as we look as she comes into the line again. Maybe has built up about a 15-meter lead on the rest of the pack. About 6 seconds actually on Ellie Nicole now, Mia McFarland. So 6 seconds, decent bit of distance. So all she really has to do is really continue this pace.
Now, food truck, excuse me, behind the front block. So if you're looking for something warm, food trucks are behind the front block, as well as the concession stand now on the south end of the track. Near the flag, the concession stand is open. Mia McFarland leads the way here, about 30 meters on the rest of the field.
Shows some signs of fatigue, a little bit.
In heat 2 of the girls 32.
That'll be what happens when you make a big move midway through an 8-lap race. Mia's trying to focus on her breathing, cadence, frequency, all things she's considering right now with 800 meters to go as the rest of the race kind of built behind her. A lot of action going on right now. It's not over just yet. Mia has built about a 5-second cushion on the second place, which is now Lucy Wright of Liberty North. Ellie McCrory and Ellie Nickel are in third, fourth, right there with Wright. But now they are chasing McFarland on the backstretch. And looks like they're really pressing, trying to sort of get to the heels of McFarland. And McFarland might be regretting her choices a little bit because starting to fatigue just a bit. You see Wright now making the pass.
Northern Heights here, overtaking now.
Heading into the final maybe 500 meters of this race, so there's nothing really left. It's all you got left. Now it's a tighter pack of about 4 here in the Bell lap. 9:47 on the Bell lap.
For these girls, this is Ellie McCrory from Northern Heights. They'll open up a 2-meter gap on the rest of the field.
So down the lead there is Ellie McCrory. She is pushing on the final lap here. Really making a stamp on this race in Heat 2. We got some action behind her with a little more than 200 meters left.
200 to go for our leader, Ellie McCrory from Northern Heights. She came in with the best of 11:28.
McCrory now opening up the stride over the final curve. But we will see behind her if competitors have a little bit left in the tank. They're going to finish hard, but it's going to be McCrory coming into the finish line with a great close in this girls 3,200 meters. Looks like our clock stopped showing. We will try to get you the final time here. We'll be back for the final heat of the girls 3,200 meters shortly. Just coming back to you for the final results of the last heat. Looks like Ellie McCrory, 11:11, wins that heat. Great last 400 meters. Lucy Wright, 11:14 for second. Ellie Nicole, third, and 11:16. Ian McFarland, who made a big move halfway through, 11:21 for third. We're getting ready for this third heat of the girls 3,200 meters. This is the fast section. And on the line we have Kaylee Schultz of Salina Central, Eva Cornelius of Owassa, Charlotte Hardy of Shawnee Mission East, Lucy Kramer of Parkview Baptist, Elizabeth Scudder of Rogers, Madeline Wallace of Andover, Lily Hurt of Liberty, Mary McKenzie of Corps of Justice Academy, Ava Dahl of Joplin, Brianna Kruger of St. Charles West, Catherine Scudder of Rogers, Caroline Brown of St. Teresa's Academy, Kenley Hafferty of Lee Summit, Lauren Thompson of Jonesboro Senior, Savannah Fisher of Quebec, Beverly O'Daniel of Bentonville, Olivia White of Coronado, Tabby Bryles of Blue Springs, Jade Adams of Providence Classical Christian.
Got Ava Cornelius from Owasso, Charlotte Hardy from Shawnee Mission East.
And we are underway in this section.
Elizabeth Scudder from Rogers, Madeline Wallace from Andover.
Looking at the leaders who were through the first 400, just really ripping it from the gun. And we have some fast, really fast runners in this section. Schultz of Salina Central has a personal best 10:32, which is really moving. High school junior from Kansas. Might be favorite to watch here in this section. We're going to go into the first split here. About 72 seconds on the clock. Whole field under about 80 seconds for that first lap. Schultz. Short beyond Eva Cornelius of Owasso, who's gone out to the lead. 1:12 for Cornelius.
Light should be set for 10:23, so if you see him cross over at the 200 or the start-finish line, you get an idea of just how far ahead.
Saw the Owasso team here yesterday before the storms came through. They're from Oklahoma City. Wanted to get some feet on the track before they ran on it, so definitely hopeful for their performance here today. Cornelius 10:35 in March, which stands up to the rest of the field. So she's got some pedigree already in 26, looking to establish herself even further here at the Kansas City Relays. Her and Schultz are kind of going at it now through 800 meters. 2:33 split for Cornelius and Schultz. Group of two more, not too far away. That's Charlotte Hardy of Shawnee Mission East and Madeline Wallace of Andover. So that top pack of about four pushing early on for a fast time, led by Cornelius of Owasso. As I said earlier on when we began this stream, over 2,000 athletes from 13 states. The majority of them will be from Kansas and Missouri, obviously, but we got some athletes from Oklahoma. We got some athletes from Arkansas, and many more. It'll be our bread and butter as we look for this meet to become a Midwest staple in the ensuing years. And really every performance here, the fastest in each race, is going to be a new meet record. So you have at least something on the line to shoot for here, as your game's going to be in the books for at least a year. Let's try to make it as fast as it can be. Cornelius is still looking really strong here through the 1,200 meter split, followed by Schultz and Hardy. Hardy has kept momentum and kept the pace. She's really not trying to lose contact with these two up front. Looks like Wallace has taken her foot off just a bit, but now it's a group of about three pressing on this 3,200 meters. Charlotte Hardy is from Shawnee Mission East, from Prairie Village, Kansas, a high school junior. Hasn't run an outdoor 32, so this will be her first one this year, but she has a 5:03 1,600 meter run from the Shawnee Mission South Relays. It happened about 14 days ago, about 2 weeks. So she's looking fit and ready to fire away here. Now she's in that group of 3, pushing forward. Now she looks to be in a great position, honestly, being behind those 2, but now she decides after the 1600 meter mark, I'm going to take the lead and make this race mine. So Hardy makes the move, pushes ahead of Cornelius and Schultz. And she's there. They're all through the 1600 meter mark at 5:17 of field. This fast section has lived up to the hype so far. That group going through the backstretch, and here's the shot of the chase pack, which is now a group of about 5 who are holding on as well. We have that runner from Joplin, looks like Ava Dahl in that chase pack. Hardy continues to hold the lead here.
All right, this is Charlotte Hardy.
But Schultz now just off her shoulder.
Ava Cornelius there, running 2-3.
So it's becoming a battle here in the girls' 3,200 meters. As you can see, that chase pack probably about 50 meters back. But they're all working together as one as well. They're about 11 seconds back from the leaders now in that chase pack. Hardy's last split on the track, 1:17. That is moving. That's the second fastest after her opening 1:13. So really put the
That was heat 1, correct?
the mark there. But now we have Schultz making a move on Hardy here on the backstretch. The 3,200 meters all about tactics. It's all about strategy, when you want to make your move, how long you're willing to wait on another runner's shoulder. Requires precision, expertise. We look forward here. Hardy doesn't want to let Schultz get out of her sights. We have 2 laps left. Hardy and Schultz, followed by Cornelius. And then we get that chase back. Looks like they're closing just a bit too. But now it's turning into a race of 2 as Hardy and Schultz open up here with less than 800 to go now in the girls' 3,200 meters. They are moving out front there. Hardy has kind of seesawed a little bit, with Schultz, making some moves within the race, but now Schultz has taken control with a little less than 500 meters now. The race and its finish is within sight.
Here comes our leader.
The Kansas runner from Salina Central now has 1 lap to go. We got 9:13, 9:14 on the clock. Hardy is trying to hold on as much as she can. Cornelius in 3rd. But now Schultz starting to pull away. We got that group behind the leaders coming through on their bell lap. We got Schultz here, and guess what? Hardy is not finished yet. It's not letting Schultz away. Schultz really going to the arms here in the final lap. Open up the stride, really getting into a sprint. Here comes Kaylee Schultz of Salina Central. Has been consistent all throughout this race. And when it was time to go, she goes. That big setting that she went hard. And the final lap here puts her hands up in the air. Kaylee Schultz is going to win the girls 3,200 meters here at the Kansas City Relays in a really good time of 10:27:01, which becomes a new meet record in the first year here. Charlotte Hardy, 10:33:09 for second. Got Cornelius 10:34:80. Mary McKenzie of For Jesus Academy, 10:49. Got a whole host of girls under 11 minutes here in the 3,200 meters. Great finish here. Next up, we got 4 heats of the boys 3,200 meters.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're getting ready for the boys' first heat of the 3,200 meters. I'll read through the starting list here. We've got Jackson Markham of Raymore and Peculiar, Levi Dice of Gloria Dio Academy, Gavin Evans of Blue Summit, Christian Urban of Cabot, Owen Culbertson of Blue Summit, Gavin Hankel of Blue Summit, Matt Huff of Cabot, William Schaffer of North Platte, Noah Young of Farmington, Jonah Jansen of Summit Christian Academy, Timothy Schleff of Christ Preparatory Academy, Luke Youngblood of Warrensburg, Rowan Gilbert of St. Michael the Archangel, Samuel Wick of Lincoln College Prep, Garrett Hutop of St. Michael the Archangel, Eli Medina of Lincoln College Prep, Ethan Lorick of Pembroke Hill, Henry Schumacher of Kansas City Christian, Caleb Hollick of KC Metro Academy, Calvin Edwards of Elizabeth, Ryan Baxter of Elizabeth, Bennett Lambert of Elizabeth, and Keegan Dauber of Elizabeth. Elizabeth trying to get some other guys in this race to get some experience. Top time entering is that 10:30 seed from Jackson Markham. A lot of these guys are young. Markham's a sophomore. So they're learning a lot about the 3,200 meters early on. First 400 split here. Gavin Evans of the Summit, 71 seconds on that first lap. William Schaffer behind him, 112. Jackson Markham, 112. About 7 looks like up front. Now these 3,200 meters were actually supposed to run yesterday before the storms came in, but was postponed for a day, and fitting everything in on Saturday. Split here for the first heat of 3,200 meters. .231 for Markham now, taking the lead into the second lap. A string of boys up here in the top pack. Got a new leader up top. Going into the halfway point of the boys 3,200 meters first heat here. Jackson Markham operating more peculiar still. Split by 12, it looks like, through 1,600 meters. Jackson Markham, Dapper of North Platte, running on his outside, 5:12. Chase Max about 2 seconds back in the Summit. Here between Markham and Schaffer. 32. Now he's getting challenged. Started fading a little bit there on that last lap. Marco's made up 3 seconds on him. Now in the final 400, starting to open up the stride, going to sprint, the backstretch. High school sophomore from Peculiar, Missouri, takes one quick look behind, realizes he's got this in the bag, and follows him home. Maybe make a dent in that PR today. 10:27 unofficially for Justin Markham. 10:27.87 officially for Jackson Martin, followed by William Shaffer's 10:31. Results up here on the board. 10:35 for Matt Huff. 6 for Gavin Hankel. 10:43 Rowan Cooper. We'll be back shortly. Next team board is the 3,200 meters. All right, we're back with Heat 2 of the boys 3,200 meters here at the Kansas City Relays. I'm going to introduce my partner here in crime, Matt Gakel of Koros, does marketing with what you might have on your wrists at all times if you're a runner. Matt, you're from Kansas, had a pretty good track record yourself, so thanks for being with us.
Yeah, Corey, thanks. I'm happy to be here. It's great to be back in the Kansas City Metro, being able to talk track and watch a great meet.
Yeah, and we love meets. We love good meets. We love meets with energy and with rambunctious and just bringing all the flavor, and that's what RunningLane does.
Yeah, for real. It's always exciting, and they always seem to bring the heat here. So it's really cool to be back. This is the second RunningLane event that I've been with. We had the chance to head down to the cross country championships last fall, and I was exposed to all the great things that RunningLane has to offer. It's really cool that they're able to come up here and put something on in the Kansas City Metro.
Yeah, I think we would classify it as a wraparound event management company. Does everything. They have a store in Huntsville, Alabama. They do meets, cross country, track. It's just full circle here. So really excited to get this underway in Kansas City. And let's read over the start list here for Heat 2. We've got quite a few in this section. We got Hudson Robinette of Lee's Summit, Michael Golis of Holdridge, Christopher Wittick of Holdridge, Graham Nord of Lutheran, Kellen Robertson of School of the Ozarks, Jackson Peak of Raymar Peculiar, Patrick O'Hearn of Christ Preparatory Academy, Daniel Lozano of Lee's Summit, Parker Zahner of Raymar Peculiar, Walter Schleff of Christ Preparatory Academy, Ben Abington of Lee's Summit, Logan Kane of Lincoln College Prep, Liam Rodriguez of Cabot, Carson Henrik of Warrensburg, Liam Meyer, Colin McGuire, we're just going names now, Andrew Craneshaw, Cooper Blevins, Tully McCoy, James Conway, Ethan Knudsen, Gainan Rains, and Elijah Jones. So let's talk about 3,200 meters. What do we want to see here in a race? We're high schoolers. We might have one, this might be the first or second or third race of our season. How do we want to establish ourselves?
Yeah, obviously in the spring here, it's usually fairly breezy, especially early. And so really what you're looking to do is just position yourself well within races. It's really feeling out how the competition works and how you want to be able to make the moves during the race. So I think especially today with a pretty big field, I mean, they've got 26 people in this one. So it's really important to be able to, find position, things like that. Because a lot of these regionals and state meets they're going to be competing at are pretty high level, fairly well packed together. So you're going to be able to see a lot of that similar style of racing, even though this one may be, in a different setting.
Yeah, high level racing without postseason stakes just yet. So it's about building experience, and we look at these guys already, and they are asserting themselves. James Conway came in the first split at 74 seconds, followed by Graham Nord and Carson Henrik. And it is a strong pack out there in the front, and a couple guys even into lane 2, just trying to feel themselves in the race, be more flexible, be able to go when they want to go.
Yeah, you're able to see a couple different strategies here. You look at, some of those that try and just stay on the rail and run as short as possible, where other ones like to have a little bit of space.
Yeah, I love the athlete that goes out to lane 3 or 4 and just, does whatever they want. But I think the faster we get, the more precise we get. I think today and each 3 and 4, we might get some pretty fast races here. But Nord looking good so far through 800, leading the way, carrying the rest of the field. He's a junior from Lutheran in Kansas. Any thoughts on Kansas track and field, Matt?
Oh yeah, I think it's what we've seen the last couple of years is a real resurgence in the sport. We've pretty much seen all events. I mean, Kansas was a fairly good field events state for a while, but we've really seen the sprints and distance kind of step up and match the rest of the states in the region. So that's what I've been really excited about, just being able to cover the sport the last couple of years, where we've seen, dozens of state records fall, which is, I mean, it's a record. It's not common to see it fall like that, and we were seeing so many of them. And they say trackflation is kind of the word to use with that, but we see it everywhere. But I think Kansas has really seen a pretty strong resurgence in light of that. So obviously Missouri having a lot of representation in this one, but the combination of both just resurgence of the sport and all of the technological advances that we've had, it's been really cool to see all the times drop.
Yeah, with trackflation, there's many different factors that contribute to that idea, and primary one being shoes, technology in shoes, and carbon fiber plates being placed in some of these spikes and just getting a lot more energy return from them. Two, maybe bicarb, maybe a little bit of baking soda, helping these athletes avoid fatigue and lactic. And then three, I think there's a lot of like social, physiological element to the sport where people are seeing how fast it's getting and they want to get faster, and it's just sort of this mental, I think, just mental capacity that kind of improves as we start to build better, drive and dedication and commitment toward it, and it's just leading to faster times overall.
Yeah, you see that you remove the mental limitations, and I think that before things were very localized, but with a lot more of the social media, to throw Strava in there, and instead of just seeing the guys at the school next to you or the girls at the school next to you, you'll see people from around the state or beyond, and you're able to kind of see those expectations and say, hey, well, they can do it, so can I. That's what their training is right there.
Yeah,
so,
and they might have a Coros watch on them.
Exactly. Yeah, I was going to say that the technological advances on the wrist are a big deal too. So
yeah. Well, in this race, James Conway now coming into the front from Shawnee Mission East, 349 through the 2,000 meter mark. That can't be right.
I was going to say that doesn't appear to be Shawnee Mission East uniform up front.
That does not look right. Well, we'll keep a track of this heat. Really hasn't, moved away from the rest of the field. I think we got a pack of about, 7 or 8 maybe that are still in the mix. Okay, Graham Nord through 2,000 meters, 5 minutes. So far, we've seen these races be really second half bursts for athletes that, are playing it a little bit conservative in the front half, and then, trying to sort of make some decisions as they finish off the race. A lot of coaches there on the infield, monitoring their athletes, telling them to move their arms, not lose contact on their competitors. Getting strong up front now, Jackson Peak of Raymond Peculiar.
I think that is still Nord in the lead. I think Peak is in third right now if we're looking at uniforms.
Well, your eyesight's better than mine, Matt, because I can't really this far away.
That's the local eye for you.
Yeah.
I've seen these uniforms enough times.
Institutional Kansas knowledge. Purple means X team. Well, it's a battle of two now up front. And this heat is looking to come down to the wire.
Yeah, that might be Michael Golis from Holdridge.
Okay.
They just took the lead there.
Yeah, on Nord.
Yep.
Looks like that's the bell lap for Golis. But Nord's not going away. Anything can happen in the final 400s. This is high school track, so Nord might be able to go into the tank here.
Yeah, they're cutting into that wind in the backstretch. You can see they're fighting it.
And now Golis starting to pull away from Nord, who just doesn't seem to have another gear just yet. All he's got is the turn and then the straightaway. And then Golis is on toward the finish. And as you can see, he's just giving it everything he's got.
Clock's at 9:35, so he should have, I believe, a PR on this one.
And what a final push it was for Michael Golis of Holdridge in Heat 2 of the boys 3,200 meters here at the Kansas City Relays. Takes the win.
Holdridge going 1-2 in that one. Christoph Wittick was there in that second place spot.
9:47 officially for Golis. Wittick 9:50. Hudson Robinet 9:51. We have the results here in front of you.
But yeah, we've been talking Kansas, Missouri. It's actually Nebraska that goes 1-2 in this one.
Piece of the heartland coming to Kansas City. All right, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for the next heat of the boys 32. All right, we're back for the third heat of the boys 3,200 meters. Getting ready there on the track to start. Once we get the section, we'll be able to inform you who we got here.
It's another full heat. We got 21 in this one.
It's the name of the game here in distance running, run with the pack. All right, so we have Blake Heron of Platte County, Nicholas Alheim of St. Louis University, Henry Pickert of Pembroke Hill, Caleb McFarland of Amel Charter, Datham Haberstroh of Providence Classical Christian, Jack McCree, Lee Summit West, Preston Cogan of Liberty North, Clayton Hayes, Colin McKenna, Lyndon Blue, Cole Ranches, Jack Saar, Drake Karras, Ishanu Nizaraz, Zenga, Will Etheridge, Braxton Oliver, Wesley Morris, Samuel Boyd, Jackson Playford, Caleb Lambert, and Austin Hill. That is the lineup here in Heat 3. And we'll see just how fast we can get.
There will be a second
Heat 1 we went 10:27. Heat 2 9:47. Got some pretty good PRs here in the third heat. 9:37 from Nicholas Allheim. And these guys look pretty strong so far, Matt.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with just some of these seed times early in the season. We're able to kind of see a lot of these Metro, I guess, all-star teams putting things together here. So it's kind of cool to see people already in the 9:30s, where sometimes that's a state qualifying type time.
Yeah. 3,200 meters for boys. All you got to really look at as like the point of demarcation is 9 minutes. You know, boys who run distance, that is the point where if you break it, you've entered a new standard. If you're getting close to it, you know you're getting good. And a lot of boys have done that. So we'll look to see if we can get that in the last section here. But that's pretty much like where we look at when we think of, you know, a top boy running the 3,200 meter now. Blake Heron through the first 400 meters, 67 seconds. Drake Karras, Caleb McFarland, and Nicholas Allheim, they're all in the mix here. No one's really separated yet.
Yeah, Blake up there in the front, he wants somebody else to take the lead. He's gesturing to people to kind of take it from him.
Work with me a little bit.
Yeah.
Right around 2:20 for the split for Blake.
Right on 9:20 pace right there.
I always wonder if, you know, some of these athletes have conversations before they get on the line. Like, hey, do we want to work together for the first, you know, 16 and then you're on your own on the last 16, or?
Yeah, I imagine with a little bit of spread out. I mean, this is a much more regional based competition rather than just locally. So I'd imagine there's a little bit of both, a little bit of unfamiliarity, and then a handful of athletes that you've raced before.
Proving ground. See somebody you've never seen before, you know, natural instincts take over. But you mentioned the wind earlier. I think part of the, you know, the tactics here might be to avoid it at all costs, and then when the time is right, we make that move. So Nicholas Allheim pushes to the front here in that light blue jersey from St. Louis University in Missouri, 3:32. Landon Blue and Drake Karras following in second and third. Blake Heron still in the mix here, but wanted to kind of fight the wind.
A little bit, not surprised with this wind conditions, especially on the back stretch there.
And it is a beautiful, beautiful day, despite, you know, the heat dropping a little bit from the storm. I think if you're a distance runner, you got to like these conditions right now in front of you.
Yeah, aside from that wind, it's ideal conditions out there. You know, sunny in the 50-degree range, maybe give or take a few degrees, but it's exactly what you would want for a longer distance race. You don't have any extra energy spent cooling your body. The environment's doing that for you.
Allheim 4:44 through the first 1,600 meters, followed by Caleb McFarland and Drake Karras. Wesley Morris now from Blue Springs South, 4:45. We like that because we are at Blue Springs South. We like the hometown athletes getting their due. Alheim's looked very good over the last couple of laps here. Getting some help from McFarland and Karras. Kind of operating with a little bubble here up front. Now the second half of this race is really where it becomes a battle of the will. You know, you really got to hold on in that fifth and sixth lap, the toughest ones, before you start to kind of finish. But these guys are doing a really good job up front, holding that pace.
Yeah, it's always that third quarter of the race that is the toughest, whether it's the 400 or the 2 mile. It's always the spot where you see some separation.
Alheim, McFarland, and Karras 5:56 through that fifth lap.
McFarland there, Lowell Carter, also with him.
You know, Alheim is doing a lot of the work up front, kind of fighting the wind. Wonder what kind of, you know, energy that's saving McFarland here, who's just, you know, biding his time.
Yeah, he's still got a good spring in his stride. Usually you would look to see a muscular athlete up front. The wind wouldn't affect them as much, but it seems like his build is fairly normal. I wouldn't say he's overly muscular or overly slim, so I think that there's kind of a 50-50 shot whether that wind has broken him down or not. You can see it's still affecting all of the athletes on the backstretch there.
Yeah, they're kind of fighting against it. And we can see that chase pack into the backstretch curve. Well, you got to give Alheim credit, who's really been pushing forward, driving this race. You often think, God, it does all the work, kind of deserves a lot more than sometimes they get in return for it, because now McFarland has decided to take the lead on the bell lap. In a really good position though, 8:21 on that split, 71 seconds on the last lap for McFarland. Now, all he's got to do is close, and he's got a very good time in front of him.
Yeah, one more time into the wind on this backstretch. We'll see if that changes things at all.
Alheim, Karras in third, Jack Sauer, and a group of guys, you know, fighting for that fourth, fifth, sixth position. I don't think Alheim's out of it yet. He
definitely has another gear.
Here comes opening of the stride. Alheim has some power left in him. It's going to be a race here in the final 100 meters here. Alheim, McFarland. McFarland might have went a little too early, because Alheim making that last retort. And he's going to go into the finish line as that winner in the third heat.
That is Nicholas Alheim there, 9:30.85 for him from St. Louis University.
9:30.85 for Nicholas Alheim from St. Louis University to take this win here, the Kansas City Relays in Section 3. We got one more left. We're going to put the results on the board here so you can see them. And we will be back for the fast section in just a moment. All right, we're getting ready for the fast section here of the boys 3,200 meters at the Kansas City Relays. I'm Corey here with Matt. Let's read through the field lists here. We have Cameron Martinson, Alex Roberts, Brody Denniston, Thomas Garrett, Cameron Paskey, Bryce Allen, Braden Walker, Elijah Smith, Leo Butler, Caden Scalfaro, Gavin Lindahl, Simon Ketter, Michael Luna, Andrew Clark, Nathaniel Haberlock, Hendrix Thieve, Jack Tittle, Kian Edwards, and Miles Kerr. Again, fast section here. It looks like we might have a season best of 9:04 from Cameron Martinson. That might be the fastest time entering. Do we think we could get a sub-9 on Saturday morning? That's the question.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to find out pretty quick within the first lap or two whether they're going to stay on pace or not, or whether they want to take this more of a tactical affair.
I agree with that completely. But you know, high schoolers are prone to surprising us. You know, I love to see an honest race, a fast one. And sometimes when you got big moment like this, you know, a new meet, you kind of want to set the standard. I was saying during the girls 3,200 meters, every new event here is going to set a meet record. So your name will be in the books for at least 1 year. Got Thomas Garrett at Park Hill South, 67 seconds on that first lap. Nathaniel Haberlock, Leo Butler, Brody Denniston, they're all kind of chasing here. Garrett asserting himself early on, kind of gapping the field by just a few meters.
Yeah, you can tell the big difference in this race compared to the earlier heats is it's much more strung out. And usually you see that when there's a faster pace.
And just by appearances alone, it looks like these guys are just more experienced overall. Like, we know what we want to do, how we want to accomplish it, what we need pace-wise to get there. So these guys look comfortable early on, kind of setting their rhythm.
Yeah, definitely plenty of championship experience. I know we have at least one state cross-country champion in this race. That'd be Brody Denniston from Holcomb. He was the Kansas 3A cross-country champ. He is in the gray. It's like a dark gray. He's in about 6th place right now. 7th place.
Well, he's got plenty of time still. Thomas Garrett comes through the 800-meter mark, 2:16. Nathan Haberlock, 2:16. You know, we talked about last race, fighting the wind, and you know, if you're a champion, you've been through these moments before, you understand what needs to happen in order for you to win these races. Sometimes you don't always have to be the dominant one, you just have to be this, you know, the most effective racer. And so it looks like he's doing a good job kind of playing it conservative so far.
Yeah, definitely relaxed there up front.
Garrett looking smooth through 3rd lap here. Nothing is determined just yet. No one's really put the gas on. But ever so slightly each lap, we gotta find ourselves where we're at. We gotta balance, you know, our mind with our reality. 69 seconds on that last lap for Garrett. And we have a group of, looks like 8 still in it. We got a challenger there on the curve, making his way to 3rd. And we're going to get a halfway split here for Garrett. 4:34. We're just off that 9-minute projection for him. 4:35.02 officially for Garrett.
Yeah, just a little shy, but I don't know that we're out of the 9-minute contention yet. You can see a little bit of a reverse split here that is possible. And in terms of just the evenness of the splits so far, they've gone 67, 69, 69, 68. So I think that we're still in the range that you would potentially be able to see something like that happen.
Yeah, and so far he's the only one that looks like is holding on to that pace, or maybe even putting his foot down just slightly more. The hardest thing is keeping composure in that the 5th and 6th laps, as we said, and maintaining rather than sort of letting the race kind of come back. So doing a great job so far. Now he's on his own. He has asserted himself, and he's going to be the one to challenge this if he wants it.
Yeah, about a 66 on that lap.
5:43 through the 2,000-meter split there. Dennison finds himself about 5 seconds back now, the former state champion from Kansas, but they're going to have to do some work there in the chase pack. Garrett looks really smooth still. His rhythm, his cadence just looks like he's out on a stroll.
Yeah, not near as affected as those earlier heats by the wind.
This is the type of winning time moment for Garrett as he pushes forward. Park Hill South, a high school senior. Garrett's committed to Drake University, so heading out to Des Moines next year. It's for a 9:14 already this season for 32. That was in March. And he has a 4:13 mile on his record from March at the Texas Distance Festival earlier this season. Certainly gets harder when you're by yourself, and really the only incentive you have is sort of your mind, trying to push you forward, trying to get that new PB. Looks like the chase pack is closing just slightly here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you were saying. The chase pack has people to run with, which is helpful at this point in the race.
And we're at the bell lap, just around 8 minutes flat for Garrett. Can he pull off a sub 60 in this weather on this day here at the Kansas City Relays? He's going for it. Look at his stride right now. I think he's opening up. Now he's 10 seconds in front of the next closest guy, so this is his race and his race alone. Gonna look at him on the backstretch here. About 200 meters to go. He's at 8:35. I don't think that's quite in the window, but he's gonna, regardless, have a really, really great performance here.
Yeah, definitely still potential for PR territory. His seed time's 9:14.
No doubt, no doubt. I think he's going to smash that. So we got Thomas Garrett of Park Hill South, Riverside, Missouri, really crushing it. This entire race starts to open up toward the home stretch, and going to go into the finish line here with a brilliant performance and a new PR.
65 seconds on that last lap.
Not a bad close for him. 9:06 officially for Thomas Garrett.
Denniston closed hard too, 61.
Well, that's going to be the fastest final lap of anybody in this field. Now, he can go back and look at his race and think, where did I go better? But he can't get any better than that. 61 is a great finish for him. Got results on the board here, so check out all these performers here in the 32. Lee Butler 9:15, Nathaniel Abelak 9:17, Bryce Allen 9:18.
All right, next up on the track we've got our 100-meter hurdle for the girls.
So we're going to take a quick break as the staff gets ready for the next event on the track, which is going to be the girls 100-meter hurdles.
That was Brody Dennison of Holcomb was your runner-up in the boys 3,200-meter run. Got a 1 second PR for him as well. And Leo Butler rounds out your top three in the boys 3,200-meter run with a big PR. He came in with best of 9:26.20, going home with a 9:15.66 in these windy conditions. Next up on the track, we've got the girls 100-meter hurdles here.
Guys, what's happening? All right, we are getting closer to the start of the girls 100-meter hurdles. Four sections of the girls' hurdles here. And girl high hurdles, 30 inches high. Bearings against her one per instant race here. Higher than 33 inches. We have really fast performers in that fast section. So 1450 from Isla Al-Futudis in Heat 4. Laney Dollar, 1488 PR there. Look to see how fast we can get to those 14s. Looks like we're close to starting first section here. Lane 2, we have McKenna Stewart of Elizabeth. In 3, we have Brianna Batchelor of Summit Christian Academy. In 4, we have Brianna Adams of Blue Springs South. In 5, Leah Basic Purdy of Blue Springs South. 6, Bella Browning of Cleaver. And Brooklyn Miller in 7 from Elizabeth.
Timers appear to be ready, Mr. Starter. Pause.
Brianna and Leah both practice and train here every day, Blue Springs South. So they'll be the most familiar with the track. And naturally the hurdles too, you probably hit them every day, you know?
Yeah, going through just on the home track is always nice to have, especially when there's, you know, equipment and things like that. I mean, generally for a lot of runners, especially on the distance side where you don't even have blocks, it's kind of the same. But once you get to any kind of equipment, whether that's blocks or having your shot put ring or hurdles, it's nice to have a little bit of familiarity.
100%.
And I wouldn't be surprised if every girl in this heat has already competed here before.
All right, this is heat 1 of 4.
And we're out. It looks like Leah Basic Purdy in 5. Up to a strong start. Trying to hold off her teammate, Brianna.
This is Leah Basic Purdy of Blue Springs South leading the way.
It's going to be Leah Basic Purdy taking this heat. $17.41 for Leah Basic Purdy. 3.8 wind, Matt. Finally got a wind reading here. That's a little high, but love to see it.
Yeah, is it 2.5? I think is the technically is it 2.0 is wind legal?
2.0 is wind legal. Yeah. Don't tell that to Texas, where their average wind rating is about 4 or 5. All right, next up, Heat 2. Mallory Schreiner of Blue Springs South in 1. Grace Shields of Summit Christian Academy in 2. Taylor Riggle of Elizabethtown in 3. Gabrielle Allen of Park Hill in 4. Olivia Compton of Cleaver in 5. Avery Harmon, Lutheran 6. Hadley Pierce, Farmington 7. And Haley Manick of Elizabeth in 8. And we're off. Girls hurdles up there in lane 3. Taylor Riggle running well until Olivia Compton starts striding forward for the final hurdles. Hits the last one. Oh, did she get past the finish line? That's the question. Gabrielle Allen of Park Hill, 16.57 for the win here, followed by Grace Shields, 16.60. Riggle, 17.06 for third.
Just a reminder, top 3 finishers in each event can pick up their awards at the 50-yard
Looks like that heat was just barely wind legal.
Got some awards for the top 3 finishers.
What's the win there? What was the win there?
2.0.
Oh. It's very odd. I mean, obviously, wind is never a constant, but it always is odd to me when a wind goes from like 1.8 to 3.3 or, you know, a 5 to a 3. All right, heat 3 of 4. We have Sakira Williams of St. Teresa's Academy, Casey Stoll of Maryville, Adeline Henkel of Liberty North, Ainsley Park of Liberty North,
Briley Ackland of Maryville, Emmy Easterwood of Owasso, Miley Amy of Maryville, and Micah Holden of Joplin. We're down on our blocks. And we're off. Lane 4 and 5 out to strong start. Looks like Briley Ackland looking strong with that lead leg over the hurdle. She's got a clear last two, and she's got the win. Oh, lane 1 actually looked really good there in the final stretch. And that is Briley Ackland, 15.48 for the win. Sakira Williams, and then lane 1 from St. Teresa's really had a strong final hurdles. Couple hurdles there, 15.58 for second.
Yeah, really smooth race there from Ackland, and honestly, with a plus 5.6 wind reading, it's not always easy because hurdles is such a rhythm event that having a tailwind isn't always a good thing, especially if it's that strong. It can kind of throw off your steps. So it was good to see a clean race there.
I haven't gotten under 15 yet, but this could be the magic heat. We got fourth and final heat coming up for us. Lane 1, we got Lily O'Brien of Liberty, Hazel Perrette of Farmington, Addie Benninghoff of Platte County, Isla Alfutis of Helios Catholic, Lainey Dollar of Bentonville, Nikki Frank of Helios Catholic, Leah Polly of Helios Catholic, and Elsie Willis of Carthage. Top time entering today, Isla Alfutis, 14.50. And we're off and away. It's like we might be missing Alfutis, but we have lane 4. Oh, maybe that is her. Oh, she's rolling.
Yeah, she flew over that last hurdle. She was ready to roll.
14.78 for Alfutis of Helios Catholic with a 2.1 tailwind just off the legal mark. And Helios Catholic won 1, 2, 3 in that race. Alfutis, Nikki Frank, and Leah Polly, her teammates, followed suit.
Yeah, looks like a successful trip for Helios. They're out of Jeff City, Missouri.
How far is that? Is that close by?
It's about 2 hours to the east. It's right in the middle of the state. Capital city of Missouri, in fact.
See, I haven't studied my capitals in a while, so that would have bypassed me. All right. Heat 1 of the boys 110s. We got 6 sections in front of us. Looks like we got 4 athletes in the first heat. Carter O'Connor of Bishop Miage, Bridger Brinkworth of Elizabeth, Abraham Garcia, Bishop Miage, and Zach Carnegie of Bishop Miage.
Hurdle crew, back to blue, up 2 on
Boys high hurdles 39 inches compared to the girls 33. I think the small details like that, which get overlooked sometimes, hurdle height changes and varies from high school to even college and international levels.
Yeah, the 110 hurdles, I think, is one of the more dramatic ones just because of the changes as you move up. Because it starts, middle school boys are at 36, I believe, and then they move up to 39 in high school, and then 42 for college and pro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Looks like the hurdles are just about set here.
Excited to see just what the final heat here can offer here. It looks like we got a seat time of 13.98 from runner from Creighton. Not bad.
Yeah, looks like there's a Kansas 1A state champ there in that last heat as well.
Where are the state championships? Is it in Lawrence?
So everything for Kansas is in Wichita. They'll do all 6 classes together, and yeah, Wichita State they've hosted for pretty much forever at this point. But yeah, the state championships in Kansas were in flux there for a little bit. They've done some pretty serious renovations to the stadium down there at Wichita State. So this is year 2 of 3 of their renovation process. But
New bleachers, or what are they
so
doing?
they switched out the visitor bleachers last year. They're switching out the track this year, and then the home bleachers next year.
Putting Mundo down? Mundo?
Oh, probably.
Surface?
Their surface is going to be brand new. It's not even put in yet. So in the next month or so, they'll have the whole thing surfaced. But I'm not 100% sure what it's going to look like. But I imagine they'll do a good job with it.
Yeah, the Tom Jones Invitational is going on right now in Gainesville and University of Florida. That's where that's at. They have an incredible facility with Mondo surface. So naturally, times are always very fast for the sprinters. All right, we're getting closer here to the start of the boys 110s. We have 3 athletes out here in lanes. It's like in 4, 5, and 6. That's Brinkworth, Garcia, and Carnegie.
Yeah, Carnegie on the outside lane there. He comes in with no seed time. So welcome to the hurdles for Bishop Miege's Zach Carnegie.
Watch him go 13 seconds here. All righty. They're in 5. Garcia winning until the final hurdle. Comes down to a lean. Our guy Carnegie was in fact learning the hurdles, but looks like an athlete, so might have a
He was
future there.
pretty clean through most of the race. I think he only knocked over 1 before that last little tumble there at the end.
Promising start there. Section 2 here of the boys 110 hurdles. Jonah Knight, Maratha Academy, Clay Twiddell of Farmington, Maximus Pierce of Elizabeth, Langston Humphrey of Rockhurst, Max Ortiz of St. Michael the Archangel. Down in our blacks, clean start here in the hurdles. Twiddell running well until Humphrey makes a late push in lane 5. Humphrey takes the win in 17.32, followed by Twiddell 17.57. .5 meters per second wind on that race. Section 3 preparing. Right now we got Elijah Lucati, Liberty North in 1, Jack Stratemeyer in 2, Tyson Clark in 3, Nicholas Baez in 4, Dominique King in 5, Zachary Leaks in 6, Andre Young in 7, and Jackson Breimer in 8. Pretty good tailwinds so far in the sprint races.
Yeah, the two in the middle, lanes 4 and 5 from Lincoln College Prep, they're obviously the top seed times in this one, but Lincoln College, the university there in Jeff City, they do a really good job with their sprints and hurdles. So I would imagine that the high school program does as well.
Oh, got a little movement at the gun. I don't think we're in the business of red cards here. Is it a red card? It's a red card, right?
Should be, yeah. Unless there was a click for the gun or something, then it's a green for the field.
If it's not a postseason, I don't see the reason to DQ anybody off the starting line. And you see in different meets, it's like officials have different, I think, opinions about what determines one and what doesn't.
Yeah, the tolerance definitely varies.
Yeah. We are away here in a full field, the 110s. The track. King. That might be Baez actually out in front. Matt, you were right on the mark there. It's like Baez 15.79 to take the win here.
Yeah, he stumbled a little bit over that first hurdle, but then after that it was smooth sailing there for Baez. And those are kind of hard to recover from, because in the hurdles, once you kind of lose that rhythm, it's hard to regather it. So that's why that first hurdle is so important. But Baez able to recover and take the win in that heat.
Just a couple more sections remaining here in the 110s. We have our fifth one up, Arthur Lucas and Cabot in 1, Quasi Pryor in 2, Alexander Hamilton in 3, Cage Kirkpatrick in 4, Skylar Jones in 5, Marianne Peterson in 6, Tyler Markle in 7, Eli Freeland in 8. We might have a couple scratches here, so we will try to figure that out.
Yeah, looks like a couple of them still taking the sweats off.
Until the final second. I think that might be Markle in 7, might be a scratch. And Hamilton in 3.
Looks
Oh,
like
no.
Hamilton's here. Pryor might not be, though, in lane 2.
Oh, Hamilton's getting some thoughts from the official. Alrighty. Alrighty, we're down on our blacks. Ready to go. And we're off here in the section. Kirkpatrick in 4.
Damn, Katie!
1561 for the win. Cage Kirkpatrick of Green Valley. 3-0 wind. Markle from Coronado 1585 and Freeland from Cleaver 1592 for second and third.
Starting to see those times start to drop a little bit. Here we go, heat by heat. Under 16 now.
Could get a 14 in this section. We've got 2 more left.
Yeah. A couple of Maryville spoof hounds in this heat.
Is-
One of the more fun mascots in the country.
What is a spoof hound?
That's a great question. Some kind of dog. I don't know. I spent 2 years in Maryville. That's where Northwest Missouri State is at. That's where I went to grad school. And they love the spoof hounds, but I'm not sure they could tell you exactly what they are.
I might have to Google it after this heat. Timothy Wiseman of Summit Christian Academy in 1. Hayden Gomez of Joplin in 2. Looks like we've got a scratch in 3. Isaiah Thom in 4. Tristan Palagui in 5. Sadler Vio in 6. Aiden Huff in 7. Maybe Aiden might be a scratch. We got Caden Amy in 8. And we're off. See if the spoof hounds can really do some work in this heat. Lane 2, running well. It's Gomez. Gonna be fight to the line there.
Couple in the 14s, like you said.
Gomez takes the win 14-8-7 in the heat, followed by Thom 14-9-2, both from Joplin. As you can see, they were celebrating a little bit as teammates afterwards. Sadler Vio of Maryville 15-2-1. All right, final heat in the 110s. See, we got Brody Ramsey of Lee Summit West in 1, Landon Schmitz of Axtell in 2, Ethan Locks of Creighton Prep in 4, Patrick Slack of Poplar Bluff in 5, Cooper Cranston of Holcomb in 6, Carson Furzal of Creighton Prep in 7, Quade Edwards of Helios Catholic in 8. Talked about this. Ethan Locks under 14 seconds as a seed. Time a season best was 13.98.
Yeah, I keep an eye on Landon Schmitz in lane 2 as well. Comes from a small town 1A school in Kansas and probably doesn't get a lot of competition. I think he might be a multi-time state champion from 1A. So put him against some competition. We'll see what happens.
What's the school size of a 1A?
So I believe Axtell's track team has 7 kids. So it's pretty small. I think the graduating class for them is somewhere between 10 and 15.
Graduating class.
Yes.
Wow, so he's probably a do-everything type.
Oh yeah, Axtell is a powerhouse in the 1A scene. I think they were state runner-up in football and they had a 60-game winning streak snapped, and he was an integral part of that as well.
Let's see what he can do in the final section of this 110-meter hurdles. Down in our blocks. And we are away. Locks in 4. You can really see the precision over the hurdles there. Gliding over like it's his step. And he's going to go close to as 14 as you can get. 14.19 for Ethan Locks of Creighton Prep. 2.4 meters per second wind. Cranston in second. Verzal in third.
Hurdles can be dropped all the way to the lowest peg. Pull to the side.
Looks like Schmidt's in third, 14.78. So that's a good performance for those guys.
Yeah, it was indeed. I think that's a PR for Schmitz as well, and pretty solid for that second place runner from Holcomb as well.
We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with the boys and girls 200 meters.
200 in 6 minutes. Girls 200 in 6 minutes. Girls, you can stage at the 200-meter starting line. And we'll roll to the boys 200-meter after that. Just a reminder, you can find all the live results at expresstiming.com. That's on athletic.net. If you're trying to follow the races at home, you can tell your friends and family, youtube.com at RunningLane is on YouTube.
heading into the next event here on track at the Kansas City Relays, which is girls 200 meters. 7 sections set for the track here. So we have lanes to Kendall Hay, Bluesburg South, Lee Love, Elizabethtown, and 3, Nelson, Woodwood, and 4. And Hadley Pierce Fund 5. Yard here in this field is the best time in this field is from Kendall Hay, Bluesburg South, for 23.
All right, a couple quick announcements. We do now have the former world record holder, Olympic silver medalist, Jim Ryan, in the house now. So at the south end of the stadium, underneath the running lane tent, near the concession area, along with athletes check in. Jim Ryan and family are here. He'd love to speak with you, so please go talk to Mr. Jim Ryan on the south end of the stadium if you have a few moments. Latest moments away from the girls' 200 meters.
Start of the girls 200 meters here. Hay, Love, Nelson, and Pierce. 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're off here.
All right, one of 7 of the girls 200 meter dash.
That's PR. 28 seconds. Now she's rolling through this 200 meter section, pulling away from the field entirely, going to the arms. Everyone's out of the frame. Going to be Hay with a new PR. 27.13. That's a great time for Hay, the high school junior from Blue Springs South. Next up on the track, section 2 of 7 in the girls 200. We have Sarah Parrott of Farmington in 1, Sophie McCants of Summit Christian Academy in 2, Gabriella Coppage of Pembroke Hill in 3, Madeline Gould, Elizabeth in 4, and Wood Morrisburg in 5, Leah Almquist, Elizabeth in 6. Second faster on our C times here, as A just indicated.
sprinters tend to want to have warm weather so their muscles and their body can acclimate, get activated pretty quickly. Not that warm yet, but we got a decent day here, and we're off in section 2. Lane 3 Coppage of Pembroke Hill. Running well, but that's Almquist at 7 pulling away over the straightaway here. Leah Almquist of Elizabeth, edge of the finish. The winning time in this heat, 27:10 for Leah Almquist of Elizabeth.
That was Leah Almquist of Elizabeth there with a big new personal best. 28.82 was the best coming in. 27.10. Indicated finish time there. Over a second personal best for her.
Section of the 200. Lane Carmen of Warrensburg at 1, Anderson Upton, Lewisburg South at 3, Delaney Holmes, Lewisburg South at 5, Morgan Holmberg of Warrensburg at 6, Callie Henny of Lewisburg South at 8. Season best time entering this field is 27.59 from Delaney Holmes of Lewisburg South. Outside there, Henny running well on the curve. Henny's going to come in with the lead there. That forward lean. She's running extremely well on the outside. Will her teammate get her in the end though? That's Holmes on the lane 5. It might be Holmes there in 5 with the win. 27.28 for Delaney Holmes, legal 1.5 wins, just a freshman from Lewisburg South.
New ER for her there, Delaney Holmes.
Callie Henny, teammate 27.4 for the second, Ace Upton, also there for third. Section 4 of 7. We have Lindsay Word of Lewisburg South in 1, Taylor Griggle of Elizabeth 2, Camber Kinnard of Great Valley 3, Destiny Robinson of Farmington 4, Summit Christian Academy Paris Newton in 5, Maddie Daniel of Lincoln College Prep in 6. Up. And we're off. Section 4 of 7. Even on the curve. It's like lane 5 running into the lead here into the straightaway.
Paris Newton of Summit Christian in lane 5, leading the way, 50 meters to go for her.
Newton looking extremely strong over the final meters here. She can win the heat. Newton comes to the line with fastest time so far, 26.9, followed by Hermione Daniel of Lincoln College Prep, 26.2. That's the Robinson Farmington third, 27.1. Section 5 of 7 in the girls 200 meters here at the Kansas City Relays. Shauna Johnson in 1 of Warrensburg, Tatiana Hamilton of Liberty North 2,
Maja Hemming, Lincoln College Pro 3, Ashley Johnson, Elizabeth 4, Riley Newman of Bruce Creek South 5, Mia Couch of Lincoln North 7, Gordon Frank of Ilias Catholic in 8. We're off here in the 5th section. Nearly full field. Mia Couch of Liberty North on that curve in lane 7. Running lead to see if she can hold on here. Couch came in with the PR of 26.57. Will she improve it? Looks like she will. Couch. 25.74. Legal 1.6 wind.
Personal best was 26.13.
It's a big PR for her. She is a senior. Ashley Johnson of Elizabeth in second, 26.5. Tatiana Hamilton of Wicked North, she was third, 26.6.
Coming down to the final 2 heats of the girls 200-meter run, 6 and 7.
Section 6 of 7 here in the girls 200 meters. We have Chloe Brown of Cabot in 1. Leah Polly of Ilias Catholic in 2. Alvia Hill of Raymar Kuehler in 3. Briley Strickland of Joplin in 4. Addison Grossenbacher of Lutheran in 5. Jade Bell of Park Hill in 6. Carson Clark of Wassa in 7. And Steven Well of Ilias Catholic in 8. Blocks and here off section 6 of 7 here. Full field. Grossenbacher in 5. Going away just slightly on the straightaway. It's going to be Grossenbacher into it. And into the finish line, you can see it. On the inside, that could be Polly. Grossenbacher, though, takes the win 25-68. Legal 0.9 win for Addison Grossenbacher of Kansas City. Leah Polly of Ilias Catholic, 25.7 for second. Chloe Brown of Cabot, 26.08 for
personal best for her. Quick reminder, we do have food in the house just behind the press booth, so if you're hungry, you can bite to eat. Go check out the food trucks. They're all in the upper parking lot just behind the press box. Coming up next on the track is heat 7 of 7 of the girls 200-meter run. Amari Morrison of Liberty holds the fastest time coming into this section. 24.49
7 of 7 sections here at the Kansas City Relays. We have the fastest heat on the books here. Lauren Wright of Staley in 1, Keegan Ford Penny 2, Isla Alfutis, Ilias Catholic 3, Mari Morrison 4, Liberty, Ainsley Park, Liberty North, Amaya Gaskin, Liberty 6, Lacey Martin, Liberty North 7, Juan Messick, Liberty North 8. Here, final section.
All right, about 8 feet of the day is underway now, and they're coming up with 130 meters to go now. All girls are moving well. Layton has made up that stagger already. That's Warren Wright of
Just
Haley.
off the 100-meter hurdle victory. Trying to double back in 200. She's going to get a challenge there. by Gaskin, but it's going to be Alfutis at the finish line with the win. Second of the day,
24:49 for Isla there of Alliance
Isla
Catholic.
Alfutis, 2.7 meters per second.
New
So she got a
Missouri
little bit of a
number
tail
one.
in there, but altogether, really great performance. Today, Mike Gunner,
Liberty,
had one or two more events going on. Gaskin at Liberty, second, 24.76, and Tegan Ford of Penny in third,
And Tegan Ford of
25.6.
Penny there. New Missouri
We're gonna get set up for the boys 200, then we'll be back in a quick second.
Round out your pile top 3 for the girls 200 meters. Next up on the track, we'll have the boys 200 meter run. Did want to share a note about Mr. Jim Ryan and his Jim Ryan Museum. He's inviting all the athletes that are here this weekend to join him at the Jim Ryan Running Camp at July 11th through the 16th or July 19th through the 24th in Colorado Springs, Colorado. All RunningLane Kansas City Relay athletes will receive a discount if you register using the code. Discount code is KC Relays, all caps. KC Relays for discounts to the Jim Ryan Running Camp. That's this summer, July 11th through the 16th or July 19th through the 24th. We do need a trainer to the finish line, please.
All right, we're back for heats of the boys 200 meters. We have 10 of them in store. First heat coming up in just a second. top 10 in the boys 200 here at the Kansas City Relays. Cook, Brickworth, Emch, and Pierce.
All right, this is 1 of 10.
Moore Banfield in heat 1, and they're all even through the curve. See if anybody can pull away. Looks like Pierce might be the candidate.
Accurate, yes, the UK Metro Academy. The line together. 24, that is there.
147 for Jesse Emps of KC Metro Academy. 4.1 wind. Takes the win in heat. Heat 2, we have Kessler Taylor of Summit Christian Academy. Colton Wilson of Elizabeth. Ronan Lundgren of Elizabeth. Isaac Fripp of Farmington. Bryce Coffey of Elizabeth. Galen Douglas of Elizabeth. Ryker Atkins of Elizabeth. And Grayson of Elizabeth. Very Elizabeth-oriented field here in 2. Rob here in heat 2. Atkins in 7 in the lead. Chased by his teammates now. Coffee.
Bryce Coffey is Elizabeth in the lead here.
Coffee. Takes the heat.
Big personal best for him. Hayden Douglas also of Elizabeth with another personal best. 4:37.
Cal Douglas and Riker Atkins, both Elizabeth, 2nd and 3rd, respectively.
Everybody came in with a personal best 24:81, 24:19, win legal.
Heat 3 and 10, boys 200. We have Blade Twiddell in 2, Colton Nolan in 5, Dylan Connor in 6, Zachary Leask in 7, Braden Richardson in 8. Top time from the field here is Connor's 2.8. Nolan, Liberty. Well. Nolan takes the win. 23-5-8 for Colin Holt. Nolan.
Colton Nolan in the Liberty, 46-4.
Major Taylor.
Great, with well. Second, 23:89 in 3.
Ten boys, 200 here at Kansas City Relays. We have Tice Chris Jr. of Lincoln Town, 1. Colin Wolf, Coronado, 3. Rory Capstack, Championship 4. David Yoder, 5. Lutheran, Brett Flood of Cleaver, 6. Ray Cooper of Farmington, 7. Top seat time in this field. Yoder's 23.84. Here in section 4. Inside, Capstack, Shawnee Mission East, running well. And Carter Moore, Blue Springs, catch him. Gonna be, oh, he leaned at the wrong line.
Rory Capstack,
23.83 of Shawnee Mission East, takes the win there. In section 4, Margaret Moore for Farmington, second, 24.03. Moore, Blue Springs South, 24.24.
Time right now, the boys 200 meter dash, 23.4.
P5 of 10 up next here. Kansas City Relays. We have Andrew Haynes and Cabot 1, Jaden Francis and Elizabeth at 2, Lucas Peoples and Cleaver at 3, Elijah Hensley and Phil at 4, Chase Jelly and Shawnee Mission East at 5, Kendall Wright and Farmington at 6, Easton Gerster and Farmington at 7, Keon, Hebert and Liz Millscraft at 8. here in section 5. Off the curve, strong running from Kendall Wright, Farmington, but he's going to get calmed down by Jelly, Shawnee Mission East. Jelly, really strong running there on the final 50 meters. 22.87, just above the allowable wind limit of 2.1 for Chase Jelly of Shawnee Mission East. Lucas Peebles of Cleaver in second, 23.55. Kendall Wright of Farmington, 23.58 for third. Section 6 and 10 here. Kansas City Relays. We have Cummings, North Platte in lane 1, Burke, Gasson, Rockperson 2, Dylan Coleman of Farmington in 3, Justice Grenier 4, Casey Mitchell Academy, Max Maelstrom, Helios Catholic 5, Timothy Wiseman, Summit Christian Academy 6, Oliver Laskowski, Helios Catholic 7, Max Sullivan, Shawnee Mission East. That's the seat time here. 23.08 from Maelstrom. Just got in sub 23. So we can replicate that here. In the section, even through the curve. Maelstrom not facing a deficit. Laskowski and Sullivan running well on the outside. Sullivan might take this race from lane 8. Looks like Sullivan did take it from lane 8. 22.57 ends up being the winner in the section. Laskowski of Helios Catholic, 22.74. Maelstrom, 22.92.
And that also applies to 22.92.
Section 7 of 10 here in the boys 200 meters. Cohen Stanky of Elizabeth with 1. Emery Wozniak of Staley in 2. Kingston Wade Kennedy of Poplar Bluff in 3. Deaton in 4. Campbell in 5. Steve in 6. King in 7. And Marchese in 8. Steve running well. Pulling away though, that's Campbell in 5. See if he can keep this on his name. That's tight from Wazak as well.
It is Isaac Campbell, though. Lincoln College
Campbell of Lincoln College Prep wins the heat 22-2-0. Wazak of Staley 22-6 for second, and Marchese third from St. Michael Archangel 22-5-7.
College Prep. Isaac now holds the fastest time of the day in the boys 200 meters, 22-20. As we round into our final 3 heats for boys 200 meter dash. Just a reminder, food vendors up behind the press box, so please check out our food vendors. We've got lots of options for you, so be sure to check out the food vendors. Also, the second stand on the south end of the stadium is open as well, along with the legendary Jim Ryan visiting with athletes all day long. So if you'd like to go meet the legendary Jim Ryan, former world record holder, Olympic silver medalist, Jim Ryan on the south end of the campus underneath the Running Lane.
Down lower blacks for 8 of 10. We have Xavier Jones in 1, Benjamin Hayes in 2, Javier Frankie in 3, Sheldon Smith in 4, Peyton Tapfield in 5, and Roger Trent Sims in 7. And we're off here in 7. That looks like Sims off to a great start. Got progressively faster in each of the heats, and now really cranking it up.
22:39 in the heat.
Frankie battling it with Hatfield in 5.
50 meters to go. Here we got a
Close
great
to
one
the
going.
line. Hayes and Rockhurst also running well. That might be Hayes who took it. Benjamin Hayes of Rockhurst. Wind legal 1.0 meters per second wind, 22.51 for the win. Peyton Hatfield of East Summit ran 22.57, and Javier Frankie of East Summit third, 22.66.
Girls 4x8, you need to be making your final preparation. Stage usually start finish line here shortly. Girls 4x8 next up on the track.
All right, heat 9 and 10, boys 200 here at the Kansas City Relays. Samuel Way of Kearney in lane 1, Avery McVeigh of Holcomb 2, Adeboye Conde in Platte County in 3, Seth Johnson of Warrensburg in 4, Cruz Villegas of Warrensburg in 5, John Collins of Liberty North in 6, Josh Parker of Farmington in 7, Blake Thomas of Rockhurst in 8. Full field here in heat 9 of 10. The top seed time in this field, 22.17 from Cruz Villegas. underway here in the 200.
9:10 underway now. The boys 200-meter dash.
Even was like
Very
McCarthy
even with 100 to
straight
go
away,
here.
had a good curve.
Avery McVeigh and Holcomb out to the
Stand
right
Vinny
edge.
two.
I think that's on to the Warrensburg with a late
Vegas late in
third.
the race. Might have taken the win. And
That's
that
Bruce
is
Villegas of Warrensburg,
Vegas
22:08.
of Warrensburg,
Takes the
22:08.
9 win. Samuel Way of Kearney, 22:20.
Samuel Way of Kearney, 22:20. Adeboye Akande, Platte County in third, 22:20. One more heat remaining in the boys 200 here at the Kansas City Relays.
That's the new Missouri number 20 there for Bruce Villegas of Warrensburg, 22:08. Final lead of the day for the boys 200-meter dash. In lane 1, we got David Brown,
Boys
on the
200
west.
meter
Lane 2,
fast
Ty
heat, the
Christopher,
final,
Platte
as they would
County.
say.
Lane 3,
Jacob
Chris
Taylor
Garrett,
Brown of East
west.
Summit West is in 1. Ty Christopher of Platte County is in 2. Chris Harris of
Lane
East
5,
Summit West is
Tyler
in
Bush,
3.
Creighton
Harrison
Prep
Perkins
Boys.
of East Summit West is in 4.
Lane 6, Maury
Silas
Franklin,
Bush
East
of
Summit
Creighton
West.
Prep School
Lane
is
7,
5.
John
D.
Johnson,
Moray
Poplar Bluff.
Franklin of East Summit
And
West
rounding
is
out
in
the
6.
final lead,
Kenyon Johnson, Poplar
Matthew
Bluff
Edge
is
of
in 7.
Clever.
Matthew Edge of Big was in 8. Have our sub-22 seed times in this field, led by Silas Bush of Creighton. He's run 21.59. Franklin's run 21.6. Harrison Perkins, I'm mistaken actually, from Lee Summit West has run 21.3. We've gotten some, pretty healthy wins so far on our runs, so more than likely we might get some tailwind here. Let's just see what we can do with that effort. Perkins in 4 and Bush in 5 are the two guys to watch with really good times, 21.3 and 21.5. And we are away.
All right, final heat of the
Last
day. The
section
boys
of the
200 is
on the
underway
top
now.
side. In 9, in 8, looks like
With Perkins
Jones
under
is
22.
just trying to make up the stagger on the curve, but here comes
Perkins in lane
Perkins in
4, trying to run away
fourth.
with his big 30 to go for
Right
him.
away in the final section, Perkins.
21-14 there for Harrison Perkins.
Harrison Perkins of
What a run by him. Maury Franklin,
21-58. Isn't one to go when it's a fast time. He's going to live with that in a great way. 2100 over Harrison Perkins. D. Murray Franklin, his teammate, 21-68. Silas Bush, Creighton, 21-8.
FDNCR there for Harrison Perkins,
Great performances all
21-35.
around. 4 guys from under 22. Ty Griffin
That's
for
US
Platte
number
County.
66 in the boys 200-meter dash.
We're going to take a quick break.
Slight break here in the action for a couple minutes. We're going to get girls 4x8 on the track just yet. Girls be ready for the 4x8 and on the track.
One heat of the girls 4x8, followed by the boys 4x8. And then we have a series of SMRs. We got a mile relay coming up at 2:30 to watch out for before we get into the great distance races later in the day. So stay tuned for us. We'll be back and we'll have more coverage from Kansas City Relays.
Next up on the track is going to be the girls 4x8. This could be a very exciting race. We've got several teams here, all with 9:30 best or better. You have Owasso with a 9:18 time, Pennsville comes in with a 9:18.40, Blue Spring South with a 9:20.04, Lee Summit West 9:20.26, Liberty with a 9:20.92. 5 teams all within 2 one another in the girls 4x8. We've got 9 teams with speed times under 10 minutes. And 3 more within striking distance of that 10-minute barrier in the girls 4x8. Coaches, the moment you've all been waiting for is Coaches Hospitality is now open. The room B14 behind the Coaches Hospitality. The lunch area B14 for Coaches Hospitality is now available.
My timer ready? Timer ready? On your mark.
Previously, we've got 9 teams under 10 minutes in this field. In this back field, we've got 3 more, all just over the 10-minute barrier.
4x8 girls. Quite the roster here. We've got Owasso out of Oklahoma. They're the top seed time, not by much. Bentonville out of Arkansas. Also, they're both there at 9-8. District South is in this as well, along with East Side West, Liberty, St. Teresa's, Shawnee Mission East, Liberty North, Kearney, Missouri, East Summit, Farmington, Helios Catholic, Maranatha Academy, Northern Heights, Joplin, Farmington, St. Joseph Christian, Cover, Elizabeth, Pratt. So that's your
St. Joyce Academy, Maranatha Academy, running shoulder to shoulder early in the first lap, but St. Teresa Town opened up a gap on the rest of the field. They went through in 7 seconds, so just over 2:20 pace. And this first leg is the 4x8 run. This is St. Teresa's show as we come into the first exchange for the girls 4x8.
Roster listed. First exchange that season is
Academy there is going to have the exchange 22202. The 22434 split. Maranatha Academy back and forth in the 22561 split. Academy now starting to open up again here on the second lap of the second leg. Johnny Dickens in second right now. Coming west, third. Followed up by Maranatha Academy in fourth. Second exchange here. 4x8. 4 on the clock at the exchange.
Good job, Data.
There is second count. Big second leg there for St. Teresa's Academy. Got a 219, 218 split for her. Of the third leg here for St. Teresa's Academy still leads the way, and the 15 years back coming west. James, 2 laps to go. Johnny Mission is now back. Coming up on the bell lap here for St. Teresa's Academy. 8:12 on the clock with 1 lap to go for St. Teresa's Academy. Johnny Mission in second. 5 minutes back.
Big arm, Henry! Come on, come on! Everything!
200 meters to go for our leader, St. Teresa's Academy. 8:53 on the clock right now. St. Teresa's came in with a seat time of 9:30. Looks like they're going to beat that. 9:13 on the clock. Let's keep an eye on it. St. Teresa's Academy is going to be your girls 4x800 meter champion. 9:21.31. Ended with a 9:30 fast. Seated in 6th position. Big run for St. Teresa's Academy. Waka moves up big in their final leg, jumping up into second place, 9:32.89. Johnny Mission finishing third with a 39.29. And Blue Spring South in fourth, 9:41.22. Lee Summit West, 9:55.33. In fifth, in sixth, Alliance Catholic, 10:02.46. In seventh, Farmington, 10:94. Reminder to athletes on the infield, we don't mind you warming up and cooling down on the infield. But please, if you're not actively cooling down on the infield, it is not a hang-out area. Traffic on the infield to a minimum if at all possible. Just a reminder, we do have containers behind the press box. Check those out. Jim Ryan, of course, is on the south end of the stadium. Discount to his summer running camp in July. Be sure to go see the Jim Ryan, the legendary Jim Ryan, in the south end of the stadium. Next up on the track, we've got the boys 4x800 meter run. There in this number one, we've got Blue Spring South. Run up speed time of 7:43.46. Lee Summit West, right number 2, 7:44.74. Right number 3, Parkersville South, 7:46.83. Number 4, Livermore, 7:55. Ring number 5, Alliance County, 7:55. Ring number 6, Liberty, 7:58.49.
Central St. Joseph.
8:01.98 is St. Joseph. Ring number 7. Ring number 8, Collins Brett with an 8:05.15.
On your marks.
I'm running now boys 4x800.
Yeah. Oh, like these yours. Sure.
Check on this leader here pretty soon once they come around. South.
Yes.
On the west of that. That's what's going south. Okay, we've got a second leg going here, and this is Blue Springs South in the lead. Summit West isn't ready to give this up yet. Right on the shoulder of Blue Springs South. We've got 6 teams still under that 8-minute pace. And here on the backstretch, we've got another move there from Lee Summit West. Blue Springs South trying to put another gear on here, and we'll see how this thing plays out. Second leg has been an exciting one here. And this is going to be Blue Springs South at the exchange. Lee Summit West is right there with them. They're going to hand off side by side. And that looks to be Farmington there in third. They're about 20 meters back at the moment.
Test, 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 test. All right, this is Blue Springs South and Lee Summit West. Running 1-2 right now.
So Blue Springs South and Lee Summit West still 1-2. And both of them are very much so under that 8-minute pace, which would be 2 flat per leg.
And boys 4x8 on the middle run really opened up a lead on the rest of the field as Farmington back in third.
So 3 laps to go here in the race. It has been Blue Springs South and Lee Summit West 1 and 2 pretty much the whole way. But the Jags are starting to open up a little bit of a lead here, maybe about 10 meters.
All right,
if you can see those green cones, those are each spaced about 10 meters apart. So that'll help you kind of gauge what the distance is between these two teams. And heck of a close here for this third leg on Blue Springs South, because this is now about a 25-meter lead.
South of this third leg opened up a big gap now for his anchor.
Final exchange now for the Jags.
5:50 on the clock with 2 laps to go here. Anchor leg is off for Blue Springs.
They're going to have about a 30-meter lead on Lee Summit West, and we will see how this plays out. .155 on that third leg for Blue Springs South.
That was a big 156 split there for your third leg for Blue Springs South. Coming up with 500 to go now for Blue Springs South.
Very smooth looking here on that home stretch. A little bit of a tailwind on this side of the track.
6:45 on the clock with 1 to go here. Blue Springs South trying to run away with this thing on their home track.
Home team showing some muscle here. The lead is now up to 40 meters.
2:50 to go now for our leaders, Blue Springs South.
With 200 meters to go, they are looking pretty strong. Very, very much so in the range of a season best. They ran 7:52 earlier this year. And with 200 meters to go, they are well within that. So down the home stretch we go. 7:30 on the clock.
7:31 on the clock now. 80 meters to go. Blue Springs South on their home track. The boys 4x8.
And on their home turf, Blue Springs South will run 7:44 to go ahead and take that win there.
On their home track. 7:44.34.
And still a strong close there for Lee Summit West.
.51.88 for Lee Summit, finishing second in the boys 4x8. As Farmington and Liberty North battle to the finish line. 8:08.20 for Farmington, holding off a late surging Liberty North. 8:08.56.
Handful of teams still finishing up here. Top 2 teams in that one, Blue Springs South and Lee Summit West. Each of them got under 8 minutes. 744 for the Jags and 751 for Lee Summit West. Looks like all 17 teams have made it through, and we are moving on to the sprint medley relay. So this race is 200, 200, 400, 800 is the relay legs for this one. We will start with the girls. We've got 2 heats. Scheduled start time for the sprint medley is 12:39 local time, so that's going to be in about 5 minutes from now.
Athletes and coaches, you will need to move behind my arm where I'm pointing. You're going to have to move back into the out of the end zone. Correct.
All right, next up on the track is going to be the girls' 1,600 meter sprint medley relay. Scheduled to start at 12:39, so just a couple minutes away from that. Fans that don't know, haven't seen that being run, that's a 200, 200, 400, 800 order of events. Looking upwards. 200 meter legs, a 400 meter leg, and then wrap it up with an 800 meter leg. That is the girls' sprint medley at 12:39. Just a reminder, you can follow all the live action at expresstiming.com. All the live results are on Express Timing. You can also send a link to youtube.com at RunningLane for all the live action on the track. We send that to friends and family back home. Of course, all the races will be archived on YouTube as well. So you can go back and watch the races after the fact. Just a reminder, we do have concessions going behind the home side, behind the press box. So please patronize those food vendors. concession stand is open as well. Coaches hospitality is open as well. B14 across the street behind the press box. You're going to room B14 and show your coaching bracelet for coaches hospitality.
We are returning to the track here for the girls 1600 meter sprint medley relay, featuring 8 teams on the track. We have a 200, 200, 400, and 800. That is the lineup of distances run by the 4 relay members of each team. Platte County, Raymar Peculiar, Bentonville, Liberty, Lee's Summit West, Green Valley, North Platte, and Lee's Summit. Excited to see what this can bring. Obviously, we love the speed here at Running Lane.
Yeah, Sprint Medley is always a fun event. The race isn't super common. You don't see it at a lot of meets except for these bigger ones. So a lot of teams don't really know what it's going to turn out to be like. So seed times are always kind of all over the board. But generally, if you're familiar with 4x4 times, it's just slightly slower than a 4x4. Same distance, of course.
Which seems kind of odd because you have 200s and 400s run at max speed. You know, I would tend to think that they might be a little faster than 4x4s, but you know, sometimes falls differently. So, but I do agree. The SMR is a seldomly run event, so you know, oftentimes you're going to get a lot of experience with these teams, but B, you might come away thinking, wow, we're pretty good at this. And, you know, because few teams run it statewide and nationally, you know, you end up having maybe some really good performances stand up nationwide sometimes.
All right, ladies, when you're ready, please stand in front of your blocks.
And often you get chaos in these types of events too, so always looking forward to that too.
Yeah, a lot of unique handoff zones, and not sure, like, if there's multiple handoff zones, there's also different spots to cut in, so a little bit of new territory for a lot of these teams.
All right, ladies, stand in front of your blocks. On your marks.
Looks like we have 5 teams on the line here, so we have 3 scratches. Bentonville, Liberty among them.
Set.
And we're getting going here in the girls 1600 meter sprint medley relay. You know, that runner on the outside always has to work a little bit harder to make sure they make up the stagger. So that is what she is doing right now. Got clean handoffs. And on the inside there, Raymore Peculiar starting to assert some control. Becoming their race. 2 legs in. Clean handoff. And the field has some work to do as Raymore Peculiar just starts powering forward.
Yeah, they're hammering down that back stretch.
Yeah, you really want to open up over the straightaways and try to float over these curves as much as you can. But it's Raymore Peculiar and everybody else here in the SMR. The real tell will be the 800, because even if these teams are facing a big deficit, really it can come back on the 800 if you have a really good leg. So, you know, it could change.
Yeah, that's always the tell with the medley relays. You essentially have 3 legs to give that anchor a head start. Generally with the medley, the last leg is the longest, and this one is twice as long as any other leg.
So this could be a fun race. So far, so good for Raymar Peculiar. You can almost hear the wind on the track as these athletes navigate the conditions. She's looking smooth down the backstretch.
One lap to go.
A little bit of a gap made up, potentially. But Raymar Peculiar still has about 50-meter gap on the rest of the field. Here's where it becomes difficult, though. She's tying up a little bit, as you can see, with her stride. That cadence shortening a little bit. So if there's any time to make up some distance, now would be the time. You can see she's really starting to tie up here.
Yeah, and really heading into the teeth of that wind right now. That first half of that back curve there is really where it's hitting you in the face the most.
And we'll see if she can hold on. It's going to be a fight of wills. You just got to get to the line at that point. But here comes the Sharks, reeling them in just a bit. But she herself, they're all sort of feeling the effects of an 800. Can we do it? Here will be the question.
Yeah, and Platt coming in from third. This could be interesting.
From nowhere to somewhere, they're going to steal this win in the SMR. On the you gotta control the inside. Oh, you gotta protect the inside lane. But that's high school racing for you. What a moment! What a performance! North Platte 4:23.16. Platte County 4:23.76 for second. Raymar Peculiar in third 4:27.90.
Closed a lot of ground there. I want to say the lead was close to 60 meters.
Yeah.
Just edged out there, 4:23.76.
That's what you come to see when you go to a relay competition.
The top 3 times to beat. One more section of this girls SMR up next.
All right, so that was the girls 1600-meter sprint medley relay. We're going to have the boys coming up at 12:58, so we got some time before we get back on the track. So we'll be back with you shortly. All right, we're back with you right now because it looks like we have one more girls heat on the track here in the sprint medley relay. Got 4 teams. Looks like we got, man, we got 2 here. Or do we have 3? Looks like we have 2.
Yeah, it looks like Blue Springs South and Elizabeth.
Okay. So a mano y mano face-off between the home team, Blue Springs South, and Elizabeth, which brought a big squad here to the Kansas City Relays. if the last heat was any indication, this could be fun. But oftentimes, like, you want a bigger field so you can work off of someone. You know, if you're by yourself in a relay, you know, it just becomes just sort of a testament to yourself.
Stand in front of your blocks.
Yeah, hopefully for these two teams, it stays pretty close.
On your mark.
Because all it takes is one other competitor to push you.
Set.
And we are off here in the second section of the sprint medley relay. Blue Springs South is in black. Elizabeth is in white. Got 200, 200, 400, and 800. Got our first handoff into the exchange zone. Blue Springs South knows this track inside and out. Running really well. Over the first stage here. Comes the second handoff. Official telling them to cut in. Elizabethtown's quarter miler looking pretty strong. We'll see if she can make up any ground on Blue Springs.
Yeah, as we saw in the last heat, anybody's race here with 60 meters of difference. Last heat, this one, we only got about 10 meters.
And now Blue Springs South tying up just a bit, opening the door for Elizabeth to make this a race heading into the 800-meter leg.
Yeah,
Did she lose her shoe? No. No. Very pink shoes. Looks like she lost a shoe maybe.
Great execution there from doing this with run. Really starting pretty strong and then kind of settling in there on the backstretch before really bringing it home.
Yeah, and then it just comes through that exchange even almost. So this is an 800 from the same starting point for the most part. So if I'm Elizabeth, I'm playing it safe probably, right, over the first lap here.
For sure, especially with the wind today. We've got probably another second or so if you can tuck in behind, and you'll feel pretty good coming out of that, especially where you can sit for probably 650 meters before you really have to put the hammer down and make that drive for home.
One would hope that that would be the case, but high school, just it's a learning process for everybody.
Oh yeah.
And we sometimes need to learn those lessons the hard way. But it looks like Elizabeth is really doing a good job just sort of blocking out the wind running behind Blue Springs here.
Elizabeth running on 1-2. 1 lap to go for these ladies.
So 1 more lap to go. Elizabeth doesn't want to wait any longer. Starts to make that move on Blue Springs, and if you're Blue Springs coach, you're telling that athlete, keep contact. Don't let her out of your sight.
Precisely. And the other thing that we kind of haven't been keeping in mind here is they are still running for the win. So 4:23 is the time out of the first heat that they need to beat. And I want to say they needed about a 70-second lap, so that could be pretty tough for these girls, but certainly within the realm of possibility.
Yeah. Still a race, 200 to go. I think they're both in it. Now it's just about what do you have left? You got to find a little bit more in the tank, and you just got to give it all you got. Blue Springs trailing, but for how long? Here comes the final push. from both runners. Blue Springs takes the lead on Elizabeth, who just does not have anything left. Executes 4:38.70 for Blue Springs in that race. Elizabeth 4:40. So you said the first heat was 4:23, so a little beyond that, but hey, we got 2 heats of this, so it's better than 1.
That's right.
All right, we're popping in immediately with the next round of SMRs on the boys' side. Looks like we have 2 heats of this race as well.
Just basic things on the entry times. It seems like we're putting the faster heat of the 2 first, which is a little bit backwards from what you would normally expect.
Maybe it's a weather thing. We want to race first. We're up first.
Yeah, and it certainly could just be that nobody truly knows because of how rare this race is.
Yeah. Well, the weather, let's make a little bit of a note here. It is up to 55 now. Sun is out. No issue with rain, but there is a bit of a wind kind of throughout. But, you know, this is probably as good as it's going to get today. Up through 4 o'clock, we're going to get maybe touch 60 degrees. And then as we get into the Jim Ryan Miles, which are, you know, the showcase events later in the day, we want to have optimal conditions for that.
Yeah, but if miles are set pretty much right around that sunset time frame, so generally wind starts to die down by that point in the day. But right now I would call it gusty. So yeah, there's a lot of variability. So you may get a lap down the backstretch where it's not that bad, and then you might get a lap where it's pretty rough.
That's the nature of outdoor sports.
I don't know any of the kids.
Beautiful facility here at Blue Springs South. I mean, you know, we're in a press box that was built in 2005. It looks tremendous, even 20 years later. Great stadium, tracks fast. Can't ask for anything better than this facility right now and the host here at Blue Springs South.
Yeah, you can't see it on the stream, but they've got a great warm-up area just across the far side of the track where they've got team camps. It's a full soccer field, so there's plenty of space for athletes to run around and get warm and head back over for the competition. So.
So we're almost ready for the start of the 1600 SMR here. Looks like we have 6 teams on the line. So that'll make it pretty interesting. Got to make sure of Kansas and Missouri teams on the docket here. Shawnee Mission East, a well-known Kansas program, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, fairly well known, especially in recent years on the distance side. Wyatt Hunt was a state record holder for the Lancers. And now I believe a steeplechaser for BYU. And it looks like they've consolidated down, so some of those scratches, they move those outside lanes in.
182 from the boys sprint medley. Boys sprint medley, final call here. As we're about to start. Girls 400 meters, heats 1 through 5, getting near the staging area.
Well, we'll see what kind of speed we can see from what we forecast from this group. Creighton Prep actually just featured a 200-meter runner, Silas Bush, in the 10th section of the 200. So I wonder if he's maybe taking part in this SMR. We're about to get started here. Shawnee Mission East, Creighton Prep School, Elizabeth, St. Michael the Archangel, Liberty, and Rockhurst. And we are away. First 200 here. Right there in lane 2, Creighton Prep running pretty efficiently on their opening leg. That did look like maybe Silas Bush on that opener. Got a battle here coming on the outside. Is that Rockhurst?
It is.
Rockhurst with the exchange, but they got to cut in.
Yeah, it looks like they do get that pole position there.
Followed by Creighton Prep.
Shawnee Mission East in there as well.
So it's going to be a tight race here in the 400. Every little second counts.
A lot of blue in the front.
Now, it's not how you go out in the 400, it's how you finish. It's a common misconception. I think, runners often go out way too hard and maybe don't always have the energy to finish the race, but we'll see what happens here. Rockhurst has dominated this leg so far.
Creighton Prep has a really good 400 leg here. He started fast, he's finishing fast.
Here comes the handoff. Potentially to watch out. You said Creighton in 3rd position right now?
Creighton is 2nd position.
Okay.
Shawnee Mission East in 3rd.
All right, well, there's a little bit of separation between all the first 5 teams by about 10 or so meters between each of them. So Rockhurst is trying to extend the gap as much as they can.
Rockhurst is a strong distance school, so they might have the advantage here. But of course, it's just one athlete on that 800 leg, so we shall see.
And you always hear the footsteps, right, when you're racing. So just have to be mindful of what's behind you. Creighton coming. Here comes the rest of the field. But here is where the race begins on the back stretch. Creighton chasing after Rockhurst in the sprint medley relay. I think closing now.
Yeah, ever so slightly.
This is where it's going to get really difficult. You just have to maintain that tempo and that cadence. And you got to bully your way, you know, on the track. And we're coming down to the straightaway here. Rockhurst still in control. You can see daylight, and now here he starts to open up again.
Shawnee Mission East actually making a run here for second.
Running well. Rockhurst takes the SMR victory, 3:36 unofficially, 3:36.78 on the clock. Shawnee Mission East, 3:39.56, followed by Creighton Prep. Just a mark over 3:40.
Top three, St. Michael the Archangel, 3:49.6.
That was a pretty good race from all involved.
We're going to have the girls 400-meter run.
But on paper, we got some faster teams. If they're here, that might be able to race up to that time.
Yeah, we saw they shuffled a couple teams around kind of in that first heat there. They had a couple that moved between heats. So we'll see exactly what the second heat looks like. But it seems like there's still a couple teams down there. Looks like I was wrong. We are moving on to the women's 400. Scheduled start time for that's 1:17 local time, so about 7 minutes away. So we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back for the girls 400s.
All right, ladies, stand in front of your blocks, please. On your mark. Set.
All right, we got 6 sections of the girls 400 ready to go here at Running Lane's Kansas City Relays. We got the first section up on the track right now. Got a big forward lean on the inside runner. Through 200 meters. That's Grace Kurtz of Christ Preparatory Academy.
Yeah, a couple of Christ Prep athletes leading the way in this one.
Hey, they're going to go even through the line. Grace Kurtz, 104.86, followed by Marie Kurtz, 105. Sisters in action.
Could be full heats the rest of the way here.
All right, ladies, when you're ready, stand in front of your blocks, please.
All right, next up, Heat 2 of 6. We got Maggie Brisk of Marentha Academy, Nyla Wood of Warrensburg, Brooklyn Flood of Cleaver, Sophia Cicero of Shawnee Mission East, Aurora Rice of St. Teresa's Academy, Izzy Hyde of Bishop Miage, Lane Carmen of Warrensburg, and Charlotte Helling of St. Teresa's Academy.
Set.
Hold back here after the start.
All right, ladies, let's try it again. On your mark.
Lanes 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7 in action here.
Set.
Looks like we got one out in 8-2. Just a standing start. She doesn't use blocks.
There we go.
Yeah, a little bit of an announcer's jinx there. I said we were full heat, and we had one get disqualified.
Nyla Wood, Warrensburg, PR of 102.77. Running well on the inside, making up that stagger. It's kind of tough sometimes to quite see where everybody's positioned in the 400, but it becomes very clear after the final turn. And that's Wood dominating here in the heat. She's going to get close to breaking 60 seconds, just over 102. 102.88 for Nyla Wood. Maggie Brisk third or second in 103.85. Sophia Cicero 104 for third. That mile marker, I think, is throwing people off.
It is a little bit. It definitely threw me off at the very beginning here because it's a very boldly painted line.
Yeah.
Pretty fresh.
Yeah.
They added that for this meet because of the Jim Bryant Mile later today. But yeah, it's certainly, we've seen that with high school athletes at other meets, especially when they run the opposite direction to keep the tailwind for the sprints. We see that a lot where there's kind of a false finish line.
Yeah, people are pulling up a little bit early without realizing it.
On your mark.
All right, we got 4 in this heat. Morgan Holmberg of Warrensburg in 1. I think that's Carson Clark of Owasso in 4. Shauna Johnson in 5. And Annabelle Pollard in 8.
Set.
Off we go. Section 3 of 6 in the girls 400. Showcasing that stride on the backstretch. That's Johnson. Johnson on the curve, out in front, only sort of chased after by Clark. It's going to be Johnson. Clark's trying to make up that difference. Here comes Clark. Here comes Clark on Johnson. And she's going to take it. Great finish.
It was. Clark very relaxed down that home stretch.
Just a sophomore from Owasso, the Oklahoma City program that came here to Kansas City. 60 flat for the most part. Carson Clark, Shauna Johnson second here in 61 seconds. Annabelle Pollard 105.29.
All right, ladies, stand in front of your blocks, please.
All right, full field here. Michaela Grayson in 1, Amaja Hemmings in 2, Mia Couch in 4, Nikia Chapal in 5, Corian Frank in 6, Ashlyn Johnson in 7, Allie Barton in 8. You know, Chappelle in 5 reminds me of Chapel Roan. She actually ran track and field when she was in, I think she's from Kansas, isn't she?
Name rings a bell.
Or Missouri? No, she's from Missouri. Chapel Roan's the pop star. But she is from Missouri, and we got a Chapel here from Park Hill. Strong running on the outside from Johnson and Barton. Whole field following along. That might be Chapel in 5. Kind of setting the pace here out front. Couch on her heels. Going to be Couch and Chapel in the final straightaway here. But Chapel starts pulling away with that high frequency. Breaking 60 on her way home. Just a sophomore, Nikia Chapel, 57.89 from Park Hill. Mia Couch follows in 58.44. Amaja Hemmings from Lincoln College Prep, 60 seconds, .81.
Yeah, 60 seconds, kind of always that dividing barrier there for the girls 400. Got 2 of them under there already. I expect to see quite a few more in these next couple heats.
What do we got here? We're in heat 5, so 2 more exactly. We got Addison Grossenbacher in 1 in this heat, Eva Ermacher in 2, Mirabelle Bucher in 3, Butcher, Callie Brownfield in 4, Oren Wright in 5, Nalija Madison in 6, and Paris Newton in 7, Ava Fugate or Fugate, St. Teresa's Academy in 8. Hardest thing as a commentator, especially in high school, is reading names.
Yeah, names are definitely difficult. The level that I've always had the most trouble with is junior college.
Yeah.
They always pull a lot of international athletes that make it a lot more difficult.
Well, we are away here in heat 5 of 6. Seen some names already today. Paris Newton was one of them. She ran well earlier on. Right now, looks like Newton is running well in 7. Gotta look at the straightaway here. But as we get into the meet, we get some tired legs. We got to recover. Sometimes doubling back is kind of harder to do. So now we have a field that's setting the tone, and that's Butcher of KC Metro Academy in 3. With great arm movement, pulling away. Blue Springs South's Eva Ermacher trying to take hold here, but comes up just short.
Couple more under 60 there.
Mirabelle Bucher 58.51 for the win. KC Metro Academy, followed by Ermacher 58.95. Paris Newton 59.89.
Ladies, set the block, stand in front of them when you're ready.
Chappell out of that last heat still holds the lead, 57.89. So that'll be that mark to beat for this heat, which I believe is the last one.
See if we get last heat, best heat. Briley Strickland is in 1. If we have her here, Devin Dumel of Helios Catholic in 2, Lexi Martin of Liberty North in 3, Layla Murray of Ladue Horton Watkins in 4, Harper Grostdidier of Liberty in 5, Nikki Frank in 6, Helen Hesselgren in 7, and Zoe Coleman in 8. Just sort of looking up Missouri top 400 times outdoor season so far. 55.34 is the leading Missouri time. Lexi Martin, actually, Liberty North in this field, 56.62. So, she's in 3. Well, never mind, she's not in the field. She scratched, but we are off.
That's your time coming in today, 55-23, held by Leo Murray of Ladue Horton.
Great stride cadence here on the backstretch here from this crew.
Yeah, really strong for Layla Murray there in the middle.
Can she hold on the curve? She fights that lactic building up in her legs. She's still going to have that lead heading into the final straightaway. Here comes Murray. She's got 50 meters to go, and now she has a little bit of a challenge from her own teammate. That's Coleman. Coleman stumbles, though. It's going to be Murray at the line. 56.88 for the win. Layla Murray, followed by her teammate Coleman, 57.58. Helen Hesselgren of Fayetteville, 57.97. Good marks.
Yeah, if our live results are right, that's the 3rd fastest time in Missouri this year.
Next up on the track, we're going to have the men's 400, 9 sections for the men's 400. We want to let you know we have a little break in the schedule after the men's 400.
All right, next up on the track is the men's boys 400. We have 9 sections of the boys 400 set to take off in just a moment. 1:35 is our start time, but we have been playing it a little bit quicker, right, earlier than expected. We are making up some events from yesterday when the storm delayed this meet to today. And we got the 4x basically mile 4x1600 next at 2:30. Are you excited for that one?
Yeah, it should be a good race. Generally, we've seen pretty solid relays across the first couple that we've had here. And with the 4x mile, I guess, is an interesting race because there's a lot of teams that talk about this type of thing. You know, you got cross-country kids that really want to, run a relay together. Some of them may not be 800 runners, and so that they see that option to run a 4x mile, and it turns into a pretty good squad.
I would say that one's the least likely to be run by high school programs unless you can find a meet that hosts it, which isn't frequent. So it is kind of a good option here.
Yeah, Kansas City Relays, I think, is the only one that I know. Maybe the Drake Relays has one.
There are a couple out west that I think tend to have it, but yeah, not a lot really anywhere else. All right, we got 3 on the track here in the first section of 9 on the boys 400. A lot of these guys are probably running for the first time or learning a lot about the sport. Lane 4, Braden Vopak and his teammate Carter Lee rolling up the finish line. Almost 60 seconds on the dime. Carter Lee 59.64, followed by Braden Vopat 59.87.
You're good. I'm sliding over a little bit. I'm trying to position it so the starter's not in there.
All right, next up, heat 2 of 9. Lane 2, David Demetrius. Lane 4, Nathan Fletcher. Lane 5, Gavin Hoskins. Lane 6, Luke Bell.
On your mark.
And we're right here in the second section. Nice start. These guys in the green are actually rolling pretty fast.
Yeah, Gavin Hoskins pretty much made up the stagger on everybody already.
On the curve here. Building into a rhythm. Looks like Fletcher in 4, just trying to finish off the race. Hoskins trying to beat the lactic. That's a good time from Fletcher. 56.35 from Maranatha Academy. Just a sophomore. Holds off Hoskins, who's second in 57.58.
Yeah, no seat time there for that winner. So could have been his first 400.
Love to see it.
So yeah, Nathan Fletcher, welcome to the 400 meters.
Alrighty, heat 3 of 9. We got Samuel Kelly of Coronado in 1. Jonah Knight of Maranatha Academy in 2. Will Scaletti in 3. Austin Spencer of North Platte in 4. Oliver Johansson in 5. Luke Brewster of Rockhurst in 6. Will Amble of Coronado in 7. And Manny Aquino of Bishop Mige in 8.
On your mark. Set.
And we are off here in the third section. Amble pressing there on the backstretch in lane 7. He is cruising.
Comes in with a 55.5. Looks like it's going to be well under that.
That's Amble of Coronado, Colorado. Running this almost to perfection. If he can hold on his inside. It's like he's getting a challenge late, but it's going to be, woo. Amble, 54.58. Holds off the freshman from North Platte, Austin Spencer, 55.24. Will Scaletti of Bishop Mige, 56.64.
Quickly, come back.
4 different states represented in that last one. Kansas, Colorado, Nebraska, Missouri.
And the king is Colorado.
In this heat, yep.
All right, next heat. Looks like we have a few scratches, so we'll try to piece through this. Dion Roberts of Lee Summit North in 1. And 3 and 4. Looks like Burke Gasson. Although it looks like he's in 3. Well, we'll just make do. All right, 4 in this heat. We're off. Heat 4 of 9.
All right, this is heat 4 of 9 in the men's 400-meter dash of drive. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of the 400, we do have a built-in break, an official break for 30 minutes. So we will start these 4 by 6 runs on schedule.
On the inside there, that might be Maranatha Academy's Tyler Tharp, who looking strong with his frequency. But
Strong surge from Roberts.
yeah, I mean, Roberts, kind of big frame, ideal for 400-meter running, I would say. He's really leaning into it, and this might be a really impressive time from Heat 4. Roberts 53.67 to take this heat. Senior from Lee Summit North. Tharp finishes at 55.24. Tucker Small from Warrensburg 55.31. I feel like if he put that race together, he might be kind of tough.
Yeah,
I could see
today. It looked like the false finish line there kind of got him a little bit, but yeah, absolutely take the wind out of the equation and it's a strong finish.
Yeah.
Could see another second come off there.
Yeah. All right, Heat 5 of 9. Almost full field, looks like. Luke Bolsh of Rockhurst, Clay Twidwell of Farmington, Matthias McGregor of Summit Christian Academy, Legend Walker of Coronado, Carter Dyer of Cabot, Justin Pullen of Bishop Meege, Luke Furland of Elizabeth, and Hinder James of Elizabeth.
On your marks.
We're getting closer and closer to breaking 50 seconds here. And generally we've been running a little bit faster. And we're away here in the latest section. Starting out hot. Middle of the track. Oh, he looks like he's redlining there in the middle. McGregor. Using those arms. Walker on his outside now, starting to pull away. Walker and Poulin in a fight now. Poulin and Furland. Furland now just starts rolling through. Oh, we got a couple of guys pushing late.
Carter Dyer of Cabot.
Like you said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. That one, very close finish across
So Furlan wins in 52.96, Dyer 53.37, Twidwell 53.99. The problem in the 400, well, not the problem. The 400's the hardest race in track and field. You can argue it's the 800, but you know, 400 for me, all-out sprint. Not a lot of people can put it all together from start to finish. Now you can have a great finish, but sometimes you leave a little bit in the front end, and then that takes away from your time. But if these guys, if high schoolers can put it all together, you often see, you know, those great times under 50 seconds, 48, 47 in certain cases. That's when you really love to see, you know, this stuff in motion. But I think we're getting closer to it, so every race is getting a little bit better. Heat 6 of 9, Easton Gerster of Farmington, Kendall Wright of Farmington, Luke Gordon, Liberty North, Carson Rutnick of Warrensburg, Cole Devine of Liberty North, Ian Fraser of Cabot, Parker Everly of Pembroke Hill, and that is the field. Couple, one scratch, two scratches. Jose Basalto on the chat saying, about to be moving. So. And we're away. Nice little image there as the field kind of moves in motion. Got Fraser and Devine in 6 and 7, or 7 and 8. That's Fraser and Everly. Fraser of Cabot in control of this race.
Yeah, keep an eye on Wright in lane 2 here.
No, if he has enough to finish, Fraser might win this from start to finish here. Going to be Fraser from Cabot, the senior. .52.06. Cole Devine, 52.32. Carson Rudnick, 52.44.
Personal best for him, 52.32. Carson Rudnick of Warrensburg, also personal best, finishes in third, 52.44. 7 on the track now.
All right, we got the next group on the track. Lucas Gibbler, Blue Springs South, Ryder Ben of Lee Summit North, Chase Jelly of Shawnee Mission East, Lucas Peebles of Clever, Matthew Krause of Lee Summit, Marlon Cifuentes of Carthage, Christopher Williams of Lee Summit North, and Brenton Flood of Clever. Now I saw this Jelly athlete run the 200 pretty well in 22 point, and I looked him up. He's a football player. He's about 6'5", 195. You know, he's running on the track. We all want these football players to run track, so this is an example of someone kind of trying to get a little bit better, a little bit faster off the season. So curious what he'll do here in the 400.
Yeah, he carries that 195 really, really well.
Looks like he might have the second fastest seed time here too. Only one other athlete, Peebles, has run under 52. And we're off. The latest 400-meter section. This is 7 of 9. Watch out for Jelly in 3, Peebles in 4. Those two guys might be battling at the end. Some of the best 400-meter runners in the world, you know, are a little bit taller, have a longer stride. You know, the likes of Michael Norman and Quincy Hall. You know, they tend to be a little bit, you know, taller. But here it comes, Jelly, 6'5", 400-meter runner, looking to take this race. Line up just a bit, but he's going to have the top time of the day. 51.12 for Jelly. Krause, 51.72. Peebles in third, 52.03.
Matthew Krause of Lee Summit, 51.72. Coming down to the last two to the mid 400 on the track.
Looked like a PR there for Jelly, which is pretty good considering we talked him up like that.
Maybe I was talking about the best 400-meter runners in the world, so maybe a bit much for me. But that being said, all right. Heat 8 of 9. Reed Perkins of Kearney in 1. Ruben Sanchez of Caney Valley in 2. Francisco Trujillo in 3. Jaden Francis in 4. Zion Brown in 5. Kingston Wade Kennedy in 6. John Collins in 7. Braxton Byroom in 8.
Gentlemen, stand in front of your blocks, please. On your marks.
Handful of schools in this one that we haven't seen much of yet. We got Caney Valley there, along with Rogers and Poplar Bluff. A couple of schools we haven't said a whole lot today.
Yeah, Rogers is a pretty good Arkansas school.
Oh yeah.
And here we go, section 8 of 9 in the boys 400. Have not gotten under 50 yet. Will this be the section that does it? You got to be strong here in that mid race. You know, you got to use everything to your advantage. Lane 6, Wade Kennedy on the curve. Out in front just slightly, it looks like.
Trujillo having a good race too.
Yep. and he's going to have the lead on the straightaway if Sanchez or Perkins doesn't take it. Lane 1. Reed Perkins is going to get your first sub 50 of the day from Kearney. Just a sophomore, 49.85. Followed by Trujillo, 50.48, and Wade Kennedy, 50.49.
Youngsters in that one. Sophomore, freshman.
Yeah, you don't always want the lane 1 assignment or the lane 8 or 9 assignment, but it doesn't mean that you're all running the same distance. Just maybe a little bit harder to get the job done the way you want.
Yeah, lane 1, if you're a chaser, can be kind of nice. Lane 8, I don't think anybody likes to not be able to see their competition.
All right, next up on the track, we got the fastest heat of the day.
All right, final heat of the day. We have Cole Futnos in 1, Dante Bronson in 2, Ash Arnold in 3, Lyndon Deaton in 4, AJ Lindsay in 5, Josiah Smith in 6, Embry Wasak in 7, Jace Graham in 8.
With a personal best of 49.64. In lane 3 from Lee Summer North with a personal best of 49.27, Ash Arnold. In lane 4 from Poplar Bluff with a personal best of 48.88, Landon Deaton. In lane 5 from Lee Summit West with a personal best of 49.77, AJ Lindsay. In lane 6 from
Top seed time from this group. Ash Arnold season best of 49.27. Deaton of Poplar Bluff has run a PB of 48.88 though. So that would be lanes 3 and 4. Maybe looking to crack 49.
Yeah, all but 2 have broken 50 before.
And final heat of the day in the 400 is off. Arnold and Deaton with some of the top times entering. They're going to have some work to do here in the front half, as those back lanes are actually running really well.
All right, 200 meters to go here in the final heat.
Bronson in 2, keeping up the pace, and now on his inside or outside, it's like Arnold now taking over. Arnold in 3. And we got a challenger. Is that Wazak? That's Smith? That's Josiah Smith.
45 seconds on the clock now.
That looks like a smooth 400 from Smith, too. The high school junior from Missouri, Josiah Smith of Faith Christian Academy, 49.29, beats out Arnold, Lee Summit North junior sprinter, 49.50. AJ Lindsay of Lee Summit West, 50.25.
And rounding up the top 3 in that heat is 50.5, Lee Summit West, AJ Lindsay.
So those are the 400s. We got the girls 1600 meter, I'm sorry, 4x 1600 meter relay up next at 2:30. Well, what are we thinking? Are we thinking that's going earlier than 2:30?
We'll see. Usually you think the officials like to get a little bit of a break at some point during the day.
Yeah. Well, keep tuned in to our YouTube stream of the Running Lane Kansas City Relays presented by Koros and Nike. It's been a good time so far. We still got the back half of events yet to go here on the track at Blue Valley South. And we're ready to go. Jim Bryan's women's and girls and boys miles are up later in the day, 6:53, 7:36 for the miles. So those are going to be the premier events of the night. Make sure you tune in for those. We'll take a little bit of break and then we'll be back.
Big shout out to Blue Springs South, their administration, their coaches, and all the volunteers helping make this meet happen. So just a reminder, no break in the action on the track until 2:30, and we'll start back up with the girls 4x1,600 meter run. just a reminder, we're going to get back to the action on the track at 2:30. Coach's hospitality is open across the way behind the press box. B13, you can enter in there, show your coach's wristband and coach's hospitality. A quick note also about live results. You can find all those at expresstiming.com. They're live on athletic.net. Also, for any family or friends back home, you can have them follow all the track action at youtube.com/RunningLane. we're just 5 minutes away from the action back on the track. The girls 4 by 1600 meter run. All girls need to be ready to go here in just a few minutes for the girls 4 by 1600 meter run on the track at 2:30.
That gate's open.
Nummer.
That gate's open. Just open.
Okay.
Hey, they still let you shoot that gun? Take that thing out of your hand. Oh, it's actually.
right, all girls 4x16, you need to be in the check-in area right now. You're on the track next. Girls 4x1600 meter run.
All right, we are returning to the action on the track here. We have next up the girls 4x1600 meter relay, which is a series of 1600 meter runs run by 4 relay members of each team. So it ends up being a pretty long race, but it could be exciting as well. So girls up on the track here, the teams include Shawnee Mission East, Farmington, Platte County, St. Teresa's Academy, Lee Summit, Warrensburg, Lee Summit West, Webb City, Bentonville, Elizabeth, and Blue Springs South. Just last week out in California, the Arcadia Invitational ran 4x1600 meter races, so the national rankings are largely inundated with those performances, but this race is run sporadically across the country in various places, but we hope to bring it here to the Kansas City Relays and make it an annual staple so that teams can kind of get these times and put them down on paper. So these are usually indicators too of potential cross-country talent, you know, in the fall. Combining some of your best runners together, you get an early indication of just who's sort of forming, you know, improvements and developments and able to tackle longer distances as a team. So a lot of good things to take away from this race. And we are away here in the girls section of the 4x1600 meter relay. Out in front there with the lime green jersey of the Jaguars is Blue Springs South. So we have 8 teams in this field, so we had 3 that scratched.
All right, this is the girls 4x1600 meter run underway. For girls, all running 1600 meters.
Blue Springs out in front. $75 seconds through the first split, although I'm probably not going to do lap-by-lap splits. Blue Springs girls coming off a Class 5A Fall Cross Country Championship in 2025. Scored 87 points, team average of 1910. So historically, Blue Springs' girls team has had really strong distance program.
Blue Springs South leading the way in the right neon singlet. Webb City there in second. St. Teresa's Academy in third. Little gap back to 4th, 5th, and 6th. Got Platte County, East Summit, West, and East Summit. Starting 4, 5, and 6. And then you have Warrensburg and Elizabeth in the race as well.
Pack of about 3 running together. Webb City, St. Teresa's Academy. Top time in the country for the 4x1600 meters is held by Lone Peak High School in Utah. The girls program there ran 19:57 at the Arcadia Invitational, which is averaging just under 5 minutes per leg. In Missouri, Warrensburg ran 24:13 in March. The Ron Clausen relays, which seems like it can be potentially broken here. And then all time, Lee Summit West High School ran 20:43.91 at New Balance Outdoor Nationals back in 2011. So about 15 years ago, Lee Summit West had one of their best teams ever. Blue Springs actually is on that list too, all-time 4x1600 meter performers. And at the Kansas Relays in 2015, they ran 21:43. That's 5th all-time. Webb City has started to pull away a little bit in this first leg. And we're getting ready for the first handoff here. Webb City on the home stretch. Strong performance over their first leg here. Roughly 5:18 opening 1600 meters, 5:22 for St. Teresa's, and then Blue Spring South trying to close out their first leg here, 5:31. Good part about today is it is cool, not overly humid, so the weather's not going to take away from a performance necessarily. Webb City holding their tempo.
third, we got Max from second position.
We have a couple teams kind of lapping other ones, so the lap count might be a little messy. Makes these types of races that much harder when you're trying to manage several different teams and their lap counts. Blue Springs South made the pass on St. Teresa's. Now working on moving up on Webb City. Doing a good job so far. Webb City's about 2 hours south of Kansas City, so they made the trek up here yesterday, hopefully before the storm. Trying to get out a good performance here on the track. Blue Springs South has made up the ground on Webb City on this second leg here. She's done a tremendous job being patient, controlled, and focused on just taking every step, getting a little closer to Webb City. And we're going to come up on the second handoff now. I think we might be closer to even here at the exchange, as Blue Springs South just looks so confident down the home stretch. She might just give that baton to her teammate right in line with Webb City. So yeah, that's about equal. We're at 10:56 on the leg. That was roughly like a 5:25 mile, 5:25, 1,600 meters for Blue Springs South. Webb City trying to reestablish their control. And it didn't take long for those two to break away from St. Teresa's Academy. What once was a much closer race is now gapped a considerable amount on that third team. We'll see if Webb City and Blue Springs South can maintain sort of this competition between one another. Webb City pushing out, extending that lead to 20 meters. One positive thing, I think, as the field gets a little bit disjointed here is as you sort of lap other teams, you also, make different targets available, in front of you. So Blue Springs always has a person to chase down, or Webb City always has another person to chase down. So I think you start to sort of compartmentalize the race inside the race while you're out there. But Webb City has broken away from Blue Springs South, from the exchange point. They were essentially even, and now it has become 30 to 40 meter lead. And they have one more lap to go in this third leg. Now's the time for Blue Springs South to start cranking it in just a bit. You don't want to let that race get away from you entirely and give your anchor just that much more work to do. And that gap has widened to about 50 to 60 meters now, maybe 80. Going to be a gargantuan effort from Blue Springs South if they want to make this a race again. Typically, you're going to put your strongest runner on anchor. So Webb City has done a really good job getting to that point, the 16:35 on the clock.
Blue Springs South in second, about to hand off to their final leg.
We're about a 5:40-ish mile. Blue Springs at 16:53. So that's about 5:56. She lost a little bit of time over that stretch. So we're going to need a big effort from Blue Springs South to make this a race, but it's kind of extended outside the zone of reasonability, I think, at this point. So everybody in this race sort of running their own little target time here. Webb City's about 100 meters in front of second place Blue Springs South, and now St. Teresa's Academy has caught up significantly too. The last handoff of the race has just taken place, so we have all 8 anchors on the track. Webb City looking controlled in that anchor position. 2 more to go for Webb City.
Now for your leaders, Webb City in the girls 4x1600 meter run. We got a battle here for second. St. Teresa's is just overtaking second place here. They're in second now. Blue Springs South in third.
St. Teresa's Academy has now passed Blue Springs South into second place. St. Teresa's Academy's anchor is doing a really nice job, kind of focusing on the vision ahead. You're just focusing on the steps, on the cadence, on the rhythm as the race kind of dwindles down. We're going to head into the bell lap here for Webb City, who is comfortably in the lead and looking to put down one final lap here. That is the bell lap for Webb City. No, St. Teresa's Academy has picked up the pace. They're about 100 meters out.
St. Teresa's Academy, 1 to go now. Blue Springs South right well. 1 to go. 1, 2, 3. 4 to the east, Summit West, East Summit, County.
200 meters to go for Webb City here in the girls 4x1600 meter relay.
Meters to go for Webb City. 21:42 on the clock right now for them. They're coming
And we're coming down into the home stretch here for Webb City.
Let's hear for Webb City in the 4x1600 meter run. 21:59.
Impressive performance here, running to the line. Gonna have to move central a little bit because we got the rest of the field on the track still. But final time for Webb City is 22:07.56. 22:07.56 would be 8th all-time in Missouri history, and immediately #1 in Missouri today. There's no question about that. St. Teresa's Academy finishes in 22:32, followed by Blue Springs South in 22:50. Keep an eye on the finish here. We will be back for the boys 4x1600 meters as the rest of the girls race finishes and unfolds here. Okay, we're getting ready for the boys 4x1600 meter relay following the girls action here on the track. And we have, looks like 6 teams. 9 teams. I think we're combining heats from 1 and 2. So 9 total teams are going to be in this field. Rockhurst, Shawnee Mission East, St. Michael the Archangel, Creighton Preparatory School, Liberty, and Elizabeth. And I'll try to get you quickly as I can other teams here. But we are close to starting here. And we're underway. Boys to tend to get out a little bit hot. Ramp it up early. And kind of settle into a pace. We have 7 teams doing just that. First lap as Thunderstruck plays in the background. We have, looks to be maybe it's Creighton out front, I think. Creighton led out to a 106.92 first leg. I got to read through these team lists again because I think I got them wrong. So it's Creighton Prep, Green Valley, Joplin, Liberty, Central of St. Joseph, Platte County, Warrensburg, Kansas City Christian, and Elizabeth. Creighton installing their will right now onto the race. 2:15 through the first 800. Creighton continues their roll right now through 3 laps. Joplin trying to stay on their hip. They're about 20 meters back.
So at the same side. themselves. How many meetings? Yeah, I got the big one. I said I got the big one, so I'll bring it up here. Okay. Whose mic is this? Sound it? Sorry. No, he gave. Mic's off.
Creighton on the first handoff here, split roughly 4:34 on the first leg, followed by Joplin in 4:38 approximately. Grand Valley right there in the mix too. I'm sorry, Platte County in third, 4:39. .434 is a very good opening leg for the Creighton program. Got a Kansas City Christian fan in the chat. Try to show some other camera looks throughout the race if I can. Creighton about 50 to 60 meter lead now, extending on the rest of the field. Joplin, Platte County, Warrensburg, and Grand Valley all now chasing. That great runner's running extremely efficiently at this point. Two more laps in his leg. Here we got Kansas City Christian continuing on. One more lap for Creighton on this second leg. Their first baton holder ran 4:33. So they're stacking up each effort right now. Grand Valley now in second place. And here comes the final straightaway for Creighton Prep. Second handoff, 9:15 on the exchange. Grand Valley at 9:27. Looks like 4:42 on that last 1600 meter split for Creighton. Grand Valley firmly in second now. Warrensburg following Platte County. A Metrodome for Creighton Prep. 3 runners in so far. They have not missed a beat. Where it gets tricky, you got Elizabeth making a handoff here on the third leg. Creighton's already 2 laps into their third leg. Get some eyes on some other teams here. Joplin is hanging in there at 5th. That was Platte County before Joplin. Creighton Prep just rolling along one more lap in this leg, and then the anchor. Smooth running from Creighton Prep all the way throughout. Such an easy cadence to his stride. And he is taking it home on the final stretch before that last handoff. 13:56. $13.53 on the exchange. $4.38 on the split, looks like. Really impressive from Creighton Prep there. They don't have a single weak leg on their team here. So that's your leader, Creighton Prep, with 2 laps to go in the race. Forward over here to the backstretch. A lot of these teams are finding themselves in different places on the track. So a little disjointed, but try to showcase as many of these runners as we can. And here comes Creighton Prep on the curve. You know, if they finish off the way they started, they have a chance at entering the top 50 4x1600 meter times in the country, which would be saying a lot. And just this past weekend in California, Arcadia Invitational took place, and they had over 30 teams compete in the 4x1600 meters. Many of them were on the national rankings. Last handoff for like Elizabeth. We got some teams rolling on through. So we're gonna have to watch the clock here. Well, it looks like Creighton might miss the top 50 performances nationwide, but they're gonna go under 20 minutes. And we got 18:35 unofficially with the final time there. 18:35.18 for Creighton. A phenomenal performance. That's right there at about 77 in the country. .442 it looks like for the last split for the anchor. So job well done from the team from Creighton. Nebraska. So we're going to finish out the 4x1600 meters on the track here. We got a few more teams trying to close it off, and then we are moving to the girls 100 heats, which begin at 3:54. I do not believe we're going to a rolling schedule yet, so there's a little bit of a break there as well. We will be back to really finish off the second half of this meet at 3:54. Slight correction here, and we have a second heat getting ready to be on the track for the 4x1600 meters. So we will be back in a moment talking through the next stage of those performers, which based on some thoughts might be even faster than the one that we just saw. So stay tuned.
To put into context, that run by Great Prep in the first heat there, that heat leg averaging just under 4:39.
All right, heat 2 of 2, Ben boys 4x1600 meter relay. Just got off the track with Creighton Prep running an 18:35. A really good performance overall. And now we got to head to our second section. Which should include, there are some scratches, which I haven't seen yet, because they're only like 9 teams. 8 teams on the line, 11 submitted for this section, but I'm gonna read through them. St. Louis University, Bentonville, Liberty North, Blue Valley Southwest, Raymar, Peculiar, Webb City, Park Hill, South Rockhurst, Farmington, Blue Springs South, and Lee's Summit. We've not seen Bentonville yet, so I do not believe that they're in this section. But could get something fast. St. Louis University High. Nope. Well, we do have Bentonville in the field, 106.76. I think this is the first time they're appearing here today, so maybe they were a late arrival, and they are in the field. Raymar Peculiar, 106.50 over the first lap. Park Hill South, Bentonville, Blue Valley Southwest. Should be a strong section. And there's Raymar Peculiar uniforms standing out because they're bright yellow. It's like Bentonville in the gray, the slate gray, is in second. We have Webb City in fourth.
Bentonville out of Arkansas there in second. Blue Valley Southwest in third.
So Raymar Peculiar and Bentonville ready to go at it right now. 1 and 2 in the first leg.
Time in this section 7:29, I think. Bentonville in Blue Valley Southwest 1, Rockhurst all these teams are just about within 1 minute of each other. We're coming up on 1 to go here for the first leg.
Top 2 teams are moving. And we're in the initial stages of bringing out the sort of sparking embers of our running lane exponenza along the straightaway. As the day turns to night, sort of the theatrics start to expand a little bit here. Runners who are racing along the straightaway will, see some of our theatrics along, that lane, and tends to get really exciting. Bentonville now taken over from Raymond Peculiar over this first leg. They're going to hand off with a very good opener, and he is moving through the home stretch here. Going to give his teammate a decent lead, 4:23. on the handout. 427 for Raymore Peculiar.
Blue Valley Southwest there in third ET. 424.20.
Then we got Blue Valley Southwest at 428. Park Hill South at 434. Bentonville is from Arkansas, known as a really good program. They annually are state contenders in the state, and then, you know, on the cross-country circuit, usually compete on a national or regional stage, and sometimes on the national stage. They've been known to have some really good runners over the years. This year they have a senior by the name of Brian Burns, the brother of Connor Burns and the son of Mark Burns, who coaches at Arkansas. They are Missouri natives who moved to Fayetteville when Mark got a job at Arkansas. Brian's running in the mile today, and he is headed to North Carolina next year. We got Bentonville controlling 4x1600 so far. Blue Valley Southwest has moved up. Pecking order from Raymore Peculiar. Bentonville still controlling this race by a pretty wide margin. Got one more lap until we hand off to our third leg, which might be Sean Burns. Sean Burns is a sophomore at Bentonville, the brother of Brian, the younger brother of Brian. Also very promising in his own right. Sean's gone 4:13 for 1600 meters as a sophomore. So if my vision is not deceiving me, that might be the next leg here for Bentonville, as their second leg closes it out. Blue Valley Southwest actually running really well in that position. They made up a little bit of time, and they made the distance on Raymore Peculiar in the interim. We're going to get ready for that second exchange now for Bentonville. 8:49 on the handoff. Blue Valley Southwest 8:55. And Peculiar 9:01. So Bentonville 4:26 on the second leg, which did not let off the gas really at all from the opener. 4:27 for Blue Valley Southwest's second leg, which actually dropped a negative split there. So I think this is Sean Burns, actually, from Bentonville, taking baton for the third leg. And there's just a smoothness to his run that you can't teach sometimes.
Very quick, 400 for Bentonville. Third runner, 1:06 there. First lap of the
We got Blue Valley Southwest still on their toes a little bit, but the distance is still pretty significant between the two teams, about 50 meters. And if that is Sean Burns and he runs anywhere near a 4:13, then they're going to be in contention for a really, really fast time. So Blue Valley Southwest has really just amped up that pressure, and now Raymore Peculiar has kind of fallen off a little bit, taking its place at Park Hill, which is now in third.
Blue Valley Southwest on their third leg.
I think we're in line to get a top 50 performance from Bentonville today in the 4x1600 meters with perfect conditions outside. Burns is making his way around the track. Be curious who their anchor is here.
One to go now on the third leg.
He's got one more lap to go before he gives off the stick to his teammate. And regardless of how Blue Valley Southwest has run, which is really well, I mean, Bentonville has not let them grow an inch closer. Park Hill, about 120 meters back from the leader. Real question is who we got for Bentonville and how they're going to close off this performance. All right, down the straightaway. I believe Sean Burns with a very, very, very good leg. He's going to give the final handoff to his anchor, and they are going to let it rip for 4 more laps for 13:12 on that position. 13:19 for Southwest. .423, give or take, I think, on that last split for Bentonville. Blue Valley Southwest, 424. So, yeah, about even, I think, those two, even though they both ran extremely well. Now, if you look at Bentonville's, roster, they have guys that are, just consistent down the board. Sean Burns, 4:13 this season. His brother Brian has obviously run 4 flat for the mile. Logan Hurley 4:17, Camden McKellen 4:22, Alex Wagner 4:25. They actually have 10 boys who have run under 4:30. So, you know, coach there could go to any number of members to put together a team here. But you also got to get them ready for the mentality of the race and how you have to stay committed the entire time, and you have to drive forward and can't let off. Because this race really becomes, you know, you and yourself out there when you are competing on a level that no other team is on. But Bentonville looking really composed right now. They have 2 more laps. Blue Valley Southwest is right there behind, and Park Hill actually closing down Blue Valley Southwest now. Bentonville fortunate to be working off a little bit of Webb City, who's about a lap or so behind. But maybe shouldn't get too complacent with that. We're gonna come into the turn here with just over 500 meters remaining for Bentonville in the 4x1600 meters. They've done wonderfully all race long. They have just over a lap to go now, and that anchor kind of feels the stakes here potentially as he comes up to the line. 16:32. He's going to have to roll to really get, you could still get a time in the top 10, I would say. Just have to finish it off, and now he's starting to work past Webb City. And Park Hill is actually making up ground on Bentonville. Park Hill is actually might be trying to win this race, closing down with 200 left. Bentonville has now a little bit of a gear left. Park Hill going to the sprint now too, but Bentonville just had too much left remaining, and now he's going to the arms, preventing that last-ditch effort from Park Hill. But Bentonville strong to the finish with a top 50 U.S. time in the 4x1600 meters. He puts his arms up in the air. At 17:36, which is U.S. top 10 in the country here at the Kansas City Relays. Second overall, Park Hill 17:41, Blue Valley Southwest 17:47. Those 3 times are all within the top 20 performances nationwide. And here's the results on the board as other teams finish out. Can't get much better than that.
17:36.15.
We go back to the video, and we're going to let this finish out. And our next race on the calendar is the girls 100 at 3:54, so about 6 minutes. We're going to be back, and we'll talk about the 100, so stay tuned.
Blue Springs South, 18:42. (17:41) by Park Hill South is top 15 time in the U.S. as well.
performance. Men's 4x1,600 meter run. And the 17:47 by Blue Valley Southwest is a top 20 U.S. time as well in the men's 4x1,600 meter run. Ladies in the 100 meter dash, you need to be in the area at the starting line for the women's 100 meter dash. They're next up on the track. Start time is 3:54 for the women's 100 meter dash. Here are food vendors behind the press box here. Food, snacks, drinks. Got some vendors behind the press box. That stand is open as well. Don't forget to see the legendary Jim Ryan world record holder. You can also a copy of his book. He'll be glad to sign it. He's also offering discounts to his Jim Ryan running camp this summer in July. 2 different camp options. So be sure to chat with Jim. He'd love to hear from you, meet with you, and chat with you. Also, at the RunningLane van, we do have discounts for all the student athletes, 20% off all shoes, apparel. So be sure to get that out as well. I do want to just take a moment to get to thank all our officials and our volunteers. And of course, Blue Spring South for hosting the meet with us, helping us make this possible, bring in Kansas City. Just a reminder, all the live results will be found at expresstime.com and onletting.net. You can also check out all the live action at youtube.com/RunningLane for all the lives that happen.
All right, moving forward to the girls' 100. We have 5 heats scheduled for the track. And heat 1 is up in about a minute here. Let's go through the seed list, or this go through the lane assignments, I should say. Marley Robinson of Ladue, Horton Watkins, Kelly Henney of Blue Spring South. In 3, Leah Love of Elizabeth, I should say. In lane 4, Addison Mayers of Elizabeth in 5, Alana Mitchell of Hayden in 6, and Avery Holthouse of Hayden in 7.
All right, next up on the track, we got 5 girls, 100 meter run.
All right, we're down in the blocks here for the first section of the 100. As I said, Robinson, Henney, Love, Mayers, Mitchell, and Holthouse. And we are away. Lane 3 and 2 going at it. That's Robinson pulling away. It's going to be Robinson at the line. Takes the win. 12.54 seconds for Marley Watkins, a sophomore from Ladue Horton Watkins. It's Missouri number 45 time. Wind has died down. We at a 0.6 meters per second wind there. Next up, Heat 2, we have Sarah Parrott of Farmington in 1, Adora Nwagu in 2 of the Daniel Academy, Sophie McCants of Summit Christian Academy in 3, Madeline Gould in 4 from Elizabeth, Aaliyah Almquist of Elizabeth in 5, Haley Manick of Elizabeth in 6, Abigail Barth of Maranatha Academy in 7, Sarah Parkhill of Elizabeth in 8. We're off. Heat 2. Lane 6. From Elizabeth, Haley Manick. I'm sorry, Aaliyah Almquist, 12.96 from Elizabeth, 2.0 meters per second wind, making it wind legal. Almquist, 12.96, Parrott, 13.42, Madeline Gould, 13.82. Heat 3 of 5, we have Agoya Gradine, Summit Christian Academy in 1, Anderson Upton in 2 from Blue Springs South, Alexa Flood from Cleaver in 3, Destiny Allen of Lincoln College Prep in 4, Tangent Tuggle, Blue Springs South in 5, Kendall Hay, Blue Springs South in 6, Ryan Shelton, Blue Springs South in 7, and Grace Ricketts, the Daniel Academy in 8. We're off. Section 3. Down the middle of the track. From Lincoln. Battling Blue Springs South. It's going to be at the line. Kendall Hay of Blue Springs South, 12.79. Plus 3.0 meters per second wind. Destiny Allen of Lincoln College Prep, 12.99. Anderson Upton of Blue Springs South, 13.07.
On the clock for her.
Section 4. Zakira Williams in 1 from St. Teresa's Academy. Riley Newman of Blue Spring South in 2. Amaya Gaskin of Liberty in 3. Caroline Shagg of Park Hill in 4. Rosenbacher in 5. Daniel in 6. Horde in 7. Robinson in 8. Down the straightaway we go. It's Blue Springs South. Gaskin of Liberty, 12.26 top time so far. Missouri number 16 performance on a legal wind. Grossenbacher 12.49 for a second. Newman of Blue Springs South in third, 12.50. All right, final section here. In the 100, we have Brooklyn Thomas of Lee Summit North, Alona Messick of Liberty North in 2, Layla Murphy of Ladue Horton Watkins in 3, Isla Alfutis in 4 from Helios Catholic, Amari Morrison of Liberty in 5, Tegan Ford of Penny in 6, Warren Wright of Staley in 7, and Leah Polly of Helios Catholic in 8. Isla Alfutis has had a pretty good day so far, has won 2 events. Looking for her 3rd. She's in lane 4. Murray in lane 3 has also had a good day. Some of the top performers. And we're underway. Alfutis and Murray going toe-to-toe. Messick trying to offer her name in the mix here too, but it might be Alfutis at the line. $11.69 from Alfutis. That is a top 100 time nationally. Although it's not wind legal, 0.3.5 meters per second, 11.69, under the 12-second threshold, but it's her 3rd win of the day, and she beats Layla Murray, who was 11.75 in 2nd place. Tegan Ford, 11.84 for 3rd.
Number 1 for Isla. Number 2 for Layla. Great job, ladies. Missouri number 4 for Penny. And Missouri number 8 for Alona Messick. 4.
That's the final section of the girls 100. So we move to the boys 100. 10 sections here.
Next up on the track, we're going to have the men's 100-meter dash. All guys need to be down here in the starting area for the men's 100-meter dash. 800-meter runners, girls, especially in the area near the starting line for the 800. And next up on the track, starting at 143.
All right, section 1 of 10 in the boys 100. We have Stephen Garland of Waynesville in 2, Tyson Clark of Clever in 3, Tyson, well, no, that could be wrong. 2 Tyson Clarks in 3 and 4, unless she's double the human. I think that's wrong. In lane 5, Trenton Allen of Clever. In lane 6, Camden Ishimura of Frontenac. And 6. In lane 7, Darian Williams of Blue Springs South. All right, we're ready to go here. And we're off in the boys 100 first section. Blue Springs South on the outside. Darian Williams rolling away from the field. That's a pretty good time for the first section. 10.92. A junior 3.6 meter win, but you're under 11. Really good job.
For Darian Williams of Blue Springs South. Near there with a big run. Looking up some in 100 meter. That's 10.92 for Darian.
All right, section 2 of 10, boys 100. Asher Cook, KC Metro Academy in lane 1. Brooks Hagan, Summit Christian Academy in 2. Seth Kiaborski, KC Metro Academy in 3. Jesse Empsch, KC Metro Academy in 4. Bryce Coffey, Elizabeth 5. Evan Hermes, Elizabeth in 6. Braden Cooper, Harrington in 7. Grayson Lee, Elizabeth in 8. And we are off. Cooper and Farmington. Looks to be potentially the winner there, and he is 11.68 from Braden Cooper out of Farmington. Coffee of Elizabeth 11.90. Section 3 of the boys 100, Zachary Lisk in 1 from Farmington, Avery Block, Lee Summit North in 2, Colton Wilson, Elizabeth in 3, Brandon Thompson, Lee Summit North in 4, Elliot Williams, Lincoln College Prep in 5, Walker Lott, Farmington in 6, Braden Richardson, Coronado in 7, Jeremy Tran, Summit Christian Academy in 8. Feet away. Lane 2, Avery Block. Pushing forward. Impressive performance from Block. But it's Zachary Lisk, 11.54, almost even with Block, who was second to the hundredths, 11.54. Braden Richardson in third, 11.89. All right, next up on the track, Heat 4, we have Isaac Fripp, Junior Poppin, Maximus Thomas, Aiden Trotter, Chase Long, Anthony Reese, Greg Kennedy, and Talon Douglas. Down our blocks. And we are away. Section 4, even through 60 meters. Maximus Thomas of St. Michael the Archangel, 11.52 for the win. Anthony Reese, 11.59 for second. Gray Kennedy, 11.60. All right, Heat 5 of 10. Lane assignments: Andrew Haynes of Cabot, Deacon Price of Liberty, Brandon Dye of Lee Summit North, Riker Atkins, Elizabeth Oliver Lakowski, Hilius Catholic in 5, Cooper Cummings, North Platte in 6, Eli Freeland Clever in 7, Cohen Stinky of Elizabeth in 8. And we're off. In lane 2, Deacon Price trying to hold off the field. Not sure if he'll get there. Brandon Dye, Lee Summit North, 11.21 for the win in Heat 5. Remember, in Heat 1, we had a 10.92 win dated, but the only sub-11 since we began. Darian Williams might be a first-timer, but he was in the first heat, 10.92. Next up, section 6 of 10, Asher Acosta in 1 from Cabot, Rory Capstack, Shawnee Mission East in 2, Justice Crinier, Casey Metro Academy in 3, Max Sullivan, Shawnee Mission East in 4, Max Malmstrom, Helios Catholic in 5, Reese Fredrickson 6, St. Michael the Archangel, Terrell King, Green Valley in 7, Colt Nolan of Liberty in 8. And we are away. Section 6. Reese Fredrickson takes the win. Legal win, 1.7, 11:08 at the line. Just a junior. Good performance there from Reese Fredrickson of St. Michael the Archangel. Max Sullivan was in second, 11:15. Terrell King of Grand Valley, 11:24.
Green Valley, 11:24. That's a new personal best as well. With Rory Kapstack and Shawnee Mission, 11:31. All with 6, 10, 100 back.
Heat 7 of 10, Luke Brewster, Sheldon Smith, Gus Kettler, Roderick Sims, Landon Connor, Dylan Coleman, Ashton Steed, and Montreal Harris and Henderson. We had some Dylan Coleman fans on the chat earlier, so we're going to be watching this one. Here we go. Steed in 8, running well. Might be Kettler in 4. Sheldon Smith from Park Hill, 11:03, just misses the sub 11 barrier there. 11:03, wind legal 0.9 wind. Just a sophomore though, so got time to improve. Luke Brewster of Rockhurst, 11:08. Ashton Steed, 11:14.
He's gonna be all the way on the outside for some reason. He's not happy about it.
Three more heats remaining in the boys 100 here at the Kansas City Relays. Lane 1, Matthew Edge of Clever. In 2, Seth Johnson of Warrensburg. In 3, Adeboye Akande of Platte County. In 4, Dawson Head of Grain Valley. In 5, Caden Gates of Lee Summit West. In 6, Javian Franke of Lee Summit. In 7, Joshua McCarthy of Farmington. In 8, Isaac Campbell of Lincoln College Prep. Section 8 out.
All right, 8 of 10.
It's like in 3, Adeboye Akande running really well. I think he takes it. Akande with the great last 30 meters. Akande runs 10.87, wind legal from Platte County. An impressive performance from the senior. Joshua McCarthy of Farmington, 10.93 for second. Caden Gates of Lee Summit West takes third in 11:06. So that's the first sub 11 on the track since Darian Williams' first section that wasn't win legal. So Akande now top time to beat going into the final 2 sections.
All right, next up we have 9 of 10.
Heat 9 of 10. D. Moray of Franklin of Lee Summit West in 1. Jalen Hart of Cabot in 2. Peyton Hatfield of Lee Summit in 3. Chris Harris, Lee Summit West in 4. Kenyon Johnson, Poplar Bluff in 5. Harrison Perkins, Lee Summit West in 6. Liberty North in 7. And Preston Hatfield of Lee Summit in 8. Chris Harris has a PB of 10.77, but Kenyon Johnson ran 10.79 this season. So his fitness might be right there for us. And we're off here in section 9 of 10. Harris did not get a good, or Johnson did not get a good start, but he might be making up for it here if he doesn't get beat on the inside by Franklin in lane 1 with a great performance, and he does leave with a win legal 10.63 out of lane 1. That's a Missouri number 4. He's just a sophomore. Ends up beating Harrison Perkins, his teammate, who ran 10.70, and Johnson, who had a tough start but made up for it late, 10.72. All right, final section of the boys 100 meters should be the fastest here. Time to beat is that last 10.63, I think, on the track. We have Cruz Villegas of Warrensburg in 1, Benjamin Hayes of Rockhurst in 2, Jacob Taylor Brown in 3, Nicholas Gormley in 4, Silas Bush of Creighton Prep in 5, Avery McVeigh in 6 of Holcomb, Blake Thomas of Rockhurst in 7, Ty Christopher of Platte County in 8. Blake Thomas, Ty Christopher both have run 10.77 this season. Benjamin Hayes of Rockhurst 10.70 is a personal best. Villegas 10.75 earlier this season, but he's in lane 1. Yeah, you'll always hear everyone runs the same distance. So there is truth to that, but there is sort of a mental edge from being in 4, 5, and 6. You can kind of see to your peripherals, to your right, to your left, and you can kind of manage the race in multiple ways. In one, you're just sort of focusing on really what's in front of you. Well, let's see what kind of power we can get out of the blocks here in the final section, 10 of 10. And here we go, tough start out of 1. Looks like in 6 that might be Silas Bush. Benjamin Hayes also with a great last 40 meters. Out of 1, Cruz Villegas makes up for that start with a 10.69. Not win legal, 2.7 wind. But really good performance overall for Cruz. Avery McVeigh, 10.72 for second. Jacob Taylor Brown, 10.72 for third. So fastest time of the day goes to DeMoray Franklin in section 9:10.63, and that was win legal as well. So that is your boys 100. Next up on the track, we should be getting going with the girls 800 right away. And we're joined back with Matt Gakel for some fast distance races.
Yeah, good to be back in action here.
All right, start lists. We have 4 heats of the 800, increasingly faster. 2 alley start. Let's read off just the names real quick in heat 1. Blake Billings, Isari Schwind, Emma Opfer, Eleanor Schottfeld, Daisy Steenson, Mary Harmon, Fallon Hudson, Adelaide Schlattfeld, Sarah Schneck, Sloan Schremek, Allison Sanders, Lennon Kube, Hamron Spencer, Grace Kurtz, and Adelaide Heidemann. Now, that's a lot for an 800.
It is, yeah. But what's nice about this first heat, it is a little bit spread out, and the alleys are going to help.
Yeah, for sure. I think where are we merging after maybe the first turn here?
Yeah,
I think.
I believe so. I'm seeing some cones across the way there, and those outside lanes should be the fast ones, I believe. So they should have good clearance.
All right. Well, the 800s, as I mentioned earlier, one of the hardest races in track and field. Personally, I like the 400 being the most difficult, but some people say 800.
Yeah, so I ran both in college, and I would say the 800 hurts more in the moment. The 400 hurts more after.
Physically, your body takes a beating. Yeah. Well, there's multiple arguments for both, so it's really a personal preference. But they both are an amazing, event base to watch in general. How do you run the 800? What's the most optimal way?
Generally, you want to get out hard. Usually the fastest times are those that are just a tad positive split, so that means their first lap is a little bit faster than their second lap. With the girls, you tend to see a little bit more even splits from some of your faster ones. So if you come through in, say, 70 seconds, usually at the back half of 70 is what you're shooting for, where some of those boys events you might see, if you come through in like a 60, you might want to come back in like a 62 or something like that.
Yeah. You want to manage that differential as best you can. All right, we're underway here in the girls' first section. So it's really important with that many girls in the field, you really have to, run a first 200 that's set yourself up.
Absolutely. And it looks like a handful of these have. It's pretty spread out already. In terms of just nobody's bunched up, they're still it's still anybody's race, but they're all on the rail for the most part.
And that makes sense when you're trying to run the least amount of distance in a very short race. So we're getting out pretty well here. A lot of girls trying to keep in contact through the first lap.
Looks like that's Schenk from Frontenac there in the lead.
About 74 seconds on the first lap for her.
The first 400 meters in about 75 seconds, well ahead of 241 right now.
And now here comes the final 300 meters, which just tends to be the most difficult, the most hurtful. Just got to keep the foot on the gas.
Yeah, the wind has settled down a little bit on that back stretch, which is really nice to have, especially where you're already fighting your body at that point.
And you're right on the mark there with Schenk coming through the first 400. She's going to try to lead from pole to pole with a little more than 100 meters left, being followed by Adeline Heidemann and Isari Schwind. but Schneck starting to pull away now from Frontenac. A high school senior with a PB of 2:42. Looks like she's going to smash that.
In section 1 of the women's 800-meter run.
The time of 2:31.82.
2:31.82 for Sarah Shanks.
Adelaide Hyman 2:34. Azuri Schwind 2:36 for second and third. We got some times on the board here.
Yeah, slight negative split there for Schenk from Frontenac. She's got 1:16, 1:15. So interesting there.
Well, at least she's consistent. Like to see that as a coach. You know, there's areas to improve. Then you can look at that and say, hey, you can go out maybe a little bit faster here, or maybe close a little bit harder here. All right, next up, Heat 204, Emerson Albright of Frontenac, Ellery Hamilton, Maranthal Academy, Annabelle Pollard, Addison Witherow, Harper DeMoss, Kate Rodman, Ada Bruce, Caroline Linderman, Anaya Rule, Marie Kurtz, Cadence Butts, Bailey Barnhart, Avery Rand, Bailey Dane, Annabelle Nelson, Kalia Lindsay, and Delaney Locasio. Comes that alley, two alley start. And you really have an opportunity if you're in that wide alley to kind of press early on and cut in.
Yeah, and you see this a lot with high school where they seem to cut in rather quickly, quicker than I would like to do. But with these girls, there's 17 in this one, which is a little bit fewer than the previous heat. And I think that's nice because we've got a heat that's a little more condensed now. We've got usually that first heat and then the last heat are the ones that are most spread out because you've kind of got the two ends of the spectrum. So these middle ones are going to be the ones that are a little more kind of tight-knit and could have a little more contact, a little more physical. It's another Frontenac athlete out in front.
Yeah, maybe they're a mid-distance program by nature. I'm assuming that's Albright with a 70 to start. Yep, that's Albright 70.94, followed by Ellery Hamilton, Marathon Academy 111, Kate Rodman 112.58. And Albright just trying to make this her race. Starting to pull away a little bit.
Very smooth stride there, almost no vertical bounce to her. She's just all forward.
So the efficiency is there for her. She kind of logs her rhythm there on the track and breaking away from Hamilton and Rodman. Hasn't been quite a race. It's been her, herself, and I
think there's just two brokers for second and third person.
All right, taking it home now in section 2 of the 800. 2:24. Her PB on the season, well, her PB on the year was 2:28, so a 4-second improvement. So good job out of her from start to finish.
Girls all running
We're getting it going here on the 800s, really moving fast and furious. So 2:24, I think, you know, is a good time. You want to improve just a little bit to get a little bit more competitive on the state level, but I think that'll pretty much put you in contention for some of these district and regional races. Is Missouri just district and state?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And then on the Kansas side, it's regionals in that state.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, with those back-to-back wins for Frontenac, that probably bodes pretty well for a state full-weight for them.
Absolutely. All right, we're setting up for third section here of the 800. Lucy Wright, Allie Barton, Farrell Williams, Ashlyn Warmbrock, Sydney Simpic, Natalie Hawthorne, Kate Jenkerson, Bailey Bear, Ileana Eckert, Emery Dietrich, Emily Hale, Jaleisha Jackson, Leah Miller, Clea Federline, Eva Garlick, and Addison Ayers.
All right, this is Reedy Green on this rack.
And those bright green uniforms, you can see Blue Springs South is in the mix. Actually like those uniforms a lot. You can see your athlete like right there. You know where they're at.
Yeah, especially when they're the only ones that have the bright uniforms. Sometimes when you get into cross-country meets, everybody has the bright stuff. It's actually the darker ones that stand out. But yeah, here on the track, Blue Springs South, the neon green looks really good.
And Warren Brock, I'm assuming, is out there in front trying to instill the pace and really keep this honest. Maybe you wouldn't think that she would go out and try to lead this race when there are others with better PRs, but sometimes you got to be a little risky in a race.
And it's certainly taking it out hot. 68.
Oh, that's Bailey Bear, 108.23 for the first 400. Lucy Wright, 108. Natalie Hawthorne, 108. Yeah, 68 is very fast. So you try to close anywhere near that again, you can get right there in the 2:15 range.
Yeah, this is the most telling part of the race here, and she's doing a pretty good job of holding on here in that third quarter.
And she's got quite the competition, though. There's a group of 4 in that lead pack. Now from the outside, a late charge. That looks like Coronado, athlete from Coronado. Cindy Simpich just takes over the final 200 meters. Passes 1, 2, 3 on her way to the victory here, coming down from elevation. Sydney Simpich, 2:18.91. That's impressive.
Yeah, especially the way that she did it. Waited, and then down that backstretch, which there still is a decent amount of wind on that backstretch. Made that move to catch back up to that lead group, and then didn't really wait around once she got there. She just kept going around him.
Got some of those additional red blood cells, right, coming down from elevation.
Oh,
you know.
Which is worth generally about a second
Yeah.
in the 800. It's not a ton like it could be in some of those long distance events.
Well, if you get a second from, you know, added benefit from coming down from elevation, you got a second from your spike. You got a second maybe if you're taking bicarb. That's 3 seconds.
Yeah, each in the 800, that's a big deal. I mean, that's the difference between first and fourth in this heat.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think we might be doing introductions here for the 800. So keep your eye on
All right, next up on the track, we got
the finish line here.
It's a race worthy of introductions. There's a lot of studs in this one.
You can take away the introduction too. I'll leave that to you, I think. Yeah, there's some good stuff here.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting from the higher seeded ones. So leading off from Owasso, it's Aaron Hendrick. They're sending up from Shawnee Mission East, Catherine Beltran. From Cabot, Savannah Fisher. Blue Springs, that's Blue Springs High School, is Tavia Briles. From Blue Valley, Paige Faulkner. From Liberty, Lily Hurt. From St. Teresa's, Holly Fendler. From Salina Central is Kaylee Schultz. She was the 2-mile champion earlier today. From Lockwood Watkins, Aaliyah Rogers. From Rogers, Kayla Eggers. From Liberty, Tessa Purdue. From Webb City, Brooke Hedger. From Eureka, Brooke Samuelson. And that top seed from Rogers, Arkansas, Belia Johnson. She's the senior. She's run 2:09.86. And she will have plenty of company. There are 13 girls under 220 in this race. So it's going to be a hot start. I bet it's going to be a bit of a battle here for pretty much everybody involved.
Absolutely. Johnson is the favorite with that kind of PB, but I did speak with Brooke Samuelson a couple of weeks before the Kansas City Relays. She's headed to Air Force next year, and she's really had an emergence this year on the track. She's hoping to really put forth her best effort here, and in the 800, that just takes all your guts, right? It comes down to basically what do you have. You know, a lot of these athletes are the same. They have the same amount of skill and talent, but do you have that heart? Do you have that extra ounce of will to get you to the finish? And we are away here in the fast section of the girls 800. Samuelson already trying to make a move on Johnson on the back alley, trying to win the position out front.
Samuelson in that dark purple uniform.
Now, important to get the right position. You want to have some type of control that you can determine in this race. Running on the inside there. And Hedger, I think that's Webb City's Hedger, now on her shoulder. And Johnson kind of slotting in on the inside of Samuelson. And they are definitely keeping this pace honest up front. Look at Samuelson, that stride.
Yeah, definitely stretching it out there. About 32 at that 200, and it was still pretty bunched up.
106 at the 400-meter mark. So they'll look down to sort of ramp it up a little bit. Here comes Samuelson putting on a surge on the curve.
Here comes Johnson making her move.
Yeah, I wonder if she took that first 400 a little bit more conservative, and now she has a lot left. And here comes Samuelson. Johnson obviously has the best PB, but did the tactic kind of come up a little bit short here? I don't know. Samuelson is just firing away here on the final home stretch.
Yeah, this is impressive from Samuelson.
That is an incredible performance from Samuelson. And she might negative split the last 400. So I think she's coming through 106.60. Wow. 104 on the final 400 meters for Samuelson of Eureka. Air Force signee ends up beating Lily Hurt and Tessa Purdue in second and third. Johnson kind of faded late in the race. Was that dominance? How would you describe that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I would call it. She just, when she decided to make her move there with just after that first lap, dropped the hammer and didn't look back. Just said, "This is my race, and I'm taking it."
Well, wonderful performance there. We're heading on to the boys 800, and we have 5 sections of this race in store for us. Let's see, the first heat has 18 in it: Christopher Swigard, Elias Chavez Pinedo, Logan Kane, Jonathan Ranke, Samuel Richardson, Isaiah Ramos, Luke Lattinser, Tyler Harden, Ellie Sprigg, Hinders James, Logan Subok, Jonathan Demetrius, Aiden Mills, Braden Vopak, Cody Wheeler, Colton Callahan, Justin Pullen, and Braden Casey. And we are away in the first section of the 800. So I love watching boys run the 800 because, you know, we tend to see really fast 400s, and then sometimes, you know, anything can happen in the final lap. Sometimes you blow up, sometimes you run a really fast second lap, sometimes you just battle to the wire with somebody else. Naturally, this is a fun race.
Yeah, in terms of the actual racing aspect to it, this is the fastest race that you'll have in terms of jockeying for position and things like that.
And we have men out into lane 3 almost through the first lap, which isn't ideal. But you're not necessarily willing to give up the space and the position to make a move.
Yeah, especially right here where there's not really room on the rail within 5 or 6 meters of those guys. So it started to blow open a little bit now.
Isaiah Ramos, 61 through the first 400 meters from Lincoln College Prep. Swigard, Kane, and James came in through 62 as well. Got 200 meters remaining. Looks like an athlete from Coronado. No, that's not Coronado.
That's Bishop Miege, it looks like.
All righty. And he has saved the best for last as he comes down the home stretch, moving his arms, sprinting to home.
Miege could go 1-2 here.
And that's Justin Poulin of Bishop Miege, 2:04.47 officially. Isaiah Ramos of Lincoln College Prep, 2:06.96. Luke Lattinser of Bishop Miege, 2:06.98.
Even split there for Poland, 62-62.
Wonder what place he was in after the 400 though, right? When, you know, the even split, but you don't necessarily always see, you know, the conservatism of a race, but you do see the finish.
Yeah, it looks like the timers had him in 6th place going into that second lap, so definitely moved up, especially in that third 200, because he took the lead with about 180 meters to go.
Now he's got to be eyeing up a sub-2 at some point this season.
Oh, yeah.
All right, next heat, 205, David Broge, Noah Doolittle, Jackson Edwards, Maxwell Hector, Keenan Beatty, Jack Richer, Lucas Wilhelm, Seth Johnson, Lane Dunham, Gavin Chamberlain, Bryce Johnson, Jaron Dumbeck, Calvin Marshall, Noah Fisher, Will Scaletti, Luke Furland, Grant Windmeyer, Jack Richer, and Mateus McGregor. And we're rolling here through the back stretch. Efficient first 300 meters for the group. St. Michael's of Archangel, that's David Roger, looks like out front. Gonna go into the 400 meter mark right around 58, 59? 59.28 for David Roche. Doolittle 59.51 right behind him. Now they're starting to sort of kick it into gear. Roche going to the arms, but now he's getting the challenger on his hip, and he can feel it.
Doolittle's got a lot of power in his stride.
Now the question is, does he have enough to take Roche to the line? Oh, they're working. They're working for it. Does he have enough room? Roche breaks 2 minutes. And you talked a lot about differential. That's almost even from David Roche there. 159 flat from the St. Michael the Archangel athlete. Doolittle 159.13. Bryce Johnson third in 2:01.
It's a testament to the level of competition here at the Kansas City Relays that we have 3 heats left. We already have 2 guys under 2 minutes.
I love that. Well, what is the, so I said earlier, the line of demarcation for the 32 is 9 minutes. In the 800, 150, 152,
Yeah,
154.
it's definitely moved. I think it's moved more than some of the other events over the last couple of years. But I think it used to be 157. I think it's more in that 153 range now.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I think like the world of possibilities have opened the door for kids. You know, just with everything that we've talked about with shoes and mentality and all this. All right, we're going into third section here. Connor Jones, Taylor, Cohen, Tenjak, Eli Drain, Nicholas Allheim, Graham Nord, Judge Abushan, David Meyer, Whit Joffrey, Travis King, Jack McGovern, Colton Hardy, Jeb Stoppball, Colton Goins, Miles Brenner, Mason Medellin, and Derek Grayson.
Very tight, as you would expect, with a heat of, what is this, 17? 16 with a separation of 3 seconds between their PRs.
Yeah, and I think the crucial part here is just, you know, getting that position early on, just finding your place in the field and making sure you're not in a place where you're not boxed in or you can't make a move.
Yeah, that looks like McGovern first. Everybody in the lead.
58 mid looks like for the first 400 for Connor Jones, Taylor, followed by Travis King and David Meyer. Now we're heading into the final 300 meters as they start to open up the stride and go into their full run. We got coaches on the 200 meter split there taking some video. It is a tight pack.
It is.
Jones Taylor still holding on. He set himself up really well early on, and now he has a chance to win this race. All he's got to do is finish in the last 50 when that lactic's all coming back to your body.
Yeah, he's feeling it, but he's determined.
And there he goes into the finish line. 1:58.30. 59.3 on the last 400 for Connor Jones Taylor out of Central. It's Missouri number 25 time. Travis King 1:59.16. Colton Hardy 1:59.32.
Best for him.
You know, in cross country, one of the best shot of the race when you're filming it is from over top in the start of the gun when you have the flock of like birds kind of going together. In the 800, it's kind of the same in this alley when they're kind of all sort of flowing as one. You know, for the first 5 seconds, it's like that's artwork. All right, section 4 of 5. Daniel Morris, Parker Williams, Warnick Beatty, Landon Wiglater, Kendrick Haynes, Benjamin Yoffe, Zion Brown, Jacob Bircher, Hendrick Fry, Samuel McQuiston, Beckett Anderson, Connor Sundirk, Isaac Miller, Cole James, and Elijah Jackson. So far, 1:58.30 is our top time. We've had a total of 5 under 2 minutes. Looks like these guys might be taking the first lap a little bit more conservative, just based on look.
Certainly picked it up here on the home stretch.
Yeah. They got a.
Looks like Elijah Jackson from Platte County. 57.
They're locking it in. That's a fast 400 now. If only they can kind of keep up that pace. Got a lot of action on the backstretch now, making the pass on the outside.
Yeah, is that Jacob Bircher from southeast of Saline?
It could be in the purple. He's giving it his all. But did he go too early? The race is going to play out over these final 120 meters, and we got 4 men in the race. They're all feeling it. Tying up just a bit. Oh, here comes a challenger on the outside.
East Summit West.
Oh. Saved the best for last, and he's going to run in the finish with the top time today so far. Parker Williams, wow, what a negative split there. 56 seconds on the final 400 meters to go 1:54.53. Missouri number 2.
Yeah, you were right. That opening 200 was not crazy fast. I want to say it was right around 30 seconds. And then somebody decided it was time to go, and they took it from there.
Well, sometimes it pays to be smarter in these races, being patient. You know, I watch soccer a lot, and, you know, with forwards, you know, when you're in front of goal, it's very easy to just want to strike the ball as quick as you can. But the best forwards are patient. They wait to see what's happening in front of them, and then they position their shot. It's like the same thing in running. You gotta be strategic in your race. Don't go out with your competitor, even if he has the different race plan. Go out with your race plan.
And that's why you see so many championship races go in that slower, more tactical style, because like in this race, somebody had to make that move, right? And that was Elijah Jackson. And Elijah got 4th.
Mm-hmm.
And had he not done that, many people in this race probably would not have run that fast.
Mm-hmm.
But as a result, he doesn't quite get the placing that you would expect for somebody that has a bold move like that.
Wearing number 9.
You want to read through the start list here once we get them?
Yeah, we've got another big heat here. There's 15 of them. So all All 15 of these are under 155, so we're looking at a pretty strong field here. Blue Springs South has Nolan Voigt. Wearing number 14 is Cameron Meyer from Staley. Number 13, Reese Fisher from Cabot. Number 12, Kevin Luzick from Liberty North. Number 11, Burke Schwenker from Blue Springs South. Number 10 is Harper Huckabee from Jonesboro Senior High. Crutz Bingham is in this race from Benton St. Joseph. Sammy Ferris from Lincoln Christian. Henry Latham from Carthage. Garner McAfee from Lincoln Christian. Jackson Miller from St. Louis High. Thomas Garrett from Park Hill South. Ty Brooks from Lincoln Christian. Clay McKinney from Regent Prep. And the top seed time, 152.2, Jacob Bond from Rockhurst.
So hopefully he can get close to that mark here today. That's his overall PB. It looks like his season best is 155. But we want to see him really run his best race. All these guys run their best race.
Yeah, what you often see in the 800 we're seeing here is age matters, experience matters. These are all juniors and seniors in this race.
100%. Sometimes patience pays. We got a couple guys on the outside going hard on the outside alley, trying to get up there in that front position.
In a race like this, there's not room for mistakes. It's 3 seconds separating first from last place on the seed list. And in the 800, you make one small move wrong and the whole field has passed you by.
Yeah, it falls apart pretty quickly. Well, it looks like those teammates, though, they're running together. They probably have talked about this before they got on the track, maybe know how they're going to race, so that might come into play too. All right, that's Ty Brooks, 56.19, Lincoln Christian. Garner McAfee, 56.4, Henry Latham, 56.6.
Yeah, they've set themselves up for a pretty good race here as long as they can hold on to it.
And here comes the move at 250. That is early, but sometimes it's what it takes to win. From Carthage, it's Henry Latham. Now really stressing that stride length is Latham. And he made the move, but now he's getting past that Ty Brooks and Garner McAfee. Garner McAfee, Ty Brooks, they're going to go into the finish line. 1-2 here. Garner McAfee, 153.55, 57.13 on the last 400 for a new PB. Ty Brooks, 153.65. And Harper Huckabee, 155.08. Now, would you rather would you rather run a race solo or run it with your teammate and just have a PB together? Like, you can't ask for anything more.
Some of the best photos I think I've seen from track and field are teammates doing 1-2 or 1-2-3, and yeah, there's no better feeling in the world than doing that with a teammates, a guy that you train with, and you know how much they hurt every day and how much you get to put into this, and doing it together there's nothing better than that.
Well, they definitely earned a big honor there. It's the end of the boys 800. Next up, women's girls 300-meter hurdles. I think we got to get set up on the track, so it might take a little bit of time, but we will be back shortly.
Those are some exciting 800-meter runs there for both the women and the men. Now we're going to speed things up a little bit with some obstacles for the girls' 300-meter hurdles next on the track. All right, all girls, 300-meter hurdles. You need to be over at the starting line, lined up, ready to go here for the 300-meter hurdles.
We return to the Kansas City Relays. Next up is the girls 300-meter hurdles. We have 5 sections of this event, and the starting list looks like this. On section 1, we have Brooklyn Miller in 2, Hadley Pierce in 3, Lexi Agee in 4, Haley Manick in 5, and McKenna Stewart in 6. Still setting up their blocks a little bit. So get ready. You know, I have a hot take about high school track when it comes to long hurdles. I think they need to do away with the 300s, and they just have to buckle up and do the 4s.
Yeah, there's a few states that do that already. I think Iowa's one of them. Maybe as well.
Iowa moved to 4. When did they move on to the 400s?
I believe they've been that way for a little while now.
Oh. Well, I know some of the Iowa cross. Is it cross where they run 3K? No, outdoor they run 3K. There's something weird with some of the Midwest states that used to be where they're not running full distances.
Yeah, well, Iowa's an interesting state in itself, just because of the way that they do their relays. Because they, I believe, have 7 relays at the state meet, so it's much more emphasis placed on that side for the team's standings.
Well, that changes the complexion of, you know, your opportunity really when it comes to track, because, well, here we go, 300s. We'll get to that conversation in no time. All right, 300s. Looks like Lexi Agee in lane 3. It's out to a very strong start.
Very smooth over those hurdles.
300s is an endurance event here with the hurdles, combining sort of that 400 speed with that natural physicalness of the hurdle. McGee, Lee Summit West, Lee Summit North, I should say, finishing out last hurdle. Is up winning the section, 52.31 for Lexi Agee. Hadley Pierce, Farmington, 52.72 for second. Haley Manick, Elizabeth, third, 54.13.
Yeah, start for a gi was really strong, and then once you get kind of into those later parts of the hurdles, especially in the 300s and 400s, when you get to a point where you have to switch legs, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Generally, you try and have the same number of steps between the first several hurdles, but as you get more fatigued, you got to add some steps, and that's where it seemed like she started to slow down a little bit. The field started to come back to her, but she still held on.
Oh, we are rolling now. Lucy McFerrin, Kira Walsh, McKay Holden, Grace Shields, Kennedy Smith, and Brianna Batchelor in this heat of the 300s. It's like Micah Holden of Joplin out in front. Kind of counting her steps toward the end there. Really running well. Going to run through the hurdle here. Micah Holden of Joplin, 50.03 for the section win. Grace Shields, Summit Christian Academy, 50.08. Brianna Batchelor, 51.24.
That last hurdle, which is just 10 meters from the finish line, is kind of an equalizer in this race.
Yeah, yep.
A lot that can happen in those last 10 meters.
Yeah, I've often seen in state championships that the last hurdle is a decider, right? Because when you run you get to the state championships, there's nothing left. That's the final race of your season. So often athletes put everything into that first sort of 250, and then you just try to hold on at the end. Got Maggie Wagner, Gabrielle Allen, Casey Stoll, Emily Miller, Hazel Parrott, Mallory Schreiner, Helena Parrott, and Miley Amy in this field. Get progressively faster. It's like Stoll in lane 3. What was the mascot from Maryville again?
The Spoof Hounds.
The Spoof Hounds. Spoof Hounds.
1-2 right now.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a vertical lift to her hurdle. Gabrielle Allen, Park Hill, 49.20. Casey Stoll, 49.21. Maggie Wagner, Platte County, 49.49. And just to finish off my thought, I think I agree with you. It's an equalizer because you put so much effort into the first 250 that you overlook the last hurdle that you think you'll just be able to get over. And a lot of times you meet it, or you can meet it at least.
Yeah, that, I guess, is a factor that you don't really experience in the 400 hurdles, because the last hurdle is about 50 meters from the finish line, so you have quite a bit of a runway there at the end.
Yeah. Morgan Hillbridge, Suzanne Honan, Valerie Coles, Jaylee Howell, Jillian Taney, Adeline Henkel, Elsie Willis, Sydney Wilson. Those are your runners here. And a really, really strong 150 already. It's like Jillian Taney. Yeah, Taney from Staley. Made sure her front half was really good. Now she's getting a challenge.
And that's Cowles from Clever.
And Cowles planted smartly. She's going to win the heat. A very good job from Cowles, who won at 46.67. Taney ran a good race as well, 47.03. Jaylee Howell, Helios Catholic, 48.46.
tab, standing home, and final heat on the track here for the winner.
All right, we got the last heat on the track. 505, Morgan Hillbridge, Lynn Cottrell, Lily O'Brien, Isla Alfutis, who's won 3 other events today, Matt. She's going for her 4th. Amaya Hill, Nikki Frank, Briley Ackland, Ainsley Park. Now, if I were to choose an MVP of the day, I think she's it. She's won the 100 hurdles, the 200, and the 100.
She's a big reason why Elias Catholic is the leader on the girls' side of the team standings.
Are they a small school?
I couldn't tell you.
I wonder if she's just a monster at her championships. And she is definitely, pushing forward here with a dominant effort.
Yeah, she was so far ahead of herself, she had to stutter just to keep the right number of steps.
Yeah, but that form, the technique over the hurdle, I think, bar none at this point. It's an extension of her stride.
Yeah.
Altutis handling the event as she has all day long from Helios Catholic. Isla Alfutis, the MVP in our eyes of the Kansas City Relays, if she can finish it off. And she's going to roll for a very fast performance overall.
Yeah, that was impressive. Led with the right leg on every single hurdle. Didn't have to switch the entire time. And was ahead of herself for a little bit of that, where she was running on the outside of the lane just to get enough distance so that she could have those longer strides.
MVP in my book. So, U.S. 37 performance for Isla Alfutis, 42.93. And she is
points on the day. There's not much more you can ask of an athlete for.
Out of Jefferson City, Missouri, class of 2027, which means she's not even a senior. She's got another year left. But if I'm a college program looking at her, I'm probably thinking she's worth my time to recruit.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure Mizzou is all over that.
Alrighty. Next up on the boys' side is the 300-meter hurdles. We have 6 heats of this. And we're getting away with 8 on the track. Maximus Pierce, Michael Coleman, Abraham Garcia, Carter O'Connor, Langston Humphrey, Maxwell Kinnard, Bridger Brinkworth, and Zach Carnegie.
Boys hurdles are just a little bit higher here. They're up at 36. Looks like Humphrey there in the lead. He's showing fatigue, but getting over those hurdles pretty well. Comes through in 44.20.
That was Langston Humphrey of Rockford, 24-20.
All right, next up, Heat 2. Soren Bernhardt Woods, Logan Shackelford, Ellie Freeland, Micah Davis, Nicholas Bays, Andrew Bennett, Asa Racine, and Braden Flood. Have you heard of this high school athlete by the name of Andrew Jones from Texas?
Not.
The man is running like, well, the teenager is running like a man. He just broke the national record in the 300-meter hurdles this weekend, I think, 34.9 or something. Just running out of his mind. He ran under 13 seconds for the 110s at the Texas relays as well. And generally is just considered, you know, next Grant Holloway type, based on the amount of wins and times he's racking up.
Around here, they might say the next Cordell Pinch.
Okay, well, Cordell was under recruited, and you know, nobody knew about Cordell until he came out of, was it, what was the college again?
Pittsburgh State.
Pittsburgh State. All right, Heat 2 underway here. All these guys running hard. Try not to clip the hurdle. Lane 2, Michael Coleman. Carter O'Connor in 4, pulling away. And he's going to run to the finish line as the winner, O'Connor. Looking for a finishing time here. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Maximus. No, sorry.
It's like Micah Davis, 42-44.
Oh, what am I looking at? What the heck? Okay. I'm just all over the place. All right, Heat 3 of 6. Abram Knight, Elijah Lucchesi, Jalen Lewis, Deacon Ritter, Austin Grayson, Jack Stratmeyer, Max Ortiz, and Clay Twidwell. Wonder if the temperature is starting to drop a wee bit as we get into the evening here. And we're off. Section 3 of 6. Deacon Ritter in 4. Oh, stuttering a little bit. Actually, it looked like he impeded Lewis a bit. But Lewis, oh my goodness. Now Lewis out in front. Oh, everybody's clipping. It's chaos. That's what I mean, Matt. Chaos.
Yeah.
3, Jalen Lewis, Lee Summit North.
Barely made it over that last hurdle.
43-20 there. Jalen Lewis of Summit North.
Finishing time 43:20 for Jalen Lewis to take that heat win. Austin Grayson 43.75. Elijah Lucchesi 44.38.
Once you get into a race like that where people start to flip hurdles, it seems like it gets contagious.
It's like, you do, I do. Heat 4 of 6, Colin Hill, Maxwell Bremen, Jackson Breimer, Dominic King, Jordan Van Gordon, Arthur Lucas, Andre Young, and Zachary Leisk. Got 2 freshmen in the mix here, Zachary Leisk and Maxwell Bremen. But they are running as well as anybody else in this section. We're off section 4 of 6. Dominique King making up that stagger in 4. A little bit of a stutter step on that hurdle, but now into the straightaway. King and Breimer. Now Breimer passes him because King isn't as confident over his hurdles. Breimer now. He's quick couple steps on his last hurdle and takes the win. Jackson Breimer of Cabot, 41.23. Takes the win. Andre Young, 41.7. Dominique King, 41.9. If Dominique had, you know, a little bit more smoothness, I would say, he would have that in the bag.
That was evident across multiple athletes in this heat. They definitely had the speed, just didn't quite have the technique down yet. And that's something you see progresses a lot, especially for younger athletes. But technique is something you can fix. Speed is a lot harder to train.
So the ceiling probably is much higher for him rather than like the floor, right? You can't change something. It's inherent in some aspects, but if your technique is just the thing that you need to improve, your floor is much higher.
Absolutely.
The ceiling is much higher. All right, heat 5 of 6. Tristan Palzagui, Julian Bailey, Timothy Wiseman, Brody Jackson, Tyler Markle, Kalen Carter, Michael Malmstrom, and Hayden Gumaz. There, lane 8, Aiden Gumaz putting some pressure on the lane. He's fighting off. He's running really well. A little bit of a skip before the hurdle. I don't think I've ever seen that. Did you see that? It's a little bit of a skip. Not a stutter step, it's a skip.
Yeah, it's almost he knows what leg he wants to go over, but he doesn't want to stutter.
Yeah.
It's unique.
Yeah.
Never see that before.
41.15 for Brody. Take the win there. Julian Bailey of Rockhurst, 41.48. Timothy Wiseman, 41.85. All right, 6th and final heat here of the boys 300-meter hurdles. Brody Ramsey, Landon Schmitz, Isaac Hamilton, Ethan Locks, Samuel Way, Patrick Slack, Kelvin Foster, and Caden Leonard. You mentioned earlier about Landon Schmitz, small school hero from Axtell in lane 2. Got a couple of really fast runners in 4 and 5 and Laux and Samuel Way.
Yeah, 6 athletes in this have run 38 second, or in that 38-second range.
That first 100 is important, but just as important is this curve and how you run and how you shape up your race. There in 7 is Foster. I think Foster fell during the 110, so he's been looking to redeem himself a little bit here. But Creighton Prep, see, fell again. Creighton Prep dominating. You gotta feel for Foster. Not a great day, but he got up. Looks like he's gonna finish. He said no more hurdles today. Ethan Locks of Creighton Prep takes that win. 300-meter hurdles, 38.3. Samuel Way of Kearney, 39.01. And Landon Schmitz, 39.66.
That will certainly help Creighton Prep's cause in the team standings. They've been battling out between them and West. West has a little bit of a lead right now, but apparently Creighton has a handful of scoring athletes still to come in the next couple of relays a mile. So, yeah, in terms of projections, it's looking like it's going to be within a point or two.
Yeah, that's tight. So it really depends on every race that their runners are in, or athletes are in. Meanwhile, Helios Catholic on the heels of Altutus is up 90 points right now.
Yeah, and that's over St. Teresa's, who's probably one of the more perennial best teams in the Kansas City Metro.
Yeah.
At least on the girls' side. I believe they're an all-girls school.
We have a little bit of a break before the girls' DMR at 5:41, so we'll be back shortly.
On your mark.
We are back here at the Running Lane Kansas City Relays. Off and running now. We got the first lap of the women's distance medley relay. So the legs on this one are 1,200, 400, 800, and 1,600.
3 laps around the track for our lead ladies here.
So 3 laps for this first leg. One of those is already complete. In this one, Owasso is in the lead. St. Teresa's is in there as well, along with Lee's Summit West, Cabot, Elizabeth, Webb City, Northern Heights, and Lincoln College. Not a ton of separation so far here. We've got St. Teresa's in front, Owasso, Northern Heights, and I believe that's Lee's Summit West. Let's see, that's Lee's Summit West and Cabot. Northern Heights is a little further back. One lap to go here on this first leg. Once again, this is the distance medley relay. It's one heat, so this is the championship. St. Teresa's showing their power here down the backstretch. Looks like Lee's Summit West just passing Owasso there in the second place. The distance medley relay is truly a medley race. We talked about this earlier with the sprint medley, but essentially this is a race to see who can give their 1,600 meter leg the biggest head start. The 1,600 is, since it is the longest leg, it is the most important or the most valuable. The time there is a lot more easily made up, where you can maybe only take off a second or two in the 400 to 800 legs. You can make up a lot of ground in that mile leg. So here we are. Owasso takes the lead here right before that first exchange. St. Teresa's number 2, and that's Lee's Summit West in 3rd, and here comes Cabot handing off in 4th. So this is the 400 meter leg. You'll see these girls are pretty quick. And it looks like Lee's Summit West might have the fastest of the bunch. She came out the gate pretty strong. That's them in 3rd place, just off the back of the stream here. Owasso's had a pretty strong backstretch here, and they're starting to stretch a lead a little bit. So the Rams bringing it home here on the second leg. So they will hand off here in 1st place to the 800 leg, which is coming up here. And we're seeing a good finish here by Cabot. They might even get into 2nd place here by the end of this exchange. Looks like St. Teresa's had a pretty pretty solid handoff there, and they're going to stay in second. Cabot's up into third. Lee Summit West in fourth.
Owaso's 400-meter leg.
St. Teresa's starting to come back into the picture here.
445.77 as they get onto their 800-meter leg. St. Teresa's Academy still in second. Cabot in third. Lee Summit West there challenging for that third position.
Certainly closing the ground here. Owasso still has about a 10-meter lead. And of course, there's going to be another lap after this for these two girls, and then the anchor leg.
At the conclusion of the Mars, we need 3 coaches on here for the state zone for the women's and men's 4x100-meter run.
About another 30 meters back is Cabot and Lee Summit West. They're running together. We may see them here in the picture as they go around the curve. But they are certainly not out of it. We have a mile leg coming up after this lap. And like I said, we have a lot of ground that can be made up on that final leg. So Owasso is still leading here. It looks like St. Teresa's is kind of going to come up and hang around. We'll see if she makes the pass or whether she sits on it. Quick look back there for Owasso.
Academy as they're coming down the home stretch now, getting ready to hand it off to their 1600-meter leg.
And Owasso's got enough of a finish here. They're going to open up a little bit more of a lead before we hand off onto this last leg. So it is Owasso with 7:12 on the clock for that first 3 legs. St. Teresa's comes through. You may not see it on the picture, but Cabot and Lee Summit West are also handing off right now. So that's your 4 teams that are in it. Webb City's in 5th. They're handing off right now. So they're about 250 meters back from the lead. I think that may be too much to overcome for an anchor leg, especially with a team like Owasso in front. Very smooth stride here for the leader from Owasso. The lead is up to about 50 meters now over St. Teresa's. So this Owasso athlete has started to open things up even further. About 2.5 laps to go now. Still looks fairly relaxed down the home stretch here. 2 to go.
Cabot started to close the gap. It's about 15 meters back from St. Teresa. Lee Summit West back in fourth. It's a few seconds for 2
is up to 90 meters now for Owasso. Cabot has made up a decent amount of ground here on St. Teresa's, and it looks like that gap continues to shrink. So they can certainly move into that second place position before this is all said and done.
In the women's DMR, they've extended their lead to about 80 meters over St. Teresa's Academy. Cabot should be 10 meters back from second position. Another 20 meters back is Lee Summit West. This women's DMR here.
Anchor lap or gun lap or bell lap here for Owasso. So 1 to go. Cabot is now closed the gap, and they are even with St. Teresa's for that second place position with 1 lap to go.
1 to go now for second place St. Teresa's Academy. Summit West back in fourth. Right now it's all Owasso.
So Lee Summit West coming through right now with a lap to go. They're in fourth. Webb City another about 10 seconds back from them in fifth. And Northern Heights, another small school from the Kansas side, they are in sixth. Holding their own well there. I believe that's Ellie McCrory on the leg for them. But Owasso coming down the home stretch. They are going to win this. They've got
12:03 on the clock, 60 meters to go for Owasso.
12:07 on the clock right now. So we'll take a peek at what that will look like here. 12:15, 12:16 coming through. So Owasso will be your champions for the distance medley relay. Cabot bringing it home here. They have taken over that second place position with St. Teresa's in third.
With a big 1,600 meter leg to close them out in this DMR. St. Teresa looks like they're going to hold on third. 12:42 unofficially for Cabot.
Lee Summit West bringing it home here for the finish.
Summit West with a good close here to round out your 4, 12:56, 17.
Webb City finding their way through the finish line here.
Here in fifth.
And here is Northern Heights coming into the picture, finishing things off, along with Lincoln Prep. Lincoln Prep with 1 lap to go here.
Just a reminder, we do still have some food trucks and vendors. Check out the food stand and the vendors behind the press box there. So looking for something to drink. I got a couple more
Some good
hours.
splits there for Owasso when they took the win. It was 3:45 for their 1200 leg. The 400 leg was right at 1 minute. The 800 leg was 2:26, and the mile leg was 5:03. So those were your splits for Owasso. St. Teresa's did have the top 800 leg, 2:24. And it looks like Cabot had the top 400 leg with 58.
Next up on the track, we're going to have the men's 4,000 meter DMR. Men's DMR is all ready at the staging area right on the starting line. We're just moments away from starting the men's DMR.
a strong finish there for Lincoln Prep down the home stretch, and we will bring on the boys. We've got about 4 minutes yet until the scheduled start time. It is right at 6 p.m. local time.
Just a reminder, coaches, we do need some volunteers in the main zone. And men one by one. We can get a few coaches to volunteer for that, including of the men DMR. Much appreciated.
And here they come. We'll bring them on, and we will also bring on Corey Moll, who rejoins the stream here with us. A little deeper field here in the boys' side. We've got 13 teams scheduled to start. Girls, I think we had 8.
Very excited to see Bentonville. They ran the 4x1600 meters and absolutely crushed it. So DMR, no shortage of talent with them, and I am sure that they're going to bring an A squad to go after a big time.
Yeah, Bentonville, they've frequented the Kansas relays before we've moved over here to the Missouri side for the Kansas City relays, but the rosters that they always bring are incredible. Bentonville is, anytime they're in a race with an A team, you're going to know, because they're going to be right up there at the front.
So their seed is at 10 minutes flat, and right now, I don't know, sometimes mile splits stats are a little wonky, but a US 3 is 10:05, a US 1 is 9:06, a US 2 is 9:51. I don't know if that 9:06 is actually like accurate, but that being said, I think Bentonville has an opportunity to run one of the best times in the nation for 2026 right now.
Yeah. And we've seen a handful of fast DMRs in the last month or so. We had a couple really good teams that showed up to some of those indoor national meets, but a bunch of those were either club or like all-star type level, where this is a single school team putting something like this together. So that makes it all the more impressive. So we won't give them the laurel quite yet. I mean, they still have to run it, but yeah, we do know that they've got some talent and they are looking to show it. So 1200 leg to lead off, like the girls, 1200, 400, 800, 1600.
And I've covered the DMR long enough to know, like, there's two sides of seeing this, like the way you run a 1200, you know, do you run it kind of like an 800 where you're trying to sort of manage the distance but with the most upright speed, or you manage it like a mile, right? What kind of pace are you bringing to the 1200? That's always sort of the balance you have to make with the runner that you choose to run this too.
Yeah, and I've never, the best 1200 legs that I've seen have always kind of been a little bit of mix of both. You know, you can't be conservative like you are maybe early on in a mile, but you certainly don't want to. Because if you are conservative, then you might have lost the amount of time that it would have taken to sort of be in the race or win the race. Yeah. And one thing that's interesting about the 1200 leg in the medley relay is you really don't want to go tactical, because you're handing off to your teammates. Anything could happen later. Right. And the only leg that really should be tactical in a race like this, if you're going to be tactical at all, is that anchor leg. Yeah, I agree. As long as every other leg is reasonable enough, but you can lose a DMR on a 1200 meter leg. Absolutely. So, especially if your 1200 leg is one of the better athletes and they don't run to what they should. Yeah. So right now, do we know which team is out here? Bentonville's facing a 80 meter depth, maybe about 60 meters right now. Yeah, it's Shiloh Christian there in first place, and they are the number 2 seed with like a 10-18. Well, he's doing an incredible job, I think, off the bat, really pushing
the pace and bringing this race in front of everyone else, right? When maybe they're not ready for that tempo. Bentonville is trying to sort of make up a little bit of ground late over the last 300 meters here. But as you can see, their faces, they're hurting just a bit on this stretch.
So what's nice about the 10-minute barrier here is it's an average of 1 minute per lap. It's a 10-lap race. And they're going to come through about 6 seconds over that. Obviously, the 1200 leg is one of the slower legs in this race. 400 should make up some on time. In fact, I would expect them to be under that 10-minute pace at the end of this leg.
So they're about 13 seconds behind the leader on the handoff, Bentonville is, and in front of them, maybe about 10. But that, you know, you can't just make up 10 seconds. So I think Shiloh would have to fall apart dramatically to really lose this race. They've set themselves up really, really nicely.
Yeah, unless Bentonville has some crazy 4-4 anchor leg or something, right? We don't know.
Well, they do have Brian Burns, but I don't know if Brian Burns is running the anchor.
About 401 through 4 laps.
That's 7, still about 10 seconds. Okay, this 800 is really important now. Okay, here's where you leverage depth in your roster, right? The teams with the most depth can leverage talent where other teams might not necessarily have it. So you really got to lean on that.
Yeah, and that lead has shrunk for Shiloh. Lee Summit West is actually about 25 meters back.
We'll find a lot of heel strikers in 800, but all right, well, you are correct in that this lead is diminishing here on this leg, and it's getting a lot closer. So this really, Bentonville and who's the third team here?
Right now it's Shiloh.
Shiloh and Creighton.
Creighton's in 4th. You've got Lee Summit West in 2nd. You're looking at maybe taking the lead here before the end of this. And I'm not sure, the results say this is Farmington in 3rd. Although that looks like a Bentonville.
I'm almost positive that roster is Bentonville, but well, good question now.
If that is Farmington, that's high praise. They have been
Yeah, for sure.
compared to a Bentonville-style team.
Well, they've definitely made up that deficit, and now they see themselves sort of in contention to really go after this race now.
Yeah, I would say they're in control right now. It doesn't look like they're interested in making the pass quite yet.
Yeah, I don't. It's probably Farmington. That is the problem with high school uniforms. They all look the same. All right. So Lee's Summit West and Farmington for a battle 1-2 right now. And it really looks as if both are sort of measuring themselves, readying for, really what's to come. Because I don't think either is willing to sort of give up, a move this early.
Yeah, neither one wants to send it here because they know that this is going to come down to probably a kick. And they want to have as much left for that as possible. But what they're doing here is they're letting Shiloh back into this.
On the clock right now with 2 to go.
So 2 laps to go. 10 minutes is definitely out of the question now. They're probably going to be more in that 10:30 range.
Well, they're cruising though. Doesn't look like they're expending a lot of energy, and that Shiloh's probably going to attack at this point. And that they do.
All three of them just kind of speed up here. Kind of proves our theory that the other two are kind of holding back there.
Yeah.
So it's Shiloh, Lee Summit West, and Farmington. And all three teams have very different runners. More standard distance runner for Shiloh. Farmington's is a lot more, I would say stocky is kind of the term there. And then a much more kind of tall, lankier runner there for, let's see, that'd be Farmington with the taller one. It's at least something west there in second.
Well, it's coming down to the final 300 here with Shiloh and Lee Summit saving what they have left. And Lee Summit did measure it seemingly perfectly.
Shiloh seems to have another gear.
I'm just going to check in with the runners on the 200 real quick. And Lee Summit West gonna win this, shockingly. I'm still shocked it's not Bentonville.
Yeah, they've had a couple of relays and just athletes that did not start racing or did not show.
Yeah.
So it's not surprising that they weren't in this one, but
Well, they were in the 4x1600.
which is interesting to me that they would bring a team for that and not for this.
Hmm. Well, we got 2 sets of 4x100 meter relays on the docket, girls and boys, before we get to the races of the day, the Jim Ryan miles. Some extremely talented athletes are going to square off there, and we couldn't be more excited. So we're going to take a quick break before we get back into it for the 4x1s.
Volunteers for the state zone, please. Check in near the finish line there. State zone volunteers, 4x1. got 2 volunteers. I need one more for
trying to get exposure.
volunteer.
From Providence _Patriots. But this is our runner right here. She last weekend did. So she's running the 1 mile.
I've got the first
Ran the 2 mile last
one. I need one at
So
like I've got it taken care of now. I really need you all. We'll get started here in just a few moments for each one of the girls 4x1 relay. Big shout out again to all our officials and volunteers for this lead off. Consolidated 2 days needed to one. Stayed right on schedule all day. Good job. Good job to all the athletes. Who haven't had a chance to check out the season. Reminder, hospitality is down. Hospitality.
I saw all the water driving up there this afternoon. All the people are on.
All right,
There was a truck underwater on the side. That's like,
started here in 2 minutes. The girl 4x1 won.
Ladies, when you set your blocks, please stand in front of them.
so then, okay, so what they let them I just got
On your mark.
so what they
All right, we're back for heats of the 4x1 here at the Kansas City Relays. Heat 1 on the girls' side, down on the track, Summit Christian Academy, Cleaver, Elizabeth, and Farmington.
Stand up. Lane 6, stand up. Thank you. Lane 6 needs to come up. He was halfway up and fired the gun. You gotta come up quicker. Everybody come up quick.
Exchange zone 1 is not ready for their starter.
Okay.
that's a quick switch. So I just wanted you to
Looks like we're still waiting on just one exchange zone here.
Oh, red to white. Got white, now we got red.
Now we're red on exchange 1. Officials just getting a little guidance here, and now we should be good to go.
Alrighty.
Ladies, stand in front of your block.
Lane 3, Summit Christian Academy. Lane 4, Cleaver. Lane 5, Elizabeth. And lane 6, Farmington.
Set.
And we're off here in the 4x1. Flying into the exchange zone a little early for Farmington, but they get it off.
All right, this is 1 of the girls 4x1 coming from the Academy.
Very clean exchange there for Clever.
Comes Summit here. Good handoff might win a race.
Yeah, Clevers were all clean. I couldn't hardly notice that they changed the hands. But speed kills here.
Yeah, it looks like at the line, Summit Christian may have taken that race.
0.2 of a second.
Ford 51.88 for Summit Christian Academy. Cleaver 52.07. Farmington 52.27. Elizabeth 58.20. Looks like we have 3 heats here in the girls 4x1. So we're setting up for the second heat. Madam from Texas, so you know, unfortunately no one does relays better than Texas, so I don't know if I can ever be happy watching relays in Missouri or Kansas. So
We do our best, but man, Texas does have some blazing 4x1s.
yeah, interesting part though is that some of the fastest athletes right now in the state and the country have opted not to compete over the UIL postseason because they've essentially signed agreements to compete with their clubs and NIL focus, so they're out.
Yeah, because Texas, the UIL does not
Correct.
allow for NIL deals, correct?
Correct, yeah. So in order for them to race outside of it, they have to basically step away.
Yeah, I know that's been kind of a thorn in the side for Koros, because I know we like to spread some NIL across the country here, and yeah, there's no Texas athletes on our roster aside from Cooper Lichtenhouse, but he's more on the
He's
pro
bro,
side of things.
yeah.
Ladies, stand in front of your blocks, please. On your mark.
So lane 2, St. Michael the Archangel. In 3, Elizabeth. In 5, Lee Summit West. And 6, Platte County. Off we go. Second section. Platte County. It's really strong. Elizabeth.
Exchange there for Platte County.
Still out there in the lead, though. Elizabeth gaining just slightly. A little delayed handoff from Elizabeth. But if you have the fastest sprinter on the track, sometimes that's enough. Are they going to get it?
It's like Platte County held on.
Yeah. 50.54 for Platte County over Elizabeth 50.71. St. Michael 51.01.
St. Michael the Archangel 51.01 in third. Now, Platte County 50.54. We get ready for third and final for the girls 4x1 in the relay.
All right, we're setting up here for heat 3 of 3. Looks like we have 6 teams on board. North Platte in 1, Lincoln College Prep in 2, Helios Catholic in 3. We have 4 is Ladue Horton Watkins. Park Hill in 6, Blue Springs South in 7, and Lee Summit North in 8. Dare I say, for Helios Catholic, our girl Isla Halutis, is she on this team? Would that give her 5 wins on the day? I kind of think she is.
Ladies, stand in front of your block. On your mark.
That would be quite the day.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because they're right at the edge of the shadow over there.
Well, I guess we'll tell once she starts running, right?
See if she beats everybody, that's who it is.
Yeah. Alrighty, we are underway here in the final section of the girls 4x1 at the Kansas City Relays. Strong running on the outside by Lee Summit North. Whoop. Lee Summit North still in the mix. Watch out for Helios Catholic in 3.
Here they come.
Yeah, I think that's Isla Halutis, possibly.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
You're not sold, even though they won. You're not sold. 49-1-5 for Helios Catholic, 49-4-9 for Lee Summit North and Blue Springs South, 49-8-5.
Yeah, regardless, they continue to pour it on in the team scores. That'll put them up to 100 points on the day. St. Teresa's is in second with 56.
Yeah, debatable whether that was her or not.
If you haven't had a chance to meet him, now down in the stadium, airport there.
Looks like the men's 4x1 is starting in 6:35. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back.
All right, we are back, ready for some more action here at the Running Lane Kansas City Relays, presented by Nike and Koros. So we've got men's 4x1 on tap here. We've got 3 heats coming up. Heat number 1 looks like everyone is here. We've got lanes 2 through 7 filled. So lane number 2, Summit Christian. Lane 3, Helios Catholic. Lane 4, Lincoln Prep. Lane 5, Lee's Summit North. Lane 6 is Clever. And lane 7 is KC Metro Academy. Still 2 minutes away from the scheduled start time. And it looks like exchange zones are not quite ready yet, although we do have athletes in position. Lincoln Prep's got the top seed time in this first one. Looks like we've got all 3 exchange zones are ready to roll, so we are ready to go.
Gentlemen, stand in front of your blocks, please.
Once again, Summit Christian in 2, Helios Catholic in 3, Lincoln Prep in 4, Lee Summit North in 5, Clever in 6, and Metro Academy in 7. Off and running now. Good start for Clever out in 7. They will hand off first. Looks like it was fairly clean for them. Lincoln Prep not so much. They were in second at the handoff, but have to make up some ground here on the backstretch. Clever looks like didn't quite get that third leg out in front quick enough, but the handoff was still clean. Looks like Helios Catholic there is going to take the lead. Clever giving chase, but it looks like they're going to go 1-2 here, Helios and Clever. .44.29. Here's your results real quick. So Helios Catholic 44.29, Clever 44.71, Lee Summit North 45.54. Heat 2 coming up next. We'll give our athletes a little bit of time here to get situated. Looks like all 3 exchange zones are ready to roll, so we are in the blocks. Lane assignments for heat number 2, Elizabeth in lane 1, St. Michael the Archangel in lane 2, Cabot in lane 3, Park Hill in 4, Blue Springs South in 5, Farmington in 6, Elizabeth A-Team in 7, and North Platte in 8. So it looks like a scratch there in lane 3 for Cabot. Everybody else is here though and ready to go. Fairly clean start. Very little separation. Handoffs are going to be a big deal in this one. Looks like Elizabeth and Farmington there in 6 and 7. And it's actually North Platte out in 8 that was in there, but it's going to be Farmington. Big muscular sprinter there to the finish, and he will take it. for the Knights.
43-39 for Farmington there. Going to be your city winner. 43-66.
43-39 there for Farmington. Park Hill in second at 43-66, and St. Michael 43-71. So a little bit faster than that first heat. We've got one more to go here, and they are pretty quick. We've got a couple in the 41s, and everybody else pretty much in the 42s. Athletes still setting their marks here for lane 3. Or sorry, heat 3, not lane 3. Lane 3 is actually empty in this race. But lane assignments, we've got Joplin in 1, Rockhurst in 2, Lee's Summit in 4, Lee's Summit West in 5, Creighton Prep in 6, Poplar Bluff in 7, and Lee's Summit North in 8. So those are your lane assignments for the fast heat of the boys 4x1.
So 2026 national lead right now out of California, Servite 39.70. Top 50 times are all under 41 seconds in the country. So high bar to clear for any team looking to run among the nation's elite. But you would have to think some of these teams have high aspirations and have the opportunity and talent to get it done.
Yeah, Lee's Summit comes in with a top seed time of 40.95. But in terms of times this season, it's actually Lee's Summit West that has the 41.31. So it's like a lot of these teams are expected to go a little bit faster than some of their season bests. Lee's Summit had a great start.
All right, we got Joplin, Rockhurst.
Yeah, they came out in first place easily.
Yeah, at least someone west there really running well.
Boys, 4x1.
Lee's Summit High, they're that black team in the lead. Black over black uniform.
It looks like West in 5. Yeah. And they have just dominated from start to finish. Their handoffs.
That was incredible.
Hand up in the air.
They were perfect.
41.18 for Lee's Summit West.
Yeah, it looks like Lee's Summit High wasn't even in that pace. Scratched.
Poplar Bluff 42.3. Creighton Prep 42.4. For your top 4x1 times here at Kansas City Relays.
Season bests for both of those teams.
And I think everybody is trying to get ready for the mile races, which are upcoming here at the Kansas City Relays. 6:53, the first heat of 4 girls miles, 5 girls miles begins. And we'll have them going all the way through about 8 o'clock tonight. So stay tuned. They will be fun. They will be some of our best racing.
and if you want to think like three.
coaches, hospitality room is open, a lot of tacos available now. Hospitality is still open until 7:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the final few events of the evening. Up next on the track is women's Jim Ryan mile. Each one needing to be lined up near the starting line here. Each one of the Jim Ryan women's mile.
All right, we are back with the final few events of the meet here at the Kansas City Relays. Starting first with the Jim Ryan Women's Mile, which consists of 5 sections, ending in a very fast section, hoping to bring all the fireworks. But to start with that first heat, got a total of 17 runners, Matt, that are going to start the line, and should be a fun one.
It really should. And what's cool about this is we've started to see the wind die down a little bit. So where they were fighting it on the backstretch for most of those like 800s and especially the 32s this morning, that's not going to be the case in this one. The wind has died down to about 5 miles an hour, so it's still moving, but it is certainly not as much of a factor as it was. And I don't think it'll really affect the times too much, nor the strategy.
Yeah, no excuses, essentially is what you're saying. You got perfect conditions, and you should run what you intended or what you sort of expect here. And I think it's reasonable to think we could get a really fast time here. Let's start with the lane assignments here, and, well, really just the field in general. Annabelle Rutledge of Joplin, Anaya Roll of Lee Summit North, Michaela Grace Goodson of Farmington, Addison Lundquist of Maranatha Academy, Landra Martinez of Farmington, Dixie Holbert of Farmington, Cadence Butts of Clever, Evelyn Stone of Farmington, McKinley Krantz of St. Teresa's Academy, Ariana Matters of Joplin, Sloan Stramek of Marathon Academy, Eva Claire Denton of Shiloh Christian, Lina Kina of Summit Christian Academy, Cameron Spencer of Elizabeth, Anna Tonka of Elizabeth, Miley Hicks of Elizabeth, and Brooke Shaban of Elizabeth. Fastest seed time here is 5:53:38. 2 alley start. I think we get some PRs all across the board here. Mile's really all about pacing when it comes down to it.
Yeah, one of the bigger draws for a meet of this caliber was the pace lights that RunningLane kind of trademarked as the RunningLane pace lights. A little brighter than some of the other brands that are out there, but with the NFHS ruling, we ended up not being able to use the pace lights in the way that they're intended. But we do get the chance to check the pace twice every lap for these athletes. You will see those athletes going backwards.
And we're off. First section of the girls' mile.
All right, one is underway here. 5:53:38 is the fastest time by Joplin Annabelle Rutledge.
More of a chill pace here, but Annabelle Rutledge definitely trying to chop down on that 5:53 and Naya Roll, 5:53. She got 6 girls who've gone under 6 minutes here. So they're going to have to run slightly faster than 90s per lap in order to really get to this point, and I think that's quite possible. They go out maybe a little bit, 45 seconds on that first 200, and you can, as you mentioned, Matt, the pace lights are going backwards. So like right before the race, Will Rogers talked to the field and probably instructed them that this is what's happening. So be on the lookout, keep your head up, and you might be able to sort of see or sense where you are in terms of the lights. And it looks like they're ahead dramatically of their pace right now. 84 seconds for the first lap.
The 409 meter mark there in 1:25.
Looks like the lights might be on 5:56 pace.
For those that aren't aware of the difference, 9 meters.
I've seen these in action at New Balance several times, and it always varies based on sort of the effort level that kind of comes from it. Sometimes you're behind the pace and you dramatically find the pace. You know, racing isn't necessarily sticking to one thing. It's ebbing and flowing, but they do help. And Joplin is out there in the front, coaching, giving some instruction to her runners. .254 on the halfway point for this crew. Got 7 up there in the front pack. They almost look like they're running identically. Like,
Annabelle Rutledge of Joplin leading away. Also have J.T. Homer of Farmington at the Academy.
St. Teresa's Academy's McKinley Krantz decides to say, hey, I'm going to make a little search here.
Ariana Batters all in that top group.
And we got shoulder to shoulder here. St. Teresa Academy in Joplin. For 19.92 for Annabelle Rutledge and McKinley Krantz of St. Teresa's Academy. 1 lap to go. Now remember, this is the full mile, so from that normal 1,600 meter starting point, they go back about 9 meters. So they're running a little bit extra distance than they're intended to, or they're normally acquainted to.
Yeah, because it's a nice race where pace lights do kind of come in handy because it is a little bit difficult to pace. A lot of times, especially my first lap, it makes it difficult because you're the 200 meters and you're not 100% sure who the 400 in that, I guess, race zone, you're kind of expecting the 400 to be at the start-finish line, and it's not. So you come through maybe a second or two slower than you might expect.
And we got completely stoked coaches for the Joplin runner, who's on her way towards becoming this first section winner. And she's going to shatter that mark that you came in with. 5:41.05. Krantz and Holbert follow. Holbert's 5:45.84 for second. Krantz 5:50.13 for third. Finishing out the first section here. And we got a big fist pump at the end from that runner. Got one more on the track. Rolling up on heat 2 of the Jim Ryan Girls Mile.
Another big heat. We got 17 in this one.
We're gonna slowly ramp up the speed though. All right, let's go over the lineup here. We have Avery Reynolds of Blue Valley Southwest, Madeline Dwyer of St. Teresa's Academy, Skylar Knight of Warrensburg, Audrey Deering of Maryville, Avery Rand of Pembroke Hill, Sarah Schneck of Frontenac, Arabella Schneider of St. Michael the Archangel, Cayman McIntyre of Farmington, Ellery Hamilton of Marathonic Academy, Natalie Gammon of Farmington, Paige Lewethan of Haley's Catholic, Hannah Mace of Farmington, Lillian Benben of St. Teresa's Academy, Callie Smith of Cleaver, Kennedy Morehouse of Blue Springs South, Laura Cathcart of Northern Heights, and Kyla Grijola of Farmington. That is your lineup as we get underway here in section 2.
Avery Reynolds from Blue Valley Southwest.
We got a still in lane 3. That's it. Merged yet. Oh, well, maybe that's just a plan to come in at the 2.
It's about as good of a cut as you could get. The girls cut in early, and she took that full stretch, took her angle, and stayed on. I think that was actually a good move.
Might be great at math. Maybe she's just a calculus pro.
Looks like Audrey Deering, the spoof happened in the lead there.
I forgot to Google that, by the way. Front pack of about 5 goes through in 80 seconds as they can see the pace lights circling back. You know what this reminds me of? When I played Little League Baseball, we had, you know, the games where you run opposite ways with your teammate and you'd meet at second base and try to get to home before the other one. You're basically playing that game here.
Yeah, it's essentially they've got another competitor in the race. They only get to see it twice a round.
Keeps you honest.
And so far, with the athletes staying ahead of the game.
Catholic back in fourth. Looking at the field, Houston still ahead of even Pink Flight. These Pink Flights that are obviously not pacing them.
Warrensburg's Skylar Knight kind of playing it safe, it looks like, on the outside of Deering. Almost looks like she's biding her time.
They're going 3 wide here.
Makes that pivotal surge, but Deering says, no, 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 not yet. This is still my race. 2:44 on the clock for Deering. Interrupts Reynolds' move, or Knight's move.
Deering of Maryville leading the way. Avery Reynolds in the mix there. Skylar Knight, Damon McIntyre, Hannah Mathis. 8 flows in. Hillary Hamilton back in 7th. Lily Pittman, 8.
And Deering's really challenging any move being put on her. Right, you have a couple, I think, almost surges from Reynolds.
Yeah, and that doesn't always work out in their favor. The athletes accept the move every time and try and stay in the lead, because it does wear you down, especially after 3, 4, 5 times.
Yeah, yeah.
They're coming up on 1 lap to go here in just a few moments.
Well, now we have a 4th in the mix here from Farmington. Kimmy McIntyre slowly making her way into the fray. Oh.
Starting to see a little separation here on the home stretch now. We're coming up on 1 to go.
Okay, we're a little bit behind now, 4:10 on the split 4:11 officially for Avery Reynolds.
The junior through in 4:11.73.
But Reynolds is now starting to pull away from McIntyre, Deering, and Knight.
Damon McIntyre and Farmington in second position now, separated herself in third. Audrey Deering of Maryville and Skylar Knight of Warrensburg second, third, and fourth. And it's our leader, Avery Reynolds from Blue Valley.
Starting to open her stride on the backstretch. 200 meters left. Yeah. I think she's sort of on equal terms with them almost, right? Here comes Reynolds on the final straightaway. It is going to be close as we're trying to beat 550. It'll be a 5:35. Oh, right on the mark.
32 unofficially there for Avery Reynolds.
5:32.95 for Avery Reynolds out of Blue Valley Southwest. 81 on her last lap, which was the second off of her opener. Came in McIntyre 5:37 to finish second. Skylar Knight 5:43. All right, we're walking out to the alleys now. We have Bailey Bear of Blue Springs South, Isabel Wood of Christ Preparatory Academy, Maggie Barnes of Helios Catholic, Molly Hayes of Blue Springs South, Emerson Albright of Frontenac, Isabella Rosenberg of St. Michael, Evelyn Hackett, Coronado, Amelia Hesselgren of Fayetteville, Cleo Federlin of St. Teresa's Academy, Brinley Yarnell of Forsyth, Addison Platt of Coronado, Willa Collier of Bishop Miege, Chloe Heckman of North Platte, Caroline Linderman of Lutheran, Evelyn Hay of Grand Valley, and Blake Rogers of Liberty. Runners getting instruction. Third section here underway. Helios Catholic on the outer alley, making a push. Here, a Blue Springs South runner slotted in there as second. Maggie Barnes looks to be the leader here, controlling the pace. Go through at 75 seconds.
Quick start.
Yeah, 75 is where they putting you at 4:45. No. 5:02. Well, second lap is really important here for Barnes, but now she has Isabel Wood, looks like on her shoulder. Those two are battling here early on. It almost looks like she kind of accepted a pace that maybe she wasn't ready for early on. Sometimes you got to fight through that pain.
A little slower lap there.
2:38 on the midway point for Barnes and Wood. Bailey Bear of Blue Springs South in a no man's land a little bit in third, but not far off. This is a second half race. Wood takes over for Barnes here on the back stretch. Closing in on 500 meters here. Barnes impressively holding on here to the back of Woods after she went out to a very early and fast pace.
Just a tab behind those lights. I think I heard this at 5:08.
Well, I think they can still get it done. They got to just open up a little bit, and Wood's starting to go to the stride. Barnes is sticking with her every meter of the way. Got Woods and Barnes the backstretch here. Looks like moving up is Caroline Linderman. And Barnes held on for so long that she stayed in the race. And now Woods is hurting as they go into the straightaway. It'll come down to a sprint. Barnes looks like she has a little bit more. She opens up that strike. Yeah, absolutely. Grimacing the whole way. Here comes Blue Springs South, but it's not enough. Impressive racing from Maggie Barnes of Helios Catholic, and that's another great performance from a school that's quite frankly dominating tonight.
Yeah, and we'll see. I doubt that that'll make points for them, but just showing up and winning races, that's the big thing for them, and we've seen that time and time again, both in the point scoring type heats and in these I guess more preliminary type heats. But yeah, with Helios Catholic, it's been impressive the way that they've done it across the board, because normally you see a lot of programs will kind of invest more in certain event groups, and we've seen it in the sprints, we've seen it in the hurdles, we've seen it now on the distance side of things. They have a really well-rounded squad.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start paying attention to Jefferson City, Helios Catholic. All right, this is the 4th of 5 heats here in the Jim Ryan Girls Mile. Heat 4 includes Lauren Thompson of Jonesboro Senior, Paige Faulkner of Blue Valley, Tessa Purdue of Liberty, Mia McFarland of Mamau Charter, Brianna Kruger of St. Charles West, Audrey Richter of Staley, Jane Adams of Providence Classical Christian, Chloe Swan of Shawnee Mission East, Ashlyn Warnbrock of Blue Springs South, Alexis Casamatis of Farmington, Campbell Harger of Blue Valley Southwest, Brooke Stevenson of Raymar Peculiar, Eileen Nicole of Christ Preparatory Academy, Jada Bailey of Blue Springs South, and Emery Diedrich of Blue Springs South. Tongue twister.
Wearing number 2, we got Lauren Thompson of Jonesboro. Coming in with the best of 5:77.6. We got Paige Faulkner from Blue Valley, 5:38.80. Tessa Purdue of Liberty, 5:14. Mia McFarland, Mamel Charter, Brianna Kruger of St. Charles West.
So we're looking to go 5:10, maybe 5 minutes. If we set our bar high here. And we're away in the section 4 of 5.
Ashlyn Warrenbrock of Blue Springs South, Alexis Casamatis of Farmington, Campbell Harger of Blue Valley Southwest, Brooke Stevenson of Raymore Peculiar, Eileen Nickel of Christ Preparatory Academy, Jada Bailey of Blue Springs South, and Emery
Cutting in like a pro. Up front. Now we're settling into a pace that hopefully we can withstand. Looks like it's kind of coming out kind of hot.
Yeah, it does look pretty quick.
Looks like that's Paige Faulkner of Blue Valley, potentially.
It's like Lauren Thompson from Jonesboro.
Oh, I thought that was a 2 on her leg. Oh, Lauren is 2. Okay. So Lauren Thompson out in front. And that is going to be quite fast, 74 for that first lap.
Right around that 5-minute pace, though.
And Really just sticking to it. Thompson.
This is a very tight race. 1, 2, and are all kind of right there.
Thompson is a junior from Jonesboro, Arkansas. She's gone 5:02 this season already back in March. So not yet under 5 minutes. This could be the time to do it for her. She ran 5:10 indoors as well. All you really need is a great race.
This is the place to do it. Wind has officially ground to a halt here. I don't see the flag moving hardly at all. So even since we started the miles, it has slowed, but to the track, it's certainly not happening.
I think that's Emery Diedrich, who has surged ahead.
Let's see, that actually looks like a Blue Valley uniform, so that could be Faulkner.
Maybe these numbers mean nothing. Yep, Faulkner is 3. So Faulkner is out in front from Thompson, reestablishing the pace here. Rather confidently with 1 lap to go almost. Sub 5 is in reach for all these, well, for the first couple of girls. I think they just need to commit and start opening it up a little bit here. You don't want to go too early, but you also don't want to hold anything back. Faulkner starts going to the stride. But I think Thompson definitely has some power left in her legs.
There's a girl who did a third here. She could take the lead here.
From Liberty.
7-8 here with 160 meters to go in Heat 4, the girls 1 mile.
Yeah, that's Tessa Purdue.
Coming out of nowhere, almost.
Yeah, she was way back in like 6th or 7th place.
Oh, and she is moving. Here she comes. Purdue. Gonna claim a fantastic performance in the back half of the last lap.
Liberty, the 9th grader with a huge lap. 5:07:37 with a 71 second last 400.
Great moment. This is what track and field is for. 71 seconds on the final lap for Tessa Purdue.
Freshman from Liberty High.
Love to see it. Brianna Kruger, second place, 5:08.97. Eileen Nickel, 5:09.62. I think for the Jim Ryan miles, especially the fast sections, we tend to do it a little bigger, so there's going to be a little bit more introduction here for the final group of girls.
Yeah, Plenty of excitement here. We've got 10 girls that have already broken that 5-minute barrier, and an additional one that's seated under that mark that doesn't have a PR listed yet. So definitely a lot of potential in this one. The fastest seed time is 4:44. The fastest PR is 4:42. So I would imagine that 4:42 is from the previous season. But regardless, we've got a lot of talent in this one.
Yeah, Gabby Bishop is no stranger to running lane, out from Arkansas there. She has been to the cross-country championships before and actually won them. She's from Providence Academy out in Rogers, and just is coming back from Arcadia last week where she ran 9:59 for 3,200 meters. So
it's not an easy place to run super fast. It's really crowded. People talk about it being a really fast meet, but it's more because of the talent level, not necessarily because of the conditions.
100%. Gabby won running lane back in 2024, the cross country meet. So she's been on the rise for several years now, and she's committed to the University of Arkansas. So she is one of the big athletes to watch in this race. There's Jim Ryan, the Olympic silver medalist, first guy under 4 minutes in high school, just one of the greatest track and field talents of U.S.'s history.
It's still the fastest Kansan of all time.
I don't think anybody's going to beat his records.
So 17 athletes going to toe the line in this one. We'll start with the 17 seed and we'll move our way down towards number 1. So from Liberty, Lily Hurt. From Joplin, Ava Dahl. From Wichita Trinity Academy, Kylie Coleman. From Rogers, Kayla Eggers. From Rogers, Elizabeth Scudder. From Rogers, Catherine Scudder. From Providence Classical, Maggie Bishop. From Blue Springs, Tavia Briles. From Corezu Academy, Mary McKenzie. From Parkview Baptist, Lucy Kramer. From St. Teresa's Academy, Ellen Messner. The 6th seed from Webb City, Brooke Hedger. Number 5, the junior from Salina Central, Kaylee Schultz. The 4 seed, the sophomore from Harvard, Hadassah Bashers. Wearing number 3 from Eureka, the senior, Brooke Samuelson. She was the champion earlier in the 800 meter. Wearing number 2, junior from Leavenworth, Kansas, Kelsey Kutsia. And of course that number 1 seed for Providence Classical, the senior, in a time of 4:44 this year, Gabby Bishop.
Those final 3 girls are, pure talent. Samuelson, as I said earlier, going to Air Force next year. Bishop, Arkansas. Kutsia is a high school junior. In 2025, she ran 4:49 for 1,600 meters and 4:53 at the Hoka Festival a mile. So very good chops on the distance race.
I would agree. Kaylee Schultz may be the bigger talent in the state of Kansas. She's the 5 seed, won the 3,200 earlier today. But yeah, her and Kutsia are both studs in that 5A division in Kansas.
Good opportunity to see each other in a big race. We'll see how the tactics play out for the likes of Bishop and Samuelson. I think if I'm Bishop, I try to control the race because no one really is within my purview. So I think it's your race ultimately to lose or win. Sun's starting to go down just a bit here in Blue Springs. And we're off here in the fast section of the Jim Ryan Girls Mile here at the Running Lane Kansas City Relays presented by Koros and Nike. Pivotal first moment here. Exacting the position of your race, and Samuelson slots there in second place. And Kutsia comes up right next to her on the first 200. What do you think so far?
Definitely bunched up. Nobody really seems to be wanting to take the lead from that St. Teresa's athlete.
I will say Samuelson ran New Balance indoors this season, and she was running in a pack during the mile and got clipped from behind and had to kind of stagger out to 3-4, and eventually learned from that experience. And I think she's going to use it in races going forward, because you can't really get in these problem areas that often. You know something's going to happen if you bunch up for too long. So Bishop now moving up in a good striking position here, right behind. Is that Coleman, Tylee Coleman? So Bashir's from Harbor out in front, followed by Bishop and Samuelson. Kutsia is right there in the mix too. I think they're all being pretty measured right now. Heading into the halfway point. Samuelson running on the outside. I think she trusts her speed here. And this is coming down to championship style race.
Yeah, you'd think you could lean on Samuelson here with the 800 speed.
The longer this race goes, though, without somebody making a surge, I think you know the person with the best speed typically tends to bring it home. So Bashir's 2:32 through the halfway mark. Samuelson, Bishop, Schultz, and Kutsia.
She's making another move here.
Now it's getting dicey. Bishop finally says, "All right, I'm going to try to take this."
Nobody really wants to be in that 5th place spot. They're kind of just shuffling around.
Kind of no man's land, I think. Kudzia's kind of boxed in the open, in the inside lane here, but I think that still is a good spot to be in because there's a lot of race left.
Yeah, Kaylee Schultz still in there as well. Looks like she wants to get a little bit ahead here.
Samuelson is in a really, really great position. She's on the inside of the lane, and she's got the most speed out of this group. Bishop's working on her shoulder. Now we're on the bell. And it's coming down to the final 400. Here comes Samuelson, and Bishop surges with her.
Yeah, this race just separated right there.
Oh, this is going to be epic. Final 300 meters, Bishop is challenging Samuelson, saying, "How much do you have in the tank? How much do you have?" And they are going shoulder to shoulder. Bishop wins the battle. Does Samuelson have anything left? Oh, pulled away there. Now she has to close. The 100 meters left. She's Gabby Bishop, for a reason, coming to the Kansas City relays, really striking in the final lap of the race.
Yeah, it looks like Haley Schultz is going to come through here to second place.
4:52.32 for Gabby Bishop on the clock. A 65 final 400 to break Samuelson. Schultz finished second in 4:56. Samuelson 4:56 as well. What a race. You gotta respect both competitors. Put it all out there on the line.
Lily Hurd of Liberty, 4:59, 27 in fourth.
Yeah, top three in that race, all event winners this weekend. We had Bishop, of course, the mile here, and Schultz at 32, and Samuelson in the 800. Certainly was the race that it was built to be.
Leads us right into the Jim Ryan Boys Mile, which should start shortly.
All right, next up on the track, we got one for the Jim Ryan Men's Mile.
7 sections of the Boys Mile. All right, let's go through the start list here for the first section of the Boys Mile. Garrett Hotop, St. Michael, Samuel Sanders, Summit Christian Academy, Noah Tucker, Lincoln College Prep, Noah Young, Farmington, Grady Johnson, Lincoln College Prep, Christopher Swigard, Christ Preparatory Academy, Liam Minnick, Kansas City Christian, Gregory Hart of Pembroke Hill in 8, Timothy Schleff of Christ Preparatory Academy, Oliver Walker of Kansas City Christian, Gregory Matthew Chapman Jr., KC Metro Academy, Parker Tatum, Maranatha Academy, Warren Carey, Maranatha Academy, Miles Engelhart, Brian Baxter, Bennett Lambert, Keegan Dauber, all of Elizabeth, Samuel Richardson, Christ Preparatory Academy, rounding out your top 18 here. We're away in the first section of the Boys Mile. Got 3 teammates working up top.
Looks like Noah Young there from Farmington in the lead.
.72 on the first lap for Young.
Noah Young of Farmington leading away. 112.29 here.
Samuel Richardson of Clarice Preparatory Academy. 2:28 through the halfway point.
Richardson, 18
Samuel Richardson of Christ Preparatory Academy.
A little bit of a surprise to see somebody at the front with a double-digit number on their hip.
Defying the odds.
Third, Noah Tucker. Also a Christian college threat back in fourth here at Top. Sorry. Is from St. Michael the Archangel back in fifth. Daniel Sanders of Summit Christian in sixth. Coming up on the back lap, 3:41, we're here. 3:46 across the line. Coming into the
3:46.59 through 3 laps, 12:09. Samuel Richardson, 1,209 meters officially.
We got three guys well down the back stretch here, 18-1 of the men's 1 mile.
Richardson getting a challenge in the final 100. Oh, they're going to the legs. Try to sprint it out. Oh, he said, you are not doing that, sir. I'm gonna win this race. Oh, he stole it at the line. He stole it at the line. Wow, Samuel Sanders, 4:58.26.
That's why we run the full miles.
Samuel took it from Samuel Richardson, 4:58.32 for second. Grady Johnson, 5 minutes flat, 5:28 officially for third.
Heat 2 getting lined up on the track here. Another 18 athletes in this one. Top seed time is Jeb Stoppel from Holcomb. He's seen with a seed of 4:49. Full of other athletes in this one. We've got a total of 18. So Christian Irvin from Cabot, William Rodriguez from Cabot, William Shepard from North Platte, Anderson Minich from Kansas City Christian, Jackson Markham from Ray-Pec, Elijah Jones from Christ Prep, Hudson Humphrey from KC Christian, Gavin Henkel from Lee's Summit, Matt Huff from Cabot, Eli Snedden from Joplin, Braden Casey from Clever, Gannon Rain from Cabot, Jonah Mace from Summit, Ethan Woolridge from Pembroke, Graham Hoda from St. Angel, James Maloney from Bishop BH, and Trenton White from Gloria Dale Academy. That's your 18 athletes in this race. Quite a few freshmen and sophomores in this one as well. Top seed, Stopper Irvin, seniors, but pretty much everyone else is not in class.
I have some breaking news for you. I see Brian Burns out on the infield warming up, which means he is running the mile in the fast section today. And we could see possibly a challenge for sub 4.
That will be exciting. I know that some of those Bentonville entries have been in flux, so it's really good to have eyes on the target here.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a higher number of scratches than what we would normally see due to the weather yesterday. Second lap of this heat number 2, and it's still pretty much anybody's game. We've got, 1 through 18 are all kind of in a train here. Only about, a meter or two separating one from the next.
Can I just reset the receiver? Really?
But leader right now is Liam Rodriguez from Cabot.
I can bring one down just because I'd rather have for the last heat. Do you know where one is?
Looks like second place is out of North Platte. That'd be William Schaefert. Seems fairly comfortable there in that second place position.
So it's
A little bit of an acceleration there from Rodriguez down the home stretch.
I would just turn it off that battery, out of that battery, and turn it back on the receiver. So yeah, it's on the top of the camera.
He must have noticed the pace slowing just a little bit because that lap was slightly slower than their first one. But Rodriguez is starting to open things up here. William Schaefert still in second place. And now into third, that's Jackson Markham from Raypeck.
This is Liam Rodriguez, Cabot, the junior, 3:39 to the 4:09. He's coming up on 1 to go.
So Liam Rodriguez, 1 lap to go here. Still right on those pace lights. And Jackson Markham still closing there into third place, but making a run on Schaefert for second. Down the back stretch for the final time.
Rodriguez came in with a time of 4:59.3. He's got about a 10-meter lead on the rest of the field, but he's got another guy holding hard with 200 meters.
You can see him grimacing there, working hard with 200 meters to go. We're getting another challenge here from Schaefert. So he takes the lead. And here comes Markham around for second place. And a very strong close. Once again, this is William Schaefert from North Platte. And he's excited, 4:44.
William Schaefert of North Platte
Jackson Markham comes through in second place, 4:48. Liam Rodriguez there finishes with third. Still a PR, though. On that one, you can, ignore that Maloney. He was a mistag there on the timing. So Schaefer wins that heat. Markham takes the second place position, and Rodriguez in third. Still 5 heats remaining here in the Jim Ryan Boys Mile. Heat number 3 is coming up. You can see the light show that the Running Lane pace lights are putting on right now. So lane assignments for this one. Top seed is Griffin Blomker from Bishop Miege. He's run 4:38.3. And the seeds behind him are Liam Mayer from Raypeck, Jacob Myers from Blue Springs South, Robert Buck from Liberty, Elias Morgan from Warrensburg, Patrick O'Hearn from Christ Prep, Colin McGuire from Elizabeth, Gage Landgriff from Blue Springs South, Brody Chapman from Warrensburg, Aiden Mills from Farmington, Ethan Knudsen from Christ Prep, Jacob Tatum from Joplin, Levi Dice from Gloria Deo, Elias Chavez Pinedo from Lincoln Prep, Cooper Sudduth from Shiloh Christian, Cooper Belvins from Raypeck, Walter Shelf from Christ Prep, and wearing number 18 is Slate Holtzclaw from Faith Christian. So once again, those are your 18 athletes in heat number 3 of the Jim Ryan Men's Mile. So we got 4 laps and a little extra here at the Kansas City Relays. Heat number 3 of 7 is off and running. And that is Blomker out in front from Bishop Miege. And he is wasting no time getting started here. Jacob Myers from Blue Springs South there in second with that black uniform with the blue sash. Not wanting to let Blomker get away. So pretty good first lap there. Was about 66 through that first 400 meters. So Blomker looking to fade a little bit here. Blue Springs South there running 1-2. That's Jacob Myers and Gage Landgriff. The early leader now getting swallowed up by the pack. And it is now a Jaguar affair with Myers and Landgraf side by side.
This is Jacob Myers and Gage Landgraf from Blue Springs South on their home track. 216 through 809 meters.
So right on about 4:30 pace here.
And he's 3 of 7 of the Jim Ryan mile.
So Landgraf and Myers running on their home track. Powering down the back stretch, 600 meters to go. Looks like they're just a touch ahead of those pace lights. Third and fourth place, not out of this either. That would be Robert Buck from Liberty and Jacob Tatum from Joplin. They're still hanging around about 10 meters back.
Still Gage and Jacob running up front there.
But strong running from Blue Springs South.
Running 1-2.
Landgraf and Myers.
3:28 on the clock with 400 to go. These two. That is Gage
Final
Landgraf
lap.
from Blue Springs South.
Blue Springs South going 1 and 2. Gage Landgraf.
Tatum of Joplin in third.
Jacob
Robert Buck
Myers.
of Liberty back in fourth.
And we will see, can Jacob Tatum from Joplin or Robert Buck from Liberty reel either of those two in?
250 meters to go for the junior from Blue Springs South on his home track.
Gage Landgraf, Blue Springs South, looking strong here. Myers let that lead open up a little bit, but has since kind of matched him. We haven't seen a lot of separation here since that breakaway.
This is the junior from Blue Springs South, Gage Landgraf, 100 meters to go for Gage.
Gage Landgraf now opening things up, and he's got that final gear. So Landgraf, 4:30 on the clock here.
What a great run for Gage.
4:34.
On the clock.
Just barely matches those pace lights.
Gage Landgraf, 4:34.65 with a huge last lap. 106.
So a 66-second close for Gage Landgraf.
4:36.95 for the full mile.
And he needed it because there was a bunch of athletes behind him going in that 68-second range. Patrick O'Hearn from Christ Pep closed with a 65. So 4 heats remaining now in the Jim Ryan Boys Mile. And here comes heat number 4. Giving them a quick stride down the home stretch.
It's like perfect timing now too, because the sun has dropped. It's getting a little darker, so the visual aesthetic of the pace lights and the the sparks, it's really coming to life here.
It's a true light show. Athletes getting lined up now. Heat number 4 of the Jim Ryan Mile. Top seed in this one is Cohen Tenjak from Lincoln Prep, who's run 4:32. And behind him, we've got Jack Morrison from Rockhurst, Zach Patrick from Wichita Trinity, Cole Reinates from Cape and Mount Carmel, Samuel Boyd from Cabot, Miles Berner from Shawnee Mission East, Colin McKenna from Liberty. The 8 seed is Colton Bulware from St. Michael the Archangel, Colt Hardy from Park Hill,
Isaac Sanchez from Coronado, Calvin Marshall from Heritage Christian, Hendrix Fivey from St. Louis High. Wearing number 13 is Jack Sauer from Cape and Mount Carmel, Graham Nord from Lutheran Kansas City, Dathan Harpstroh from Providence Classical, Aiden Wiles from Farmington, Kellen Robertson from School of the Ozarks, and Henry Pickard from Pembroke Hill. So once again, those are your 18 athletes in heat number 4 of the Jim Ryan Boys Mile. So reminder, full mile, so that first lap is 409 meters, and 3 more after that.
About
That
30.
is 10 Jack from Lincoln Prep, out early.
Like 32 seconds through the 200 roughly.
Looks like Miles Berner from Shawnee Mission East in that second position. Pretty quick first lap though.
Pretty
5.
pretty even through the splits too. 32 through 200, 64 through 400. So measured first lap for those gentlemen.
All right, 4 of 7 Ryan Mile. Also, the boys pole vault now in this first
The wind has died down pretty much to a standstill. Maybe about a 2-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah, I think this is perfect conditions overall for a mile. I mean, you can get warm and activated. Don't have to sort of overwhelm your system with, you know, heavy humidity or heat. So, and then all you got to do is get on the track and roll.
That's right. I think the temperature is about 55. Humidity's in that 40% range. So just how these milers like it.
105.90 for the first.
Although right after I said that, the wind did kind of pick up a little bit.
For 2:15 for 8:09, which puts them right on pace for about 4:30, 4:31, 32. See if we can negative split the last half of this race, or if we get some other challengers altogether.
Yeah, new leader. It looks like Wichita Trinity. New uniform for Trinity Academy, Zach Patrick. Trinity Academy, known pretty well in Kansas for using pink shorts for their uniforms, but they have not made a showing today. Instead, they've got the new Trinity sash down the front.
Not a bad look. Different for sure. I think a lot of teams use the same uniform, so it is kind of refreshing to get something that looks a little different. And he's starting to kind of gap the field almost on this last lap.
Zach Patrick really picked it up on that last lap, and he has not let up. And he really hasn't been able to. Jack Sauer has been kind of on his heels this whole time.
I think he's going to negative split this back half of the mile altogether. He went 65 on his third lap. And more likely than not, this guy's going to rip a very fast last lap. 104. So 209 on the back 800 for Zach Patrick to take it in 4:27:08.
Yeah, strong showing for the sophomore there. Wichita Trinity, very strong tradition over the last handful of years in the mile. Clay Shively, 4 flat .01 is their school record in the full mile.
Play the legend.
Of course, the second fastest in Kansas high school history. Jim Ryan, of course, being the record holder, which I believe he ran 3:53 as a high schooler, which is just insane.
Jim Ryan?
Yes.
Back in the 60s?
Yep.
Which, if for counting trackflation, would be about 3:45. He'd be Ingebrigtsen levels.
Yeah, or I guess a good comparison to today's standards would be like Sam Ruth. Three heats to go. Heat number 5, doing a quick stride out. I never was a fan of doing a stride out right before the race.
Oh yeah, why not?
I'm not really a big fan of expending energy right before. I'm more of a, if I'm gonna do strides, I'm gonna go maybe 10-15 minutes before.
You don't want to get hype. You gotta really strike the system with some adrenaline before the race. This is more mental than it is actually physical.
See, I think it is a little bit physical, and you can spur those mental juices by just doing a couple of jumps. That's how I always did it.
All right, we're moving away here from 5.
Granted, a lot of these runners are faster than me, so
Want to take a moment again.
maybe they know something that I don't.
Finally starting to see some Bentonville characters here in the mile. Got a couple already scattered throughout Heat 5.
Yep, one of them is the top seed. That's Dean Pickett, the Bentonville junior. Comes in with a time of 4:25. So another full heat, though. We've got 17 in here. Behind Pickett is Blake Herron from Platte County, Drake Karras from North Platte, Alex Wagner from Bentonville, Leo Arrivet from Bentonville, Caleb McFarland from Maumelle Charter, Michael Luna from St. Louis University High, Axton Brune from Farmington, Isaac Miller from Blue Springs South, Braxton Oliver from Coronado, Jackson Playford from Gloria Deo, Alexander Biquette from Farmington, Isaiah Watson from Faith Christian, Jacob Bircher from southeast of Saline, Austin Hill from St. Joseph Christian, Wyatt McCulley from Blue Valley Southwest, and Will Etheridge from Cape and Mount Carmel. So 17 athletes in this one. Top seed is 4:25, and on the back end it's 4:32. So just 7 seconds separating this heat.
I think the energy here in the stadium is getting a little bit higher each race. We know the ones that are coming up, it's getting really nice out. So I think the fields are feeling it right now. Through the first 200, right around, looked like 30 seconds or so. So Bentonville is known to work as a team. They have 3 runners up front here already.
About 63 through the 400. So certainly quicker than any of these seat times. But with tonight's conditions and tonight's competition, it doesn't seem like that far off.
A lead group of about 5. Only 2 of them are breaking up to Bentonville 3.
Yeah, that's Blake Aaron from Platte County.
And we saw Blake earlier today run well. He's coming back for the mile. think that might have been in the 800. A lot of these athletes, some athletes, not all, but some, are doubling back from other events, even tripling in some cases.
Yeah, we saw a handful of people that entered in all three before we had any of that weather delay. So a lot of them were thinking they were going to run the 2 mile yesterday, and then ended up running the 2 mile this morning, and then coming back this afternoon with some of these other events.
Here's the pivotal point where you must commit. You must commit after halfway point on what you really want to do. So I think we're coming to an inflection point for some of these runners in this critical juncture.
Top four haven't really changed, but man, there's really nobody out of this race yet. There's still a nice chase pack of 6, 7, 8 athletes. The leader looks like McCauley from Blue Valley Southwest.
3:18 on the clock, 400 meters to go.
He's had a strong third lap here.
And he decided on that bell lap to just let it all go. So he is really pushing the pace here. McCauley, after a 65 on his last lap, he's been consistent all the way through this mile. Kind of leaving Bentonville behind.
It's in the PR 431. And he's going to have it in the bag here.
Well, he's going to come right up on the pace lights, trying to hit them.
They were dead even at the 200. Let's see if he outkicked those pace lights. Yeah, it's 420 right on the dot.
For Wyatt McCauley of Blue Valley Southwest.
Long time ago, coach by the name of Sean Brosnan said 420 isn't fast. He is in fact incorrect. 420 is fast.
We just saw it.
We did. That is a speedy, speedy mile.
Wyatt McCauley, senior from Blue Valley Southwest, came in with a
Very strong race that one was. The top 8 all had PRs according to the live results here.
And he said, why don't I just shave about 11 seconds on my PR tonight?
So 2 more 8s of the mile. More races of 4 and a little more. 17 athletes in heat number 6. You can see them making their way up towards the start line. The top seed is Nolan Spickert from Centralia, 4:18. He's a sophomore. Behind him is Bert Schwinker from Blue Springs South, Landon Weglidner from Lee's Summit West, John Stanzak from Coronado, Braden Walker from southeast of Saline, Harper Huckabee from Jonesboro, John Gray from Liberty North, Connor Sinker from Lexington, Nicholas Alheim from St. Louis University High, Caden Scalfaro from Blue Springs South, Samuel McQuason from Holdridge, Nolan Voigt from Blue Springs South, Warnicki Beatty Jr. from St. Louis University High, teammate Benjamin Yoffe from SLU High, Camden McClellan from Bentonville, Arthur Williams from Lee's Summit West, and rounding out the field is Gavin Lindahl from Buhler. the younger brother of former 4A state champ Tanner Lindahl.
And we are off here. Heat 6 of 7. The Jim Ryan Boys Mile. Increasingly fast paces in each section.
Yeah, this is another very tight heat. All between 4:18 and 4:25. There's another 7-second spread, just like the last heat.
32 through the first 200 for this group. Means they're kind of being they're being conservative through the first 200.
So that is Nolan Spicker, the top seed from Centralia, Missouri. The sophomore. And it looks like he may be the only Centralia athlete here today, so he must be a stud amongst his peers in Centralia.
We want to make a quick note for the girls and boys 4x4.
76, I think they have to pick it up just a bit here on that first lap. I think that's exactly what they're doing here on the second lap. Very bunched.
Yes, and we have a new leader. Check the number on that run. Looks like Parker Williams leads Summit West. That's Jacob Berger next to him. Or sorry, that's Braden Walker from Southeast Society.
Anybody's right here, we come up on the 809, 212 through 809. I'm expecting a
Three are starting to break away from the pack after this halfway juncture. And you can kind of sense the pressure kind of ramping up a little bit.
Yeah, they're trying to break away. It's just there's so many in that next chase pack that they just keep throwing bodies up towards the front. So Landon Wegleader from the Summit West, Braden Walker from Southeast Tennessee, Nicholas Allheim, Slew High, Nolan Spickert still in the mix.
.500 meters to go. Everyone looks calm and composed. They're anticipating that bell lap.
They are ready to unleash here. Little wind up for the last lap. Wegleitner still in the lead. Walker, Allheim, Schwenker from Blue Springs South is in fourth. Spickard's still in the mix, although he is laboring a little more than the others there down the backstretch.
3:18 on the 12:09 split for Wegleitner. So they're going to need about a 60 to get under 420, and here comes the juice.
Yeah, time coming through here. Walker led for just a moment. But yeah, the senior from Slew High. Strong foe from all of these athletes. So just sneaking under 420, which was our leading time earlier in the previous heats. Nicholas Allheim, St. Louis University High School, drops 62nd last lap to finish at 419. we have one more heat of the Jim Ryan Boys Mile.
This is common from Running Lane, you know, with the biggest event on the day, tend to add a little bit more theatrics, and the light show with the pace lights is a huge reason part for that. You can see spinning around the track. We're going to add a little bit more, you know, luxury to the event, really spruce it up. And there's a real chance, I think, in this heat that we could go under 4 for the mile, and that's because of Bentonville's Brian Burns. He's run 4 flat twice already this year alone, indoors, February and March, and he really hasn't given it a try outdoors since March. So great opportunities coming off a really fast 3,200 meters in California. It's close to home, good environment. Really, that's what we need when we need a big race. We need all the factors that add up.
Yeah, in terms of conditions, obviously the sun has gone down, so there is no heat to speak of. We're down to about 50 degrees-ish. The wind has picked up a little bit since the girls' mile. It's probably close to 10 miles an hour from the east now, so it's not into their face on the backstretch. It's more on that second curve. So there is a hill blocking most of that, so I imagine the on-track conditions are a little bit lighter than what you might see on the
All right, now it's time.
But in terms of conditions, it doesn't get much better than this in April in Kansas City.
Wearing number 17, the senior from Bentonville, Arkansas.
So we've got 17 athletes in this race. Number 17, he's a senior from Bentonville, Arkansas, Logan Hurley. Number 16, a small-town hotshot from Annie Valley, Kansas. Comes in with a time of 4:17, the senior Simeon Sanchez. 15 seed from Shiloh Christian. He's a senior that's run 4:17. Matthew Thurman Shiloh. The 14 seed in this race is a sophomore with a time of 4:17 from Rockhurst, Jack McGovern.
Jack McGovern. Wearing number 13 from
Next up, the 13th seed running at a time of 4:16.96 from Rolla, Missouri, Cameron Martinson. The 12 seed, the sophomore with a time of 4:14 from Summit Christian, Leo Butler. The 11 seed with a time of 4:14, a senior from Regent Prep, Clay McKinney. Wearing number 10, a senior from the Western Kansas Holcomb. With a time of 4:14, this is Brody Denniston.
Wearing number 9.
The 9 seed from Bentonville, a sophomore with a seed of 4:13, John Burns. The 8 seed coming from Topeka, Kansas, Seaman High School, a senior with a time of 4:13, Brody Anderson. The 7 seed, a senior from Ray Peck High School in Missouri, with a time of 4 minutes, 11 seconds, Gabriel Fulker. The 6 seed from Fayetteville, Arkansas, a senior with a time of 4 minutes, 11.1 seconds, Alan Gallardo Lopez. The 5 seed, is a senior from Brandon Valley High School, with a time of 4:09.44. Micah Peters. Next up, the 4 seed from St. Louis University High School, a junior with a time of 4:08.38. Jackson Miller. Number 3, the defending state champ from Kansas, Cape and Mount Carmel High School in Wichita, the senior with a time of 4:08 even, Daniel Enriquez. The 2 seed from Coronado, Colorado, with a time of 4 minutes 8 seconds, the senior Xavier Campos. And the top seed, the guy we've been talking about all afternoon, with a seed time of 4 minutes, 0.09 seconds, the senior from Bentonville, Arkansas, Brian Burns.
I think one thing to consider here with the race is the knock-on effect. You know, Brian obviously is a very talented individual who can run, you know, close to 4 minutes or under, but what's the knock-on effect for someone like Campos or Enriquez or Miller or Peters? Peters coming from South Dakota, he's run 4:09. Can he drop that to a 4:05 in the right race? We all talk about environmental factors that contribute to our performances. Well, this is a day when everything could add up for not just Burns, but for Campos, Enriquez, Miller, Peters, and many more.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing about having other people to run with. There's always that voice in the back of your head when you're winning every race by 80, 90 meters that, you know, you can slow down. You're still going to win, right? But with these guys, it's very much so in doubt whether they're going to win or not. So get in there, get on the pace, and go for the ride and see what happens.
No false starts on the mile. Dear heavens, that would have been horrible. But
almost happened a couple of weeks ago.
yeah, but we are out with the final race of the, not of the night, but of the mile series here. And Burns right there on the inside, trying to find good position.
Yeah, looks like Brody Anderson from Topeka Seaman likes that lead position right now.
Peters with the sunglasses on his shoulder, scooting up after about 300 meters. I think he definitely wants to put himself in that position because he is fit, ready to go.
The lights there racing in the opposite direction are set right at full flat for the full mile.
Daniel Enriquez, no stranger to 4-minute pace. He's that third position.
It'll be interesting. So the pace lights opposite are kind of set for 4 minutes, but how is Burns going to play this? You know, they went out in about 60, it looks like, right? But is that his race? How is he going to get to that point? No, they went out in 63, so he's definitely behind the curve right now.
63 is through 409, so it's a little bit more like 62 flat for that quarter mile.
But kind of stuck there on the rail and boxed in to a certain extent. Peters in a good position on the outside.
Both the Burns boys are in there, kind of in that 4th and 5th position.
Now this race could quickly become just a matter of let's change priorities. Let's try to win. I think we're kind of stuck outside the realm of 4 at this point, but we don't want to lose.
Here comes Daniel Enriquez. He's done waiting around.
That's an early time to make a surge, but this is a big race, so why not?
So it is Enriquez, Anderson, Peters, Burns.
Wouldn't sleep on the Coronado Campos runner too. But here comes Burns, making his presence felt with a lap to go.
So it is Enriquez. It is Burns. Anderson still hanging in there. Burns certainly looking the most relaxed of those three right now.
Someone like Enriquez wants to put this on his resume that he went toe-to-toe with one of the best runners in the country. But here comes Burns with 250, just starts ripping it on the backstretch here. And there's that speed that we've come to know from the Bentonville High School star, the future North Carolina runner, Brian Burns. He's been running all his life. And here he is at the Kansas City Relay. Is going to take home the Jim Ryan Men's Mile Championship.
Quite the battle there for second place. I think that was Jackson Miller from Slew High that stuck in there from the depths of like 6th place with 200 to go and found his way into the silver medal position. 59.59 on the close for him.
So officially 406 for Burns, Miller 409, Enriquez 409, Anderson 409. Good little race here.
Women's 4x4, you need to declare at the starting line. Women's 4x4, you need to declare at the starting line right now. I'm scheduled to start at 8:35. We will roll here for the rest of the evening. Women's 4x4.
Looks like we got 4x4s coming up here to finish out the Kansas City Relays.
Thanks again. The Blue Springs staff, the administration, coaching staff, all the parents and volunteers all weekend long. Couldn't make this meet happen without you. Want to give a special thanks to all our officials for the long day. It was supposed to be 2 days. We forced it into one. Thank you to the patients, for the coaches and athletes that worked through this schedule. Also, want to give a big shout out to my close friend Rod Morrow, who gave us the idea. He's wearing a bright orange hat, looks like he's about to go hunting. It's also his birthday. If you see Rod or you know Rod, tell him happy birthday, tell him thank you. This idea was his, wouldn't be possible without all his help as well. Don't forget to see Jim Ryan. He's going to be with us in a few more minutes. If you want to see the legendary Jim Ryan here at the Kansas City Relay.
right, I gotta head back over here. You taking off or are you gonna? Okay. Thanks for coming. Of course.
We are back at the Running Lane Kansas City Relays presented by Koros and Nike. Final event of the night for the girls. It's the 4x400 meter relay. Looks like we will have 2 heats of the girls. Still waiting for official lane assignments from our timers.
Reminder, boys, 4x4, you need to declare as well. We will
Still
be
feeling
finding
chills
if
from that
possible.
boys full mile. I don't know that we mentioned it here on the stream, but Jim Ryan was the starter for that race. So, former world record holder.
As we're getting closer here to the last couple of races.
Of course, the
Also wanna
namesake
shout out
of
the Running
the
Lane
Jim
crew.
Ryan mile.
About a 10-hour drive from Huntsville, Alabama, coming up here to make this meet happen. Appreciate the hospitality as you guys welcomed us in.
So we are consolidating the heats to as few as possible to try and fill these
You
relays.
guys have done a tremendous job. I hope everyone had a fun time, and we look forward to doing it
So
again
there were once
next
3
year.
heats, there are now
Minus
2.
the Friday weather, of course.
Just trying to make sure we get as competitive as possible in these. One of the many ways that Running Lane enhances the caliber of the competition here. Just a few more moments here and we'll get lane assignments for the 4x4 on the girls' side.
All right, we were in the combined heats 1 and 2 for the girls 4x4. So here in that one is now heat 1. We've got Elizabeth in lane 1, Platte County in 2, Blue Springs South in 3, North Platte in 4, Warrensburg in 5, Summit Christian Academy in 6, Lincoln College Prep in 7, and in lane 8 we have Lever.
All right, ladies, once you're ready, please stand in front of your blocks.
All right, first of 2 heats in the girls 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1, it's the Cardinals from Elizabeth. Lane 2, the Pirates from Platte County. Lane 3, the home team, the Jaguars from Blue Springs South. Lane number 4, the Panthers from North Platte, Missouri. Lane 5, the Tigers from Warrensburg. Lane number 6, Eagles from Summit Christian. Lane 7, Tigers from Lincoln Prep. And outside in lane 8, it's the Jays from Clever. So a full heat here, and they are in the blocks. Off and running now. Once again, it is Elizabeth in 1, Platte County in 2, Blue Springs South in 3, North Platte in 4, Warrensburg in 5, Summit Christian in 6, Lincoln Prep in 7, Clever in 8. Three-turn stagger, that means the second leg will cut in on the backstretch.
Check out some of the best vaulters in the area here at 15 feet right now.
Wind has died back down, so we have perfect conditions here in Blue Springs, Missouri for the tail end of the Running Lane Kansas City relays. Warrensburg with the lead early. Remember, we still have a one-turn stagger here. So you can watch as they hand off. That would be the indicator for who's in the lead. So you've got Warrensburg, Platte County. And it looks like that might be Lincoln Prep there in the middle. So Warrensburg retakes the lead as they cut through. Platte County number 2, North Platte 3. And around we go. Pirates making a challenge here. And they retake the lead. Swinging out into lane 2 on the curve. And now down the home stretch. It is Platte County, Warrensburg, and North Platte. Pirates handoff first. Tigers number 2.
This is Platte County, 205.63 through 800 meters. Warrensburg in second, North Platte in third.
Powering down the backstretch now, leg number 3.
Back in fourth, Lincoln College Prep back in fifth here.
Platte County,
Exciting heat
Warrensburg,
one of the women's 4x4.
North Platte.
You want to stay around, top 3 teams on the girls and boys side will be receiving a trophy this evening. So
Coming up near that final exchange, last 100 meters for the third leg. North Platte moves into second place. And here we are, final exchange. North Platte. So Platte County with the lead. North Platte number 2, Warrensburg 3, Summit Christian 4, Lincoln Prep 5.
Warrensburg in third, going on to the final leg of one of the women's 4x4.
So Platte County with 200 meters to go. They've got about an 8-meter lead. Let's see if North Platte can reel them in here on the home stretch. Platte County trying to hold on.
Platte County, North Platte in second.
And down the home stretch they come. Platte County. That looks like Lincoln Prep, maybe? Ah, no, that's Summit Christian coming through in second. Warrensburg finishes third. Lincoln Prep fourth.
Summit Christian Academy, 4:10:28.
So 4:08:21.
53.
That was the time for Platte County in the lead.
With a 59.6.
Their four legs went 62.86, 62.77, 62.09, and 60.49. So fairly consistent legs there for the Pirates. Summit Christian was 4:10.28. Warrensburg was third with 4:11.1. So here comes the heat to the beat. Running Lane also having a great playlist for this weekend. Final heat, final race of the night on the girls' side. Heat number 2 of the girls 4x400 meter. Four athletes, 4 laps. And the energy is still through the roof here in Blue Springs, Missouri. Athletes have been going back and forth on the infield, cheering people on pretty much since the beginning of the miles. Officials giving some instructions here. Four minutes, always kind of a barrier for teams. Kind of a time to beat. Nice to sneak under that mark, but we've got 6 out of the 8 have already run that this year. So this is going to be a quick heat. In lane number 1, it's Rapek from Missouri. Panthers come in with a time of 4:02:87. Lane 2, it's Joplin. They come in with a time of 3:58. Park Hill comes in with a time of 3:56. They're in lane 3. Lane number 4 is Lod Horton Watkins. They come in with a time of 3:45, and that's going to be our top seed. Lane number 5 is Liberty. They come in with a time of 3:51. St. Teresa's is in lane 6. Their seed time is 3:57. Lane 7 is Lee's Summit West. They've had a handful of good performances today. They're coming in with a time of 3:59. And the outside lane is St. Michael the Archangel. Their seat time is 4:04. So a pretty decent spread here. 20 seconds separating the top seed from the bottom seed.
Liberty with a 3:51:88. In lane 6, St. Teresa's Academy with a 3:57:89. In 7, it's Lee Summit West, 3:59:73. And in lane 8, St. Michael the Archangel with a 4:04:61.
So we'll have to keep an eye on Lod Horton Watkins. They're that top seed time of 3:45. Off and running now.